Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. Hey everyone, welcome. Tonight, we're going to dive into a story that peels back the layers of a nightmare many of us silently fear. The chilling sensation of being watched. This isn't just about a creepy house or a bump in the night. This is about a quiet invasion, a methodical unraveling of one woman's life, leaving her trapped in a suffocating web of unseen eyes. Our story follows Clara, a vibrant graphic designer, living her fast-paced city life. She's like any of us, busy, focused, and utterly unaware of the sinister game about to begin. It starts subtly, a barely perceptible glitch in her well-ordered routine. A misplaced mug, a strange flicker on her smart devices, the fleeting glimpse of a silver car that seems to be everywhere she is. She brushes them off as stress, as coincidences, as her imagination playing tricks. But the whispers grow louder, the patterns too precise, until the undeniable truth crashes down. Someone is observing her. The digital world, once a sanctuary, becomes a terrifying mirror reflecting her every move. Emails arrive, not with threats, but with intimate, mundane details of her day, proving beyond a doubt that her privacy has been shattered. The helplessness is agonizing, this feeling of being a character in a twisted play, meticulously directed by an unseen hand. With the unwavering support of her loyal friend Ben, Clara begins a desperate search for answers. This isn't just about a shadowy figure online. It's about a presence in her real life, someone hiding in plain sight. Her suspicions lead her to the unassuming coffee shop barista, a person she's seen countless times. A small scar, a fleeting expression, and the chilling realization hits. The familiar stranger's her tormentor. But the rabbit hole goes deeper. Digging into barista's past, they uncover his true identity. Caleb, a man linked to a cold case, a mysterious disappearance from years ago. And then the ultimate twist. Clara shares a name, a haunting echo, with another Sarah from Caleb's fractured past. Clara is no longer just a random target. She is a pawn in a deeply personal, tragically twisted narrative, a living substitute for a woman Caleb believes holds the key to his own lost years. His obsession isn't just about control. It's fueled by a profound, misplaced grief and a burning need for a twisted form of justice. This is a story of invasion, of manipulation, and ultimately, of survival. It's about fighting back when your sense of self is being eroded, when every personal moment is public. It's about the lingering shadows that remain even after the direct threat is gone. Join us as Clara descends into this chilling reality, where the line between observer and observed blurs, and the true cost of being a target becomes devastatingly clear. Story 1, The Glitch in the Routine. Tonight, we're going to step into a story that starts with something so incredibly subtle, so deceptively ordinary, that you might just brush it off. You know those little quirks in your daily life? That door that sometimes sticks, the light that flickers, a random app crash? We dismiss them, right? Just a minor annoyance, a hiccup in the otherwise smooth rhythm of our days. But what if those little hiccups weren't just glitches? What if they were meticulously placed breadcrumbs, laid out by someone you couldn't see, leading you down a path you never wanted to take? That's where Clara's nightmare begins. Clara, she's a lot like many of you watching this. I imagine. Mid-20s, sharp, driven. She's a graphic designer. The kind who thrives on deadlines and lives with the perfect shade of emerald green. Her world, her life, was meticulously curated. Her apartment, a sleek loft downtown, was her sanctuary, a minimalist haven with exposed brick and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city's restless pulse. Her mornings were a testament to efficiency. 6:30 a.m., sharp, the gentle chime of her smart alarm. A quick, invigorating 10-minute run on the treadmill while catching up on podcasts. Then, a perfectly brewed pour-over coffee, the aroma filling her pristine kitchen as she skimmed the morning news on her tablet. By 7:45 a.m., She'd be out the door, walking the familiar 7 blocks to the subway station, earbuds in, ready to conquer the day. It was a well-oiled machine, a finely tuned orchestra of daily habits that brought her a profound sense of control and calm. But lately, that orchestra had been hitting sour notes. It started small, almost imperceptible. Like one Tuesday morning, her alarm, instead of its usual gentle chime, it blared a jarring, aggressive siren that jolted her awake at 6:25 a.m., 5 minutes early. Clara squinted at her phone, disoriented. Had she set it wrong? She was usually so careful. She reset it, double-checked, and shrugged it off. A minor technical glitch. Maybe her phone was getting old. After all, the next day, her treadmill. She climbed on, hit start, and immediately cranked up to a dizzying sprint, nearly throwing her off. She fumbled with the controls, heart hammering, eventually wrestling it back to a comfortable jog. Weird, she thought, wiping sweat from her brow. Must be malfunctioning. She made a mental note to call maintenance. These things happen, right? Machines wear down. It was just a little inconvenience, nothing more. Then came the coffee. Clara was particular about her coffee. Freshly ground beans, hot water at precisely 200 degrees Fahrenheit, poured in slow, concentric circles. One morning, she walked into the kitchen, and the rich, earthy scent of coffee was already in the air. Her pour-over setup was on, water dripping, half filled into her favorite mug. She blinked. She hadn't even touched it. She hadn't even taken the kettle off the stove. A prickle of unease ran down her spine. Had she just forgotten? Was she so absent-minded lately? She was working on a huge client pitch, true, and her mind was a whirlwind of designs and deadlines. Maybe she just zoned out and started the process on autopilot. It was unsettling, but she rationalized it. Stress. Definitely stress. These isolated incidents, she could compartmentalize. She'd always been a rational person, a problem solver. But then, the external elements started to seep in. She noticed it first on her walk to the subway. A silver sedan. Not flashy, just a common model, parked on the street a few blocks from her apartment. Nothing unusual, except it was there every morning. Same spot, and it always seemed to be facing her direction. She never saw anyone in it, just a glint of sunlight off its tinted windows. She told herself it was just a coincidence, a resident who always parked there. The city was full of repetitive patterns, but the seed of doubt, once planted, began to sprout. One Thursday, she arrived at her office, feeling unusually tired from a restless night. She swiped her key card. The green light flashed, and she walked into the quiet hum of the deserted workspace. Except her computer screen, which she always locked, was already lit up. Not logged in, but the login screen was active, as if someone had just moved the mouse. And her desk chair was slightly angled, not tucked in neatly as she left it. Her stomach clenched. Had the cleaning crew been in? But they usually came much later. She quickly logged in, her fingers fumbling, and changed all her passwords. Her work login, her email, her cloud storage. Every single one. She felt a surge of adrenaline, a cold knot tightening in her chest. This wasn't just a glitch. This felt deliberate. She immediately called IT. "Hey, Mark," she said, trying to keep her voice even. "I think my computer was accessed this morning. Or at least it was on." Mark, the IT guy, was laconic. "Check the logs, Clara. No suspicious activity. You sure you logged out yesterday?" "Of course, I'm sure," she retorted, a little too sharply. "I always lock my screen. And my chair was out." Mark sighed, a sound that conveyed his weariness with all things user error. "Look, I'll send someone up to check your workstation, but honestly, probably just a minor system hiccup. Or maybe you forgot your chair." He dispatched a junior tech, who poked around her computer for a few minutes, found nothing, and left with a polite shrug. Clara was left with a lingering sense of unease. Was she overreacting? Was stress truly making her paranoid? She tried to shake it off, burying herself in design work. But the image of her subtly disturbed desk kept flashing in her mind. That evening, as she walked home, the silver sedan was there again. This time, it wasn't just parked. As she passed it, she distinctly heard the faint whir of a window rolling down, then immediately rolling back up. She didn't dare turn her head, her heart subtly pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She quickened her pace, her knuckles white as she gripped her purse strap. She didn't look back. She just kept walking, faster and faster, until she was safely inside her apartment building. She locked her door, double-checked the deadbolt, and leaned against it, breathing heavily. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague suspicion. It was a tangible presence, a cold breath on the back of her neck. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of her old building, every distant siren, seemed amplified, sinister. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying the subtle shifts in her routine, the silver sedan, the open computer. It was like a puzzle, but she was missing half the pieces, and the ones she had were whispering threats. The next morning, exhausted and on edge, Clara called her best friend Ben. Ben was her rock, a software engineer, incredibly analytical and fiercely protective. She poured out everything: the alarm, the treadmill, the coffee, the computer, the silver sedan. She even admitted how silly some of it sounded, how she felt like she was losing her mind. Ben listened patiently, his voice calm and steady on the other end of the line. "Okay, slow down, breathe. It doesn't sound silly at all, Clara. It sounds like something's going on. First step, we need to secure your space." He came over that evening, armed with a toolkit and a grim determination. They meticulously swept her apartment. He checked every nook, every cranny, every vent, every smoke detector. Nothing. No hidden cameras, no listening devices. Clara felt a flicker of relief, quickly extinguished by the persistent dread. If there was nothing here, how were they knowing all this? Ben then suggested installing a smart home security system. Motion sensors, door/window sensors, and a few discrete cameras pointed at entry points. Clara agreed immediately. They spent hours setting it up, linking it to her phone, giving her a small, tangible sense of control. As the last camera clicked into place, she felt a tiny easing of the tension in her shoulders. At least now, if someone tried to come in, she'd know. But the next morning, that fragile sense of security shattered. She woke up to her phone, vibrating with a notification, not from her new security system, but an email from an unknown sender. The subject line was stark: "I saw you yesterday." Clara's heart pounded against her ribs. She stared at the screen, her breath catching in her throat. The email wasn't long, but every word was a punch to the gut. "Hey, Clara, interesting choice to get that new security system. Kind of overkill for a quiet Tuesday evening, don't you think? You were wearing those old gray sweats, the ones with the faded knee. Made a microwave dinner, frozen lasagna, I think, and then you and Ben spent hours fiddling with wires and cameras, trying to lock me out. Cute. You went to bed at 11:37 p.m. Tried to read that novel on your bedside table, but you kept putting it down. Restless, aren't we? Don't worry, you'll sleep eventually. I'll make sure of it." Clara dropped her phone. It clattered on the hardwood floor, the screen still glowing with those terrifying words. Her eyes darted around her apartment, landing on the newly installed security cameras. They were supposed to protect her. They were supposed to make her feel safe. But this email, it contained details from inside her apartment, after the cameras were installed, after Ben had left. It mentioned her gray sweats, the frozen lasagna, the exact time she went to bed, even the book she was trying to read. A cold, raw fear, unlike anything she had ever known, washed over her. It wasn't just a glitch. It wasn't just a car. It wasn't just a feeling. This was real. Someone was not only watching her, they were inside her life, seeing her most private moments, mocking her attempts at security. The helplessness was a physical weight, pressing down on her chest, stealing her breath. She wasn't just being watched, she was being targeted. And the game, she realized with sickening lurch, had only just begun. The comfortable rhythm of her life was gone, replaced by a dissonant, terrifying melody, and she was the unwitting star of this horrific show. Who was doing this? How? And why? These questions screamed in her mind, but there were no answers, only the chilling certainty that she was no longer alone in her own home. Story 2. The echoes in the digital world. Last time, we left Clara reeling, didn't we? That email, detailing her most private moments, her futile attempts at security, shattered any lingering doubt. This wasn't a glitch, not stress, not a figment of her imagination. This was real. Someone was watching her, inside her apartment, inside her life. The realization that she was targeted hit her with the force of a physical blow, leaving her breathless and utterly terrified. Now, imagine that chilling certainty settling in, cold and heavy in your stomach, as you try to navigate a world that suddenly feels like a pane of glass, easily seen through. That's where Clara found herself, as the nightmare began to fully unfold in the digital realm. She picked up her phone, her fingers trembling, the screen still glowing with the stalker's words. The sheer audacity, the meticulous detail. It was like they were in the room with her, breathing down her neck. Her first, most visceral reaction was to smash the device, to sever the invisible leash that seemed to connect her to this unseen tormentor. But then, rationality, a thin, desperate thread, pulled her back. This was her lifeline, her connection to Ben, to the outside world, to any semblance of help. She called Ben, her voice a raw, shaky whisper. They know, Ben. They know about the cameras. They know everything. Ben was there within minutes, his face grim as he read the email. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a taut tension. This is a serious escalation, Clara. This isn't just about security anymore. This is about psychological warfare. He looked around her apartment, his eyes scanning the walls, the ceiling, the very airs of trying to locate an invisible assailant. How? How could they know this? They spent hours that morning frantically searching. They unplugged everything remotely smart. The TV, the smart speaker, even the fancy coffee maker. Ben meticulously inspected every device, every plug, every electrical outlet. He even brought a specialized scanner to detect hidden bugs or cameras, sweeping every inch of her apartment. Nothing. The space was clean, pristine, but the email undeniably described events that took place within those very walls after she had supposedly secured them. The terror wasn't just about what they knew, but how they knew. It burrowed deep, leaving Clara with a visceral sense of exposure. Her own home, her sanctuary, felt like a stage, and she was the unwitting performer in a grotesque play for an audience she couldn't see. The digital world, which had always been her playground, her source of income, her connection to friends and family, suddenly felt like a vast, terrifying network of unseen eyes. Every notification, every incoming message, every email felt like a potential new taunt. She scrubbed her social media accounts, deleting old posts, locking down her privacy settings, changing every single password, bank accounts, streaming services, online shopping profiles. Everything was updated, fortified with complex alphanumeric strings. It was a frantic, desperate effort to build an impenetrable digital fortress, but it felt futile, like trying to hold back the ocean with a sieve. The emails, they became the relentless heartbeat of her torment. They weren't constant, which was almost worse. They'd arrive at unpredictable times, just when she started to feel a sliver of normalcy, dragging her back into the abyss. They were never overtly threatening. No direct promises of harm, no demands. That was the most insidious part. They were purely observational, purely psychological. One afternoon, as she was painstakingly reorganizing her cloud files, Try to delete anything remotely personal. An email popped up. Subject: your little OCD habit. The body: you're so particular about those old photos, aren't you? All those memories, neatly categorized. Such a shame some of them are better left forgotten. Like that trip to the lake house, summer of 22. Remember the storm? Some things you can't just delete, Clara. Some things linger. Clara gasped, dropping her mouse. The lake house. That was a private trip with her family years ago. A small, nondescript folder buried deep in her cloud storage. How could they know about that? It wasn't on any public social media. It was her private digital space. The implication was clear. They had access. Deep, unfettered access. Not just to her public presence, but to her encrypted files, her personal memories. The boundaries had dissolved. Her digital life was an open book to them. Sleep became a cruel joke. She'd lie awake for hours, trapped in a relentless loop of fear and speculation. Her mind raced, dissecting every online interaction, every website visit, every innocent click. Was it spyware? A backdoor into her internet service provider? Could they be watching her through the web camera on her laptop? Even when it was closed, she started taping over it, a flimsy, desperate measure against an invisible foe. The anxiety began to permeate every aspect of her waking life. She found herself subconsciously checking her reflection in shop windows, half expecting to see a shadowy figure lurking behind her. Every casual glance from a stranger felt like a probe. Every phone call from an unknown number a potential new twist in their game. She started leaving her phone on airplane mode whenever she wasn't actively using it, a futile attempt to cut the cord, even though she knew, intellectually, that the damage was already done. Ben, bless his unwavering loyalty, tried his best to help her navigate this terrifying new reality. He spent hours researching advanced cybersecurity threats, dark web forums, anything that could shed light on how someone could achieve such pervasive digital surveillance. He installed new, high-grade anti-malware software on all her devices, ran deep scans, but everything came back clean. It was as if the intrusion left no trace, like a ghost in the machine. It's like they're just watching, Ben murmured one evening, staring at his laptop screen, exasperated. No direct hacks, no obvious phishing. It's either incredibly sophisticated, or they're getting the information from somewhere else, somewhere less technical. That thought sent another shiver down Clara's spine. Less technical? What did that even mean? Physical access? A mole in her building management? Someone in her social circle? The paranoia branched out, touching everyone she knew, every place she frequented. The emails started subtly shifting in tone. They were no longer just observational. They began to include subtle provocations, hints of manipulation. One morning, an email appeared with a subject: considering that new job? Clara had been discreetly interviewing for a new, highly competitive position across town, something she hadn't told anyone about except Ben, and even he didn't know the exact details. The email read, "Interesting prospect, Clara, but are you sure that company is the right fit? Their culture can be stifling. You like your freedom, don't you? Wouldn't want anything to jeopardize that." Clara stared at the screen, her blood turning to ice. How did they know about the job interview? This wasn't public information. This was a private conversation she'd had with a recruiter, an exchange of encrypted files. This wasn't just about watching her. This was about influencing her, about subtly trying to steer her decisions. The feeling of helplessness intensified, curdling into a bitter, suffocating resentment. You can fight off a physical attacker. You can change your passwords. But how do you fight an enemy that not only sees your every move, but also tries to crawl inside your head, planting seeds of doubt and fear? The digital realm, once a symbol of freedom and connection, had become her gilded cage. Every email, every text, every online search was a potential transmission of information, a new point of vulnerability. She felt utterly exposed, her life no longer her own. The constant hum of her laptop, The quiet glow of her phone screen, which once brought comfort, now felt like the relentless blinking eye of her unseen tormentor. The terror wasn't just about what they knew, but about the terrifying possibility of what they could do. If they knew about her job interview, what else could they interfere with? Her relationships? Her finances? Her very reputation? The thought was debilitating. She was a puppet on invisible strings, and she didn't even know who held the other end. That night, lying awake in the oppressive silence of her apartment, Clara felt the insidious tendrils of paranoia tightening around her. She tried to visualize her tormentor, to give them a face, a form, but all she could conjure was the image of countless, unseen eyes, always watching, always judging, always waiting. The digital echoes of her life, once harmless bits of data, had been weaponized, turned into a chilling symphony of surveillance designed to break her down. She was trapped, and the walls of her digital cage were closing in, silencing the last vestiges of her privacy and sanity. This was just the beginning of the psychological onslaught, and Clara knew, with chilling certainty, that the battle for her mind was far from over. Story 3, The Shadow in the Periphery. Last time, we left Clara in a terrifying digital cage, didn't we? That last email, the one about her job interview, proving her stalker wasn't just watching, but actively trying to manipulate her life. The realization that her digital footprint was an open book, and her every thought seemed exposed, had plunged her into a suffocating, paralyzing fear. Now, imagine that invisible leash, once confined to the digital realm, slowly, insidiously, starting to pull in the real world. That's where we pick up Clara's story, as the shadow in her periphery begins to solidify into something far more chilling. The manipulative email about her job prospects had been a game changer. It wasn't just about knowing what Clara did or said. It was about knowing what she thought, what she aspired to, what scared her. It was a violation so profound it made her skin crawl. The carefully constructed walls around her personal ambition, her career dreams, crumbled under the weight of this unseen intrusion. This wasn't just a stalker. This was someone trying to get inside her head, to dismantle her from the inside out. The days that followed blurred into a relentless cycle of paranoia and exhaustion. Clara moved through her life like a ghost, her body present, but her mind constantly scanning, searching, trying to find the source of the invisible eyes. Every stranger on the subway, every person walking behind her on the street, every fleeting reflection in a shop window became a potential suspect. Her once vibrant city, a place she loved for its anonymity and energy, now felt like a vast, oppressive arena, every corner a potential vantage point for her tormentor. She started to change her routines with a frantic desperation. Her morning walk to subway became a convoluted maze of detours, darting down unfamiliar side streets, doubling back, taking circuitous routes, anything to break a pattern that might be observed. Her lunch breaks were no longer spent at her favorite deli. Instead, she'd grab something quick and eat at her desk, peering nervously out her office window, convinced that the silver sedan was always just out of sight, waiting. She even started wearing oversized sunglasses and wide-brimmed hats, not for fashion, but as a flimsy shield against the ever-present gaze, hoping to disappear into the anonymity of the crowd. But with each frantic attempt at evasion, a new email would arrive, subtly confirming that her efforts were futile. A scenic route today, Clara? Trying to lose someone? You look cute in that hat, by the way. Very mysterious. Almost as mysterious as that job interview you had yesterday at Sterling Corporation. Did you get it? Maybe you should have worn something a little brighter. First impressions, you know. Each message was a psychological punch, a chilling confirmation that no matter how hard she tried to run, to hide, to blend in, they were always one step ahead. It was a cruel game of cat and mouse, and Clara was undeniably the mouse. Trapped in a maze where the walls were constantly shifting, and the exit remained perpetually out of reach. The helplessness was a suffocating blanket, smothering her spirit, slowly but surely eroding her sanity. Sleep, already a struggle, became almost impossible. She'd drift off for brief, fitful periods, only to be jolted awake by the slightest sound. A floorboard creaking in the apartment above, the distant wail of a siren, the rhythmic hum of her refrigerator. Each noise became a potential signal, a chilling reminder that someone might be outside, listening, waiting. She'd lie there, rigid with fear, her eyes wide open in the dark, convinced that she could feel the weight of their gaze to the walls. Through the night, one night, the terror intensified. She heard a faint, persistent scratching sound coming from her living room window. It was subtle, almost like a branch scraping against the glass. But Clara lived on the 10th floor. There were no trees that high up. She froze, her heart hammering against her ribs, every muscle tensed. Slowly, cautiously, she crept toward the window, peeking through the sliver between the blinds. Nothing. The streetlights below cast long, dancing shadows, but there was no one there. Yet, the sound had been distinct, undeniable. It had been right there. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Was she finally losing it? Was the relentless stress and sleep deprivation causing her to hallucinate? She backed away from the window, her hands clammy, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She immediately checked her security cameras, scrolling through the recorded footage from the past few minutes. The cameras showed her empty living room, the quiet street outside, completely devoid of any activity. It was maddening. The feeling of being watched was so intense, so visceral, yet there was absolutely no physical evidence to support it. The cameras, her last line of defense, only confirmed her isolation and the insidious nature of the threat. The next morning, Clara dragged herself out of bed, her body aching from tension, her mind a murky fog of fear. She remembered a vivid dream from the few hours she'd managed to sleep. She was running, endlessly running through a crowded street, but the faces around her were blurred, indistinct. Always just behind her was a faceless figure, a shadow that moved with her, its presence a suffocating weight. She could hear its faint, rhythmic breathing, feel its chilling gaze, but no matter how fast she ran, or how desperately she tried to find an escape, it was always there, a constant, inescapable shadow in her wake. The dream had been so real, so terrifying, that it felt like an extension of her waking nightmare. The faceless stalker in her dream was the physical manifestation of her helplessness, the unseen enemy that was slowly, meticulously dismantling her sanity. Clara knew, with a desperate clarity, that she couldn't continue living like this. This constant state of terror, this gnawing anxiety, was taking an irreparable toll on her health, her work, her very sense of self. She felt like she was shrinking, disappearing, fading into the relentless shadow of her stalker's pervasive gaze. The once vibrant, independent Clara was being consumed by fear, her life reduced to a constant state of defense. The police, despite her increasingly desperate calls, remained frustratingly unhelpful. Ms. Hayes, one officer had said with a weary sigh, "We understand this is distressing, but without any direct threats of physical harm or clear evidence of trespass, our hands are tied. We advise you to remain vigilant. Consider relocating if the harassment continues, and perhaps seek some counseling for the anxiety." Counseling? She almost laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. Counseling wouldn't make the shadow disappear. Driven by a raw, desperate need to reclaim some semblance of control, to tear herself out of the suffocating paralysis, Clara started to formulate a radical, dangerous idea. Instead of hiding, instead of running, instead of desperately trying to disappear, she would do the opposite. She would try to bait them, to force them out of the shadows, to make them reveal themselves. She knew it was a colossal risk, a gamble that could backfire catastrophically, potentially putting her in even greater danger. But the alternative, living out the rest of her days as a terrified puppet pulled by invisible strings, constantly under surveillance, slowly losing her mind, was no longer an option she could bear. She began by subtly altering her social media presence, not to hide, but to provoke. She started posting vague, yet tantalizingly specific, updates, hints of things she was doing, places she might be going, people she might be meeting. She was casting a net, a dangerous lure, hoping to snag a glimpse of the shadow that had haunted her periphery for so long. It was a perilous game of cat and mouse, but Clara felt like she had nothing left to lose. The overwhelming, dehumanizing feeling of being the target, of being utterly helpless in the face of this unseen tormentor, had become an unbearable burden. She was ready to fight back, even if it meant stepping directly into the path of her unseen attacker, even if it meant confirming the terrifying reality of the shadow that had been watching her every move. The stage was set for a confrontation, and Clara was about to discover if the familiar shadows held a face, or if the true horror was something far more insidious. Story 4. The Familiar Stranger. Last time, we left Clara poised on a terrifying precipice, didn't we? Driven to desperation by the relentless, invisible intrusion into her life, she had decided to stop running, to stop hiding. Instead, she chose to bait her tormentor, to force the shadow lurking in her periphery into the harsh light of revelation. It was a gamble, a dangerous, reckless move, but the suffocating feeling of being a passive target had become unbearable. Now, imagine putting yourself deliberately in harm's way, knowing every click, every thought, every movement is being scrutinized, all in the desperate hope of seeing the face of your fear. That's the chilling path Clara embarked upon as she stepped from victim to a reluctant, terrified hunter. Clara's strategy was simple in its execution, but agonizing in its implication. She began to feed the beast. Her social media, once a carefully guarded digital fortress, became a tantalizing, misleading breadcrumb trail. She'd post about plans that weren't real, hints of meetings that never happened, vague mentions of places she wouldn't actually be. It was like laying out pieces of her life, meticulously arranged, knowing that every detail would be scrutinized, devoured by the unseen eyes. The tension was immense, a constant, gnawing ache in her stomach. Each time she hit post, she felt a jolt of adrenaline, a mix of fear and a strange, desperate defiance. She was exposing herself, making herself even more vulnerable, but it was the only path she saw to finding the source of this nightmare. The responses from her tormentor were swift, chillingly precise, and always subtle. They weren't direct threats. Not yet. They were corrections, almost dismissive observations that proved their constant vigilance. If she posted about going to a new art gallery across town, an email would arrive a few hours later, innocuous in its wording, perhaps mentioning a completely different gallery she actually passed on her way to work, implicitly correcting her fake narrative. The light at the Modern Art Museum was quite striking this morning, wasn't it? Much more vibrant than that old gallery downtown. Or she hinted at a weekend trip out of the city. A follow-up message would subtly reference her favorite local coffee shop, casually mentioning a new pastry they had introduced. It was their way of saying, "We know where you are, we know what you're doing, and we are always watching." These messages, though unsettling, gave Clara a sliver of desperate hope. They were reacting. They were engaged. And in their need to maintain control, to prove their omnipotence, they were, perhaps, revealing tiny fragments of themselves. Their language wasn't always perfectly tailored, sometimes a little off, a little too formal, a little too precise. It felt like a subtle tell, a consistent thread in their otherwise flawless web of surveillance. Clara spent hours rereading their emails, analyzing the phrasing, searching for any linguistic habits, any subtle patterns that might betray them. Ben, her steadfast anchor, was right there with her, poring over metadata, checking IP addresses, though all attempts to trace the emails led to dead ends, a labyrinth of encrypted servers and anonymous proxies. The digital trail was expertly scrubbed clean, leaving no discernible scent. But Clara wasn't just looking for digital breadcrumbs anymore. She was looking for physical ones. She started incorporating specific, exaggerated actions into her decoy social media posts, things that would be easily observable in the real world. She'd post about wearing a bright red scarf on a particular day, or stopping at a specific newsstand. She was creating a trap, a lure for the silver sedan she had glimpsed, hoping to make it appear, to force its driver into a moment of carelessness. The silver sedan. It had become a phantom limb of her paranoia. Always there, then gone. Always just out of sight, yet undeniably present in her mind. She'd find herself subconsciously scanning the streets as she walked, her eyes darting to every parked car, every tinted window. The constant vigilance was exhausting, physically and mentally, draining her energy, clouding her thoughts. She felt like a human radar dish, constantly pinging, searching for an echo. Then, one particularly gloomy Tuesday afternoon, the air thick with the promise of rain. It happened. Clara was leaving her office building, her mind already consumed by the false narrative she'd just posted about meeting a client at a new cafe across town. She'd even worn a distinctly patterned scarf, a bold geometric design, just for the bait. As she turned the corner onto her usual street, she saw it, the silver sedan. It was parked a block away, just where she remembered it being from those first few unsettling mornings. The rain had just started to fall, slicking the pavement, and the car's sleek surface reflected the dim light, almost merging with the gray of the sky. This time, it wasn't just parked. As she watched, a figure in the driver's seat shifted, and a hand, gloved in what looked like thin black leather, reached up to adjust the rear-view mirror. For a fleeting second, the window, normally tinted, seemed to catch the light just right, offering a brief, almost imperceptible glimpse into the car. And then she saw it, not just a hand, but a distinct, jagged scar running across the back of the left hand, just above the knuckles. It was small, almost insignificant, but starkly clear against the pale skin. A cold, electric jolt shot through Clara. That scar, it was familiar, terribly, unsettlingly familiar. Her breath caught in her throat. Her mind, usually so precise, raced, sifting through countless faces, fleeting interactions, everyday encounters. Where had she seen that scar before? It was an elusive memory, a ghost at the edge of her consciousness, frustratingly just out of reach. She felt a wave of nausea, a prickling sensation on her skin, as if every nerve ending was screaming a silent alarm. She didn't stop, didn't turn. She kept walking, forcing her pace to remain normal, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The rain began to fall harder, washing over her face, mingling with the cold sweat that had broken out on her forehead. The image of that scar, that distinct, unmistakable mark, burned itself into her mind. She knew, with a terrifying certainty, that she had seen it before. Over the next few days, the image of that scar haunted her waking hours and invaded her fitful sleep. She found herself subconsciously looking at people's hands, in the grocery store, on the subway, in the elevators at work, searching for that telltale mark. It was a desperate, almost obsessive quest to identify the source of her fear, to put a face, a name, to the shadow that consumed her life. And then it hit her. It was a mundane moment, almost ridiculously so. She was making her morning coffee at home, staring blankly at the pour-over setup, and the memory, sharp and terrifying, flashed into her mind. The coffee shop, her old coffee shop, the one she used to frequent every morning before all this started. The one with the new barista. A wave of dizziness washed over her. The new barista, the quiet one, the one who always wore a baseball cap pulled low, obscuring their face. The one who always seemed a little too observant, a little too precise in their movements. She remembered a few weeks ago, before the email nightmare began, a casual interaction where they had handed her her change, and she had fleetingly noticed a small, distinct scar on their left hand. She had dismissed it then, just a random detail, a mark on a stranger. But now it was screaming at her. It couldn't be, could it? The quiet, unassuming barista, the one who served her coffee with polite efficiency, the one she exchanged brief, innocuous pleasantries with. The idea felt monstrous, absurd, yet a cold knot of dread tightened in her stomach, growing larger with every beat of her frantic heart. The next morning, instead of walking to the subway, Clara made a detour. She found herself outside the coffee shop, her reflection staring back at her from the darkened glass. Her mind raced, replaying every interaction she'd had with that barista. Their steady gaze, even from under the cap, the way they seemed to anticipate her order, the casual questions about her day, which she thought were just polite small talk. It was all a data collection exercise, a systematic dissection of her routine, her habits. She knew she had to go in. She needed to see it again to confirm her horrifying suspicion. The bell above the door chimed as she entered, the familiar aroma of coffee beans and pastries doing little to soothe her frayed nerves. And there they were, behind the counter, wiping down the espresso machine with methodical precision, was a barista. The baseball cap was pulled low, casting a shadow over their eyes. Clara walked to the counter, her legs feeling like lead. She ordered her usual oat milk latte, her voice barely a whisper. As the barista prepared her drink, her gaze was fixed, unblinking, on their left hand. And there it was, the small, distinctive scar just above the knuckles, stark and undeniable against the pale skin. Her blood ran cold. It was them, the familiar stranger, the quiet barista, the one who had been hiding in plain sight, observing her, dissecting her life, pulling the invisible strings that had turned her world into a living nightmare. The confirmation hit her with sickening finality, a crushing realization that her tormentor wasn't some faceless entity in the digital ether, but a real person embedded in her daily life, a part of the very fabric of her routine. The betrayal was profound, the sense of vulnerability absolute. She was being watched by someone she saw every day, someone who had infiltrated her trust, and she hadn't even noticed. The comfortable world she knew had just become a terrifying, claustrophobic cage, and the bars were closing in, forged by the chilling gaze of a familiar stranger. Stay tuned, because Clara is about to confront the terrifying truth of this person, and the unraveling of their identity might reveal a motive far more twisted and deeply rooted than she could ever imagine. Story 5, The Bitter Taste of Recognition. Last time, Clara found herself staring into the abyss, didn't she? The chilling confirmation that the unassuming coffee shop barista, the one who calmly poured her morning latte, was none other than her tormentor. The familiar stranger was no longer a phantom in her periphery, but tangible presence, a chilling reality woven into the very fabric of her daily life. Imagine that sinking feeling, realizing the monster isn't just under your bed, but serving you coffee, smiling politely while meticulously dissecting your existence. That's the suffocating, terrifying truth Clara had to confront, and the bitter taste of recognition was about to become overwhelmingly real. The walk home from the coffee shop after that horrific confirmation was a blur for Clara. Her legs felt like lead, her mind a chaotic storm of fear, betrayal, and a sickening sense of violation. Every face she passed seemed to morph into barista's shadow profile. Every casual glance felt like a knowing stare. The city, once her vibrant, anonymous haven, now felt like a giant, open-air prison, with her tormentor at its center, watching her every move with chilling precision. The world around her, previously a source of comfort and opportunity, had shrunk, becoming claustrophobic and menacing. She burst through her apartment door, locking it with frantic urgency, leaning against it, gasping for breath. The security system, which Ben had meticulously installed, now felt like a cruel joke, a flimsy barrier against an enemy who clearly operated on a different plane. He wasn't breaking in. He was already in her life, in her thoughts. He had seen her most private moments, read her most intimate digital files, and now he had revealed himself, hiding in plain sight, a familiar stranger she had never suspected. Her first instinct was a primal scream, a desperate need to lash out, to somehow expel the overwhelming dread that was consuming her. But then, a cold, hard resolve began to set in. She had faced him. She had seen the scar. She knew, and that knowledge, terrifying as it was also power. She had to use it. She had to understand why. Why her? What was his motive? What twisted reason lay behind this meticulous, psychological torture? She immediately called Ben, her voice strained and raspy. "It's him, Ben. The barista. I saw the scar. It's definitely him. Ben's usual steady tone faltered. Are you absolutely sure, Clara? This is a huge accusation. I am, Ben. I am, she insisted, her voice trembling with conviction. I looked him in the eye. I saw the scar. He gave himself away. He flinched when I mentioned the silver sedan, even denied owning a car, which just solidified it. There was a moment of heavy silence on the line. Ben was processing it, the analytical mind grappling with the unthinkable. Okay, he finally said, his voice grim. Okay, this changes everything. We need to be extremely careful now. If he knows you're onto him, he might escalate. Stay inside. Don't go near that coffee shop. Don't do anything rash. Clara spent the rest of the day and night in a state of hypervigilance, peering through her blinds, checking her security cameras compulsively. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every distant siren felt like a direct threat. The emails, for the first time since the nightmare began, had stopped. The silence was almost more unnerving than the taunts. It felt like the calm before a storm, a strategic pause from her predator. She and Ben spent hours on the phone, meticulously dissecting every interaction Clara had ever had with a barista. They replayed memories, searched her social media for any obscure connection, any mutual acquaintances, anything that could link her to this quiet, terrifying man. They found nothing. His online presence, as Ben had discovered, was virtually non-existent. It was as if he had deliberately erased himself, existing only as this polite, unassuming figure behind a coffee counter. Who was he, really? And why had he targeted her? The police, when Clara, accompanied by a determined Ben, presented her new, specific suspicion, remained frustratingly cautious. Ms. Hayes, the detective said, his voice weary but patient, "We appreciate your persistence. We understand your distress. But circumstantial evidence, like a scar and a feeling, isn't enough for an arrest warrant or even significant surveillance. He hasn't directly threatened you, has he? Or physically harmed you?" Clara felt a surge of frustration. "He's been watching me, detective. He knows what I eat for dinner, what book I read. He even knows about my job interviews. That's psychological harm. That's invasion." The detective nodded slowly. "We're taking your concerns seriously. We will conduct discreet inquiries, perhaps increase patrols in your area. But without a direct act of aggression, our hands are tied. For now, Ms. Hayes, our best advice remains. Avoid contact. Do not provoke him. And consider seeking therapy for the anxiety this has caused." The words were like a cold slap. They saw her as a victim of anxiety, not a target of a meticulously orchestrated campaign of terror. Feeling utterly helpless and abandoned by the system, Clara knew she couldn't rely on the police to make her safe. She had to find the answers herself. She needed to understand Caleb. Who was he, and why was she the target? The knowledge that Caleb was hiding in plain sight, disguised as the ordinary barista, fueled a new kind of terror, a creeping dread that permeated every aspect of her external world. It was like living in a constant state of performance, knowing her every move outside her apartment could be monitored. She started taking even more elaborate, unpredictable routes to work, making sudden turns, stopping abruptly to check if anyone was behind her. She developed a nervous tic, constantly glancing over her shoulder, her eyes darting, searching for the silver sedan, for any familiar face that seemed to linger too long. Her appetite vanished, replaced by a constant knot of nausea. Sleep remained elusive, tormented by vivid nightmares where Caleb's shadowed face was always just out of reach, his scarred hand beckoning her into the darkness. She found herself obsessively reviewing news articles about local crimes, missing persons, anything that might connect to a man named Caleb or to a mysterious disappearance. The digital world, once a source of her torment, now became her desperate research tool as she frantically searched for any clue that could explain his presence in her life. One evening, consumed by her desperate need for answers, Clara revisited the independent local newspaper's online archives. She remembered Ben mentioning the small local paper, something the barista used to read during his breaks. She had dismissed it then, but now, with Caleb's image burned into her mind, she felt a desperate urge to revisit every possible thread. She typed Caleb into the search bar, then added missing and the name of the local community college he seemed to have ties to. The results were sparse, a few community events, nothing notable. But then she tried missing persons and college, and there it was, not under Caleb, but an article from 3 years ago, a small blurb tucked away on an inside page. The headline read, "Local student Ethan Miller vanishes without a trace." Clara froze. Ethan Miller. The name resonated with a chilling familiarity. The image accompanying the article was grainy, an old college ID photo, but the resemblance was undeniable. The same sharp jawline, the intense eyes, the slightly lopsided smile. And as she zoomed in, though pixelated, she could almost make out a small, faint mark on the back of his left hand. The scar. It was Caleb. The barista was Ethan Miller, a missing college student. A cold, visceral wave of shock and terror washed over Clara. This was far more complex, far more sinister than simple stalking. He wasn't just obsessed with her. He had a hidden identity, a past shrouded in mystery. Why was he missing? Why was he living under a different name? And how did she, Clara Hayes, a graphic designer who had moved to the city years after his disappearance, fit into this horrifying puzzle? The article mentioned a brief police investigation that had yielded no leads, eventually classifying his disappearance as a cold case. It also mentioned a tumultuous period in his life, particularly a recent, devastating breakup with a long-term girlfriend. The girlfriend's name was not mentioned in this particular article, but the implication was clear. Ethan Miller had vanished under mysterious circumstances, carrying a heavy burden of heartbreak. Clara's mind raced, connecting the dots with sickening certainty. The manipulated emails, the constant surveillance, the deliberate attempt to get inside her head. It wasn't random. It was targeted, but not for anything she had done. It was because she somehow represented something, someone. And then the final horrifying piece of the puzzle clicked into place, not from a newspaper article, but from a memory, a fleeting conversation she'd had with a co-worker weeks ago, before her nightmare began. Her co-worker had mentioned an old flame from college, a guy named Ethan, and his girlfriend's name. Her co-worker had casually mentioned that Ethan's ex-girlfriend, the one he was supposedly obsessed with, was also named Clara. Not Clara Hayes, but another Clara. A devastating, heartbreaking breakup that sent Ethan into a spiral. The realization hit her like a physical blow, stealing the air from her lungs. This wasn't about her. Not directly. She was a coincidental echo, a proxy. Caleb, or rather, Ethan Miller, was not stalking Clara Hayes, a graphic designer, because of who she was. He was stalking her because of who she wasn't, but who she represented. He was projecting his unresolved pain, his anger, his loss, onto her. She was a substitute, a stand-in for the Clara who had broken his heart, the one he believed was somehow responsible for his lost years, his disappearance. The helplessness Clara had felt before intensified, now tinged with profound, almost paralyzing sadness. She was a pawn in a tragic drama, targeted not for anything she had done, but simply for sharing a name with a ghost from Caleb's broken past. The bitter taste of recognition was now a suffocating reality. Her tormentor was not just a familiar stranger. He was a desperate, damaged man, trapped in a twisted obsession with a past that wasn't even hers. And she, Clara Hayes, was now inextricably linked to his unresolved trauma, a terrifying new chapter in a story she never asked to be a part of. The stage was set for a confrontation, not just with a stalker, but with a man lost in the echoes of his own bitter past. And Clara was about to become the reluctant star of his devastating finale. Story 6, The Unveiling. Last time, Clara was hit with a devastating truth, wasn't she? The barista, her stalker, wasn't just a Caleb. He was Ethan Miller, a missing college student with a shadowy past, and Clara was just a horrifying stand-in for another Clara from his broken history. Imagine discovering you're not the actual target, but a chilling proxy in someone else's unresolved tragedy. That's the suffocating realization that washed over Clara, twisting her terror with profound sense of misplaced grief. Now, the game was no longer about evasion. It was about understanding the twisted logic of a man haunted by ghosts and how to finally unmask him for the world to see. The name Ethan Miller echoed in Clara's mind, a chilling whisper of a life interrupted, a past that had violently collided with her present. The newspaper article, the grainy photo, the mention of a devastating breakup before his disappearance. It all coalesced into a horrifying picture. She wasn't just being stalked. She was entangled in a deeply personal, tragically warped narrative that had nothing to do with her and everything to do with a man's descent into obsession. The bitter taste of recognition had morphed into metallic tang of an unraveling mystery. She immediately sent the information to Ben, her hands shaking as she typed. He called back within seconds, his voice tight with a mixture of shock and grim determination. "Ethan Miller, Clara? Are you absolutely sure?" "The scar, Ben. It's him. And that article, it talks about a breakup right before he vanished. A broken heart. I was just a placeholder. A stand-in." The words fell hollow, heavy with a new kind of dread. This wasn't a random act of madness. It was a deeply rooted, psychologically complex projection of past trauma. Ben was silent for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of the revelation. "Okay, Clara, this is huge. This changes everything. We're not just dealing with a stalker now. We're dealing with a cold case, a missing person who's been hiding in plain sight. This gives the police something concrete." Despite her lingering skepticism about the police's willingness to help, a sliver of hope flickered within Clara. This wasn't just her feeling anymore. This was a missing person, a real identity, concrete evidence. They spent hours at night meticulously compiling every piece of information they had. The timeline of the stalking, the emails, the specific details only Ethan/Caleb could have known, the silver sedan sightings, and now, the unearthed identity of Ethan Miller and his missing person report. They built a compelling case, a detailed narrative of terror and hidden identities, hoping it would finally convince the authorities to act. The next morning, armed with their meticulously organized dossier, Clara and Ben went back to the police station. This time, the atmosphere was different. The weary patience of the previous detective was replaced by a sharper, more focused attention. The mention of Ethan Miller, missing person, immediately triggered a shift. Cold cases had a way of igniting dormant files, of bringing new urgency to old mysteries. The detective, a different one this time, a seasoned woman with sharp, observant eyes, listened intently as Clara recounted the entire horrifying saga. She held up the printout of the old newspaper article, pointing to the photo of Ethan Miller, then recounting her encounters with the barista. "He's been working right under our noses, detective, hiding as a barista, watching me because I share a name with his ex-girlfriend, the one he lost right before he disappeared." The detective's expression tightened. "Ms. Hayes, if what you say is true, this is a significant breakthrough. A missing person for 3 years, and now he's potentially resurfaced as your stalker. We'll need to move very carefully. This could be dangerous." And so, a renewed investigation began. The police initiated discreet surveillance on the coffee shop where Caleb/Ethan worked. Undercover officers frequented the place, observing his behavior, his interactions, looking for any overt sign, any slip-up that would give them probable cause for an arrest. Clara, meanwhile, was instructed to continue her routine as normally as possible, to avoid any direct confrontation or even acknowledging that she knew his identity. It was a terrifying tightrope walk, knowing a man who had been meticulously observing her for weeks was still out there, just blocks away, unaware that his carefully constructed facade was about to crumble. Days turned into a tense, agonizing waiting game. Every morning, Clara forced herself to leave her apartment, her heart pounding, her senses on high alert. She'd take her usual route, a chilling awareness of her role as bait, a pawn in a larger game. She avoided the coffee shop entirely, taking a longer walk to a different one. But the mental image of Kayla behind the counter, perhaps watching her through the window, never left her. The emails, which had stopped after her initial confrontation at the coffee shop, now resumed, but they were different, more desperate, less about observation, more about a frantic need to control the narrative. You're asking too many questions, Clara. Some things are better left buried. You don't want to dig up what belongs to the past. Or, chillingly, she took him away. Not you, but you are close. Too close. The mention of she sent a shiver down her spine, confirming her fears. This was about the other Clara, the ghost from his past. The police investigation into Ethan Miller's disappearance began to yield fragmented, unsettling clues. Old college records were pulled. Forgotten friends and acquaintances were re-interviewed. They painted a picture of a brilliant, intense young man, deeply sensitive and fiercely devoted to his girlfriend, a literature student named Clara Davies. Their breakup, just weeks before his disappearance, had reportedly sent him into a spiraling depression. He'd become withdrawn, paranoid, convinced that Clara Davies and her new boyfriend, a wealthy, influential senior, had somehow orchestrated something against him. The official police report from 3 years ago had deemed it a voluntary disappearance, fueled by heartbreak and mental instability. But with no body, no real leads, it had quickly gone cold. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with a sickening finality for Clara. Ethan Miller hadn't just disappeared. He had retreated into a shadow existence, fueled by a profound sense of injustice and a twisted obsession. And now, seeing Clara Hayes with the same first name, perhaps even similar demeanor, had triggered something dark and unresolved within him. He wasn't after a physical person, not yet anyway. He was after her identity, her life, using her as a proxy to replay or avenge a past betrayal. The realization was both profound relief and a crushing burden. The terror of being stalked was still very real, but now it was layered with a tragic understanding that she was merely a symptom of a much deeper, unresolved psychological torment. One afternoon, Clara received a frantic call from Ben. They got him, Clara. The police just called. They apprehended Caleb at the coffee shop. Clara dropped into a chair, a wave of relief so overwhelming it almost buckled her knees. He was caught. The omnipresent gaze, the suffocating presence, the relentless torment. It was over. According to Ben, the police had finally gathered enough evidence. The sheer volume and specificity of the emails, coupled with his hidden identity as a missing person, and perhaps a lucky break from their discreet surveillance, had given them the probable cause they needed. Ethan Miller, the quiet barista, had been taken into custody. He didn't resist. Ben recounted how the police, waiting for his shift to end, had approached him just outside the coffee shop. He had simply stopped, his movements slow, deliberate. He hadn't fought, hadn't argued. He had simply looked at the officers, a strange, vacant look in his eyes, and then as he was handcuffed, his gaze had shifted, not to the officers, but across the street, directly at Clara's apartment building. Even from that distance, even in the abstract knowledge of his capture, Clara felt a cold shiver run down her spine. His eyes, even through the retelling, felt like they were piercing straight into her soul. Later, the police conducted a search of Ethan Miller's small apartment, a nondescript unit above a quiet bookstore, far from Clara's loft. What they found was a chilling testament to his obsession. It wasn't a lair of a criminal mastermind, but a shrine. Meticulously organized files, overflowing with information about both the original Clara Davies, her college schedule, old photos, details of her relationship with Ethan, news clippings about her wealthy new boyfriend, and Clara Hayes. Her social media posts, printed out and annotated with chilling precision. Maps of her walking routes, marked with times. Even a detailed log of her daily habits, from her coffee order to the time she turned out her lights. It was a chilling mosaic of two lives, intricately woven together by a mind consumed by a singular, warped obsession. He had been living amongst the echoes of his past, and Clara had unknowingly walked right into them. As Ethan Miller, The familiar stranger was finally taken into custody. Clara felt a profound, exhausting wave of relief wash over her. The terror of being constantly watched, of being the unwitting target of someone's consuming obsession, was finally, truly over. But beneath the relief, a new layer of emotion settled in, a deep, profound sadness for the lost years of a young man, for the mental anguish that had warped him into this dangerous stalker. She had been the target of a profound and deeply personal grief, a victim of echoes from a broken past, and the weight of that truth was a heavy burden. The open door to her life, once violently threatened by an unseen malice, was now slowly, carefully closing on this horrific chapter. But the echoes of Ethan's loss and the indelible scars of being his target would undoubtedly linger, a somber, chilling reminder of the unexpected and devastating ways in which our lives can become entangled with the unresolved pain of others. The direct threat was gone, but the long, arduous journey of healing and understanding the true depth of what she had endured was only just beginning. Story 7. The Echoes of Loss. Last time, we witnessed climactic, yet eerily quiet, unveiling of Clara's tormentor, didn't we? Caleb, the unassuming barista, was finally revealed to be Ethan Miller, the missing college student, his identity a chilling key to the entire nightmare. Imagine profound, almost dizzying relief that washes over you when the invisible threat finally has a name, a face, and is no longer lurking in the shadows. But then, imagine that relief being immediately tempered by a deep, almost tragic sadness. The realization that you were just a pawn in someone else's unresolved trauma, a stand-in for a ghost from their past. That's the complex, unsettling, emotional landscape Clara found herself navigating as the immediate danger subsided, and the true weight of Ethan's story and her unwilling part in it began to settle. The moment Ben called, his voice laced with triumph, to say, "They got him, Clara." They apprehended Caleb at the coffee shop, was like a sudden, jarring release of pressure. It was as if a vice that had been slowly tightening around her chest for weeks had finally, mercifully, let go. Clara sank to the floor, the phone still clutched in her hand, tears of sheer exhaustion and relief streaming down her face. He was caught. The relentless gaze, the constant feeling of being watched, the insidious invasion of her privacy. It was over. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she could breathe. The police had acted swiftly and efficiently once they had enough concrete evidence. The sheer volume of personalized emails, the meticulous details about Clara's life that only someone with intimate knowledge could possess, combined with the unearthed identity of Ethan Miller as a long-missing person, provided the necessary probable cause. They had waited until his shift ended, apprehending him quietly as he stepped out of the coffee shop. Ben described him as compliant, almost attached, simply giving himself over without a fight. His last glance, directed across the street towards Clara's apartment building, was chillingly devoid of anger, more like a vacant acknowledgement. It was a look that would forever haunt Clara's memory, a testament to the profound, unsettling nature of his obsession. The search of Ethan Miller's apartment had revealed a meticulously curated, utterly disturbing shrine to his fixation. It wasn't the chaotic lair of a deranged criminal, but the ordered, chilling collection of a deeply disturbed individual. There were binders filled with printouts of Clara Hayes' public social media posts, annotated with handwritten notes about her routines, her preferences, even speculative comments about her mood based on her online activity. Maps of her neighborhood were covered in highlighted routes and marked observation points. Her work schedule, gleaned from unknown sources, was taped to a corkboard, but perhaps even more unsettling were the separate, equally detailed files dedicated to the other Clara Davies. Old college yearbooks, faded photographs of her with Ethan, printed out articles about her new boyfriend, even copies of old community college newspapers detailing social events she had attended. It was a horrifying testament to his singular, all-consuming obsession, a desperate attempt to bridge the gap between two women, one a ghost from his past, the other an unwitting living proxy. Ethan Miller hadn't been living in the present. He had been trapped in a relentless loop of the past, meticulously cataloging the life of one Clara while simultaneously replicating his fixation on another. The police investigation into Ethan Miller's disappearance, now re-energized by his reappearance, began to uncover the full scope of his personal tragedy. Friends from college, shocked by his return and his alleged actions, recounted a young man who had been utterly consumed by his love for Clara Davies. Their breakup, just weeks before his disappearance, had reportedly shattered him. He had spiraled into a deep depression, convinced that Clara Davies and her new, more affluent boyfriend had conspired to ruin his life, to erase him from existence. He had withdrawn from his classes, cut off contact with friends, and then simply vanished. The prevailing theory back then was a heartbroken young man fleeing his pain, perhaps starting fresh somewhere else. No one had suspected he was just hiding, meticulously rebuilding his identity while nursing a festering wound of betrayal. The clarity of the motive, though tragic, did little to soothe Clara's lingering unease. She was not just a victim of a crime. She was a casualty of someone else's profound psychological breakdown. Her torment had been a projection, a twisted echo of a love lost and a life derailed. The immense relief of his capture was now tempered by a complex tapestry of emotions: pity for Ethan, grief for his lost years, and a chilling understanding of the human capacity for warped obsession. The immediate aftermath of Ethan's arrest was a whirlwind. Police interviews, debriefings with detectives, the formal process of documenting everything she had endured. Clara felt a strange attachment during these recounting sessions, as if she were describing someone else's nightmare. She felt numb, exhausted, utterly drained. Ben was a constant presence, his quiet strength a comforting anchor in the storm. He stayed with her for days, sleeping on her couch, ensuring she wasn't alone, helping her process the enormity of what had happened. The media, always hungry for a sensational story, quickly caught wind of the missing student-turned-stalker narrative. Clara's name, thankfully, remained largely anonymous, protected by the police, but the story of Ethan Miller became a local sensation. There were speculative articles, human interest pieces, attempts to understand the psychological forces that could drive a seemingly normal young man to such extreme lengths. Clara tried to avoid these reports, but snippets inevitably filtered through, each one a painful reminder of her ordeal and the tragic figure who had orchestrated it. As the initial shock began to wear off, the long, arduous process of healing began. The physical fear might have subsided, but the psychological scars were deep. Clara found herself constantly flinching at sudden noises. Every unknown number on her phone sent a jolt of anxiety through her. She checked her apartment locks obsessively, even though Ethan was behind bars. The security cameras that once brought her a modicum of comfort now felt like a stark reminder of how utterly exposed she had been, how easily her privacy had been shattered. The coffee shop, once a comforting part of her routine, was now a symbol of betrayal. She couldn't bring herself to go near it. The thought of the counter where Ethan had served her, the cap that had hidden his scarred hand, sending shivers down her spine. Her morning routine, once a source of calm, was irrevocably broken. The sense of control she once cherished was gone, replaced by a lingering vulnerability. Therapy became a necessity. The anxiety she had experienced was profound, leaving her with symptoms of PTSD. Her therapist, a kind and understanding woman, helped Clara navigate the complex emotions of anger, fear, confusion, and even a strange sense of empathy for Ethan's lost, tortured soul. It was a difficult, painful process, forcing her to relive moments of terror, to acknowledge the deep invasion of her personal space and mind. One session, Clara confessed to her therapist, "It's not just a fear, you know? It's the feeling that my life wasn't even mine for a while. That I was just a prop, a stand-in, like my identity was stolen and used for someone else's broken story." The therapist nodded gently. "That's a profound violation, Clara. It's a fundamental challenge to your sense of self and autonomy. And healing from that takes time. It's about reclaiming your narrative, rebuilding your boundaries, and understanding that you are not and never were just a prop. The realization that her ordeal was rooted in Ethan's unresolved grief and misplaced blame was a strange comfort, yet also a heavy burden. It explained the why, but it didn't erase the trauma. She was a survivor, yes, but she carried the indelible mark of being a target, of having her life meticulously observed and manipulated by a mind consumed by a ghost from the past. The echoes of Ethan's loss, his desperate search for a vanished love, had reverberated through her life, leaving a profound impact. Clara knew this wasn't an ending, but a new beginning. The immediate threat was gone, but the long, arduous journey of healing, of understanding the true depth of what she had endured, and of rebuilding her trust in the world, was only just beginning. The concept of privacy, once an unspoken given, was now a precious, fragile thing she had to actively protect. Her world had fundamentally shifted, and while she was no longer the direct target of a stalker, she would forever carry the chilling echoes of loss, both her own and the tragic, haunting loss that had consumed Ethan Miller. The experience had peeled back the superficial layers of her life, revealing the vulnerability beneath, and forcing her to confront the profound ways in which unseen forces and unresolved past can irrevocably alter a person's present. Story 8. The Ghost in the Machine. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we watched Clara grapple with the complex aftermath of Ethan Miller's capture, didn't we? The immediate terror had receded, replaced by the chilling weight of his hidden identity and the tragic echoes of a past that wasn't even hers. Imagine finally feeling safe, only to realize the silence isn't quite silent, and the fear, while no longer active, has etched itself deep into the very fabric of your perception. That's where Clara found herself, starting the long, arduous journey of healing, but constantly looking over her shoulder, wondering if the ghost in the machine was truly gone. Ethan was in custody, undergoing psychological evaluation, and the official reports confirmed he was indeed the missing student, now facing charges related to stalking and harassment. For Clara, the relief was profound, a physical release of tension she hadn't realized she was holding. She no longer had to live with the constant, prickling sensation of unseen eyes. She could walk down the street without dissecting every passerby, and her home, once a stage for a terrifying performance, slowly began to feel like her sanctuary again. But healing isn't a straight line. It's a jagged, winding path, full of unexpected turns and sudden drops. Even with Ethan behind bars, the experience had left an indelible mark on Clara. Sleep was still elusive, often punctuated by vivid, anxiety-inducing dreams where shadows danced just out of reach, and she'd wake up in a cold sweat, her heart hammering. The sound of her phone vibrating, once a mundane occurrence, now sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. She found herself double-checking locks, even her newly installed smart security system, 3, 4, 5 times before leaving the apartment or going to bed. The concept of privacy, once a given, was now a fragile, precious commodity she guarded with fierce, almost obsessive vigilance. Ben remained her unwavering support. He was pragmatic, understanding, and incredibly patient. He'd check in on her daily, offer to walk her home from work, or just sit with her in comfortable silence. He understood that while the physical threat was gone, the psychological battle was far from over. He'd remind her to breathe, to focus on the present, to acknowledge the small victories, like be able to enjoy a quiet cup of coffee without feeling watched. Clara started therapy, as recommended by the police and Ben. Her therapist, Dr. Aris, was a calm, empathetic woman who specialized in trauma. She helped Clara process the layers of fear, anger, betrayal, and even the strange pity she felt for Ethan. One session, Clara found herself saying, "It's like he left a piece of himself behind, a ghost in the machine. Even though he's gone, the feeling of being watched, it still lingers, Dr. Aris." Dr. Aris nodded. "That's completely normal, Clara. When your boundaries are so profoundly violated, your brain stays in a state of high alert. It takes time to rewire those pathways, to teach your system that the threat is gone. The ghost is in your mind, not in your machine anymore. We work on expelling it." Clara tried to focus on moving forward. She dove back into her work, Finding solace in precise lines and vibrant colors of graphic design, she started going out more, meeting friends, pushing herself to reclaim the parts of her life that fear had stolen. Each small step felt like a victory, a defiant reclaiming of her autonomy. But then, the glitches started again. Not the terrifying, personal ones that signaled Ethan's presence. Not at first. These were subtle. So subtle, in fact, that Clara almost convinced herself it was just her heightened paranoia, her overactive imagination. It started with her smart speaker. She'd be in the kitchen, cooking dinner, and suddenly, without a prompt, it would announce the weather in a flat, synthesized voice. Or it would play a snippet of a song she hadn't requested. She'd stare at it, a cold knot forming in her stomach, then shake her head. Just a faulty connection, she'd mutter, or the AI is probably just updating. She'd even unplug it for a while, just to be safe. Then, her smart thermostat. She'd set it to 72 degrees Fahrenheit before leaving for work, and when she returned, it would be at 68 or 75. A small, almost negligible change, but enough to prickle at her already frayed nerves. She'd check the app on her phone, and it would show no record of the change. It was like a phantom hand was reaching into her settings, adjusting things just enough to be unsettling, but not enough to be alarming. One morning, her smart alarm. It woke her at 6:30 a.m. precisely. But the custom gentle chime she had carefully selected was replaced by a harsh, grating buzzer, the kind that had jolted her awake all those weeks ago, right at the beginning of Ethan's torment. Clara sat bolt upright in bed, her heart pounding, the memory of that first glitch flooding her mind. No, she told herself. It couldn't be. Ethan was locked up. This was just a coincidence. Her system must be acting up. She called Ben, recounting the new series of strange occurrences. He listened, his silence on the other end of the line, telling her he was taking this seriously. Okay, Clara, this is unsettling, to say the least. Are you sure you've unplugged everything? Every smart device? Yes, Ben. Almost all of them, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. I left the security system connected, obviously, in my laptop and phone, but everything else is offline. The speaker, the thermostat, even my smart lights. They're all unplugged or disconnected from Wi-Fi. Ben mused. That's odd. If they're disconnected, they shouldn't be doing anything. Unless, he paused. Unless it's not coming through your Wi-Fi network. Unless it's something internal. Or something external but very, very subtle. Are your security cameras showing anything unusual? Clara checked her security system app religiously. The feeds were normal. Her empty living room, the quiet street below. No signs of forced entry. No suspicious figures. Everything appeared calm, secure. Yet, the subtle disruptions persisted. The most unnerving incident occurred late one night. Clara was trying to read, curled up on her sofa. Her smart TV, which she had purposefully unplugged, was dark, but suddenly the screen flickered. Just a faint, almost imperceptible ghost image, like a static burst, then it was gone. She stared at it, her blood running cold. She knew, with absolute certainty, that it was unplugged. Completely. How could it even flicker? It was like the ghost of a presence, a faint whisper from a machine. She went to the TV, pulled the plug out completely, even though it was already out. She then turned off the power strip it was connected to, just to be absolutely sure. She stood there in the dark, her heart pounding, her mind racing. It was impossible. It defied logic. Yet she had seen it. A flicker. A ghost. The old paranoia, which she thought she had begun to conquer, crept back in, insidious and suffocating. It was like a cold mist seeping under the door, chilling her to the bone. Was Ethan somehow still doing this? Was he orchestrating something from behind bars? Or was there someone else? Someone connected to him? Or perhaps even worse, someone entirely new who had picked up where he left off. Her therapist, Dr. Eris, listened patiently as Clara recounted these new, baffling occurrences. "It sounds like a re-triggering of your trauma, Clara," Dr. Eris suggested gently. "Your mind is on high alert, looking for patterns, for threats. It's possible you're misinterpreting some technical glitches, or even just random events, as signs of new threat. But I saw the TV flicker, Dr. Eris. It was unplugged." Clara's voice rose, desperation creeping in, and the alarm. The thermostat. It's too many coincidences. After everything. Dr. Eris acknowledged her distress. "I understand how terrifying that must be, and it's important to differentiate. Is it feeling you're being watched, or is there concrete evidence beyond these minor tech anomalies? Ethan Miller is in custody. The immediate threat is neutralized. Perhaps it's time to truly disconnect. Turn off all your smart devices. Go completely analog for a while, if that helps ease your mind." Clara tried. She truly did. She unplugged everything. Her apartment became a silent, tech-free zone. No smart speaker, no smart lights, no smart thermostat. Even her laptop and phone were only turned on when absolutely necessary, then immediately put on airplane mode. She tried to create a digital void around herself, a space where no ghost, no echo could penetrate. For a few days, the oppressive quiet held. She felt a tenuous sense of peace, a fragile normalcy. She cooked, read actual physical books, listened to music on an old, non-smart radio Ben had loaned her. It felt like stepping back in time, and oddly it was comforting. Then she got a letter, a physical letter, delivered to her mailbox. Not an email, not a text, an actual paper letter. Her hands trembled as she opened it. There was no return address. The handwriting was neat, almost formal, yet unsettling. It read, "You can unplug all you want, Clara, but some connections are deeper than Wi-Fi. Some ghosts are in the very fabric of your world. You think you're safe. You're not. They're still watching, always watching, from the very air you breathe." Clara dropped the letter, her face ashen. The words weren't a direct threat, but a chilling, cosmic pronouncement. "They, not I. They." And the mention of ghosts and connections deeper than Wi-Fi sent a shiver of primal terror through her. This wasn't just a technical glitch. This wasn't just Ethan. This was something else. Something far more pervasive, far more insidious. The ghost in the machine was not just a figment of her trauma. It was a chilling, undeniable presence that had found a new way to reach her, hinting at a vast, unseen network of surveillance that defied logic and technology. And Clara, once again, was the target. Trapped in a terrifying new chapter where the rules of reality seemed to bend to the will of her unseen tormentors. The battle for her sanity had just taken a far more terrifying turn. Story 9, The Whispers in the Walls. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, Clara was plunged into a new, terrifying layer of dread, wasn't she? Ethan was locked up, yet that chilling letter, hinting at day and connections deeper than Wi-Fi, tore away any illusion of safety. Imagine finally escaping a known monster, only to find yourself trapped in a darker, more pervasive nightmare, one that defies logic and technology, whispering to you from the very fabric of your surroundings. That's the suffocating reality Clara faced, as the echoes of loss transformed into the chilling whispers in her walls. The letter lay crumpled on Clara's floor, a stark, terrifying anomaly in her digitally driven world. It wasn't an email, easily traced or blocked. It was physical, tangible proof that the surveillance continued, that the threat hadn't dissipated with Ethan's arrest. And the words, "They're still watching, always watching, from the very air you breathe," haunted her, twisting the relief she had felt into a cold, hollow dread. This wasn't just Ethan's personal obsession. It was something larger, more organized, and infinitely more sinister. Her first desperate call was to Ben. His voice, usually calm and reassuring, was laced with a new kind of worry as she relayed the horrifying details of the letter. A physical letter, Clara? No return address? It's almost old school, but it's also deeply unsettling if it's connected to what you've been through. They scoured the letter for clues. The paper was generic, standard white. The envelope, a common type. The postmark indicated it was mailed locally, but that was all. No fingerprints, no identifiable marks. Just those chilling words, printed with unnerving precision, echoing the digital taunt she'd received from Ethan. Ben, ever the pragmatist, tried to offer logical explanations. It could be a copycat, Clara. Someone who read about Ethan's case, saw an opportunity to terrorize you. Or maybe, just maybe, it's someone from Ethan's past, another person who knows about his obsession with the other Clara, trying to mess with you. Clara shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. It feels different, Ben, more pervasive, from the very air you breathe. That's not just a copycat, that's a statement. It's like they're telling me they're everywhere. The unsettling feeling that she was constantly being observed intensified, becoming a physical presence. Her apartment, once her safe haven, now felt like a transparent box. She started noticing things, tiny, almost imperceptible shifts in her environment that preyed on her already frayed nerves. The temperature in her apartment seemed to fluctuate wildly, even with the smart thermostat unplugged and all windows and doors sealed. She'd wake up shivering, only to find herself sweating profusely an hour later, despite no apparent change in the outside weather. It was as if an invisible hand was subtly manipulating the very atmosphere around her, controlling her comfort or lack thereof. Then came the sounds. Faint, almost subliminal. She'd be in her living room and hear a subtle click from the wall opposite her, or a low, almost inaudible humming that seemed to emanate from the very structure of the building. She'd press her ear to the wall, listening intently, but the sounds would always fade, leaving her questioning her own sanity. Was it the old building settling, her imagination running wild, or were there literally whispers in the walls, a new layer of surveillance embedded within her very living space? She started sleeping with a light on, something she hadn't done since she was a child. The darkness felt too encompassing, too vulnerable, allowing her mind to conjure shadowy figures and unseen eyes. Even in the light, she felt exposed. Her reflection in her darkened windows at night seemed to scrutinize her, the glass becoming another barrier that offered no real protection. Clara revisited her security cameras, those last bastions of her former sense of safety. They were still running, connected to the internet, showing the usual uneventful feeds. But she felt a cold dread as she watched. Could these cameras, meant to protect her, now be part of the very network that was watching her? Could they have been compromised in a way Ben hadn't detected? The thought was nauseating. She called her therapist, Dr. Eris, detailing the new letter, the fluctuating temperatures, the phantom sounds, the lingering fear. Dr. Eris listened with her usual calm, but Clara detected a subtle shift in her tone, a slight tightening around her eyes. Clara, Dr. Eris began gently, I hear your distress. It's incredibly challenging when the perceived threat shifts, especially when it seems to defy logic. Have you considered that these new occurrences might be linked to the building itself? Old wiring pipes, ventilation systems can all create strange sounds and temperature shifts. Clara gripped the phone tighter. But the letter, Dr. Eris, it specifically said, they're still watching. From the very air you breathe. It's too specific. It feels like they're mocking my attempts at security. It's like they're telling me they found a new way to get in. Dr. Eris paused. We can't rule out the possibility of a sophisticated, targeted attack, Clara, but without concrete evidence, it's difficult to act. My concern right now is your mental well-being. This constant state of hypervigilance is unsustainable. We need to work on strategies to help you differentiate between real threats and the manifestations of your trauma. Despite Dr. Eris's rational approach, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. The specificity of the letter, the subtle, almost imperceptible changes in her environment. It felt too deliberate to be mere coincidence or the product of an overactive mind. One day, while working on a complex design project, her laptop screen flickered. Not a full system crash, just a momentary ripple across the display, like a disturbance in a still pond. She stared at it, her heart racing. She had recently had all her devices professionally cleaned and scanned for malware after Ethan's arrest. They were supposed to be pristine. A few days later, her phone, which she kept on airplane mode unless absolutely necessary, suddenly vibrated. There was no incoming call, no text, just a single, almost imperceptible vibration, as if a ghost notification had passed through. She picked it up, her fingers trembling, checking the notification log. Nothing. It was like a whisper, a fleeting touch, a silent acknowledgement that even when disconnected, she wasn't truly alone. The constant low-level anxiety began to manifest physically. Clara lost weight. Dark circles appeared under her eyes. Her hands trembled almost constantly. She found herself jumpy, irritable, snapping at Ben for minor things, then immediately regretting it. Her work began to suffer. Deadlines slipped her creativity, once her greatest asset, felt stifled by the suffocating blanket of fear. Ben, noticing her rapid decline, became increasingly worried. He suggested she leave the apartment, stay with him for a few days, or even with her parents in the suburbs. "Clara, you can't live like this," he pleaded, his voice filled with genuine concern. "This environment is poisoning you. You need a break, a change of scenery." But Clara resisted. A strange, stubborn defiance had taken root. Leaving felt like admitting defeat, like allowing them to win. It felt like abandoning her stronghold, her last shred of control. She couldn't let them drive her out. Not now. She had to understand. She had to find the source of these new, terrifying whispers. She started to spend hours researching advanced surveillance techniques, smart home vulnerabilities, anything that could explain how someone could watch her without overt digital or physical intrusion. She read about acoustic surveillance, laser microphones that could pick up vibrations from windows, hidden cameras so small they could be embedded in almost anything. The more she read, the more terrifyingly possible it seemed. The whispers in the walls were no longer just a metaphor. They were a chilling, technical possibility. One evening, while trying to distract herself by watching a documentary, she heard it again, a faint, almost melodic hum. It was coming from the wall behind her sofa. Not a structural creak, but a consistent, low-frequency vibration. She pressed her ear against the plaster, listening intently. It was there, undeniable. And then, as she listened, she heard something else, fainter still, almost like distant, muffled voices. It was too indistinct to make out words, but the presence was undeniable. Someone was listening. Someone was recording. A wave of cold dread washed over her, more profound than anything she had felt before. This wasn't just about Ethan. This wasn't about a copycat. This was about a deliberate, organized, and terrifyingly sophisticated network of surveillance that had been set up right within her own home, perhaps even before Ethan's involvement. He might have just been the digital arm, the overt messenger, while another, far more insidious group was pulling the deeper strings. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Her apartment, her sanctuary, was compromised at its very core. The walls themselves were listening. The very air she breathed was being monitored. The idea from the letters suddenly felt horrifyingly real, a sprawling, unseen entity with resources beyond her comprehension. This wasn't just a stalker. This was a complete, systematic invasion of her entire existence, designed to break her down, to isolate her, to make her question her own sanity. And Clara, trapped within her own compromised walls, knew with chilling certainty that the true nature of torment and the identities of her true enemies were still terrifyingly shrouded in the darkest shadows. The whispers in the walls were no longer just echoes of fear. They were chilling invitations to a game she was desperately trying to understand before it consumed her entirely. Story 10, A Calculated Isolation. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara in a truly terrifying place, didn't we? That chilling realization that the whispers in the walls weren't just a figment of her fractured sanity, but a concrete, insidious reality. Her apartment, her sanctuary, was compromised at its very core, hinting at a larger, more organized surveillance network than just Ethan Miller. Imagine discovering that the very air you breathe, the walls that should protect you, are actively listening, turning your home into a meticulously controlled stage. That's the suffocating, isolating truth Clara was forced to confront, as her tormentors tightened their grip, driving her toward a calculated isolation. The low hum, the faint, muffled voices within her walls, had shattered Clara's last shred of peace. It wasn't just a random flicker, a misplaced object, or even a personalized email anymore. This was a profound, systemic invasion, operating on a level far beyond Ethan's seemingly individual obsession. He might have been the face of her immediate terror, the digital arm of the nightmare, but the unseen collective mention in the mysterious letter, were the true architects of her living prison. The profound sense of violation, once focused on her personal data, now extended to her very physical space, leaving her nowhere to hide. Clara spent the next few days in a state of hyper-alertness, her ears constantly straining for the elusive hum, her eyes scanning every inch of her apartment for any sign of a hidden device. She touched the walls, ran her hand along the ceilings, tapped on the floorboards, desperately searching for an answer, a crack in the facade. It was a futile effort. The sounds were too diffuse, too embedded within the building structure. It felt like trying to pinpoint a specific raindrop in a storm. The psychological toll was immense. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by endless nights of rigid wakefulness, her senses on high alert, listening to the insidious silence that sometimes seemed heavier than any noise. Her appetite vanished. Her once vibrant energy was replaced by a dull, persistent ache of exhaustion and dread. She felt trapped, a specimen under a microscope, her every move, every sigh, every tear meticulously recorded. Her attempts to articulate this new, terrifying reality to Ben were met with concern, but also a growing helplessness on his part. "Clara, I've checked your apartment thoroughly," he'd insist, his voice gentle but firm. "I've swept for every known bug, every type of hidden camera. What you're describing, it's incredibly advanced. It will require specialized equipment, perhaps even access to the building's infrastructure." "Exactly," Clara would cry, her voice hoarse with frustration. "That's why it's Ben, not just Ethan. He couldn't have set this up from his barista job." Ben, though clearly shaken by her conviction, struggled to grasp the scope of what she was suggesting. But who, Clara? And why? What could possibly be their motive? Those questions hung in the air, cold and unanswered. Clara didn't know who they were or why they were so relentlessly targeting her. But the effect was clear. The calculated isolation was beginning. The outside world began to feel alien, even more threatening than before. She tried to go to work, but the simple act of sitting at her desk, knowing her thoughts and ideas were being monitored, was unbearable. Her creativity, her passion, had curdled into a bitter anxiety. Every email she sent, every design she created, felt like it was being filtered through unseen hands, analyzed, and perhaps even manipulated. She started making mistakes on purpose, subtly altering files, or sending slightly off-brand concepts, hoping to draw a reaction, a confirmation that they were indeed watching her work. But there was no overt response, only the persistent, suffocating silence. Her interactions with colleagues became strained. She found herself scrutinizing their faces, searching for any subtle sign of complicity, any flicker of recognition that they might be aware of her torment. The friendly smiles, the casual conversations, now felt like part of an elaborate performance designed to keep her off balance. She felt profound loneliness, a terrible sense of being completely cut off, unable to trust anyone, trapped in a cage of her own paranoia. The whispers in the walls weren't just a physical phenomenon. They were a mental one. Clara started to feel like her thoughts weren't entirely her own. She'd find herself second-guessing decisions, experiencing sudden waves of self-doubt that seemed to come out of nowhere. It was a subtle, insidious form of psychological conditioning, designed to erode her confidence, to make her question her own judgment. One evening, while alone in her apartment, a new kind of terror began to manifest. She started hearing faint, distorted voices, not from the walls, but from seemingly nowhere. They were whispers, just at the edge of audibility, too indistinct to form words, but undeniably present. They seemed to come and go, fleeting and spectral, playing tricks on her ears. She'd spin around, searching for the source, but there was never anything there. It was like her own mind was turning against her, playing out the very torment she was experiencing. She confessed this to Dr. Eris, fearing she sounded insane. Dr. Eris listened with furrowed brow, but her voice remained steady. "Clara, this is a very advanced form of psychological manipulation, if it's external. Or it could be your mind's way of processing extreme stress. The brain tries to make sense of anomalies, and when it can't, it sometimes creates its own interpretations. But the key is to understand what's happening and build resilience." Despite Dr. Eris's attempt at reassurance, Clara felt a growing conviction that this was not just her mind playing tricks. This was targeted, deliberate, and designed to push her to the brink. They wanted her isolated. They wanted her to feel alone, to doubt her own perception, to question her sanity. It was a calculated strategy, a meticulously orchestrated campaign, to dismantle her from the inside out. The isolation deepened. She stopped answering calls from numbers she didn't recognize. She rarely left her apartment, even for groceries, relying on delivery services. The outside world felt too vast, too open, too full of potential threats. Her apartment, while compromised, was at least a known quantity, a place where she could attempt to understand the contours of her prison. The whispers evolved. They became more distinct, almost forming fragments of words. Not clear sentences, but isolated syllables, fragments of sound that seemed to echo her own anxieties. Alone. No one. Believe? They were like insidious seeds planted directly into her auditory perception, designed to amplify her deepest fears and insecurities. One terrifying night, she was jolted awake by a sudden, sharp rap on her window. Not from the inside, from the outside. She leaped out of bed, her heart hammering. Her apartment was on the 10th floor. There was no way anyone could be out there. She crept to the window, pulling back the blind, her eyes wide with terror. Nothing, just the city lights shimmering below, the endless expanse of the night sky. But she had heard it, a distinct, undeniable rap. It was a terrifying confirmation that even the physical barriers, the seemingly impenetrable glass of her high-rise apartment, offered no true protection. The terror was no longer just about being watched. It was about being gotten to. It was about being driven to madness. The psychological warfare was relentless, methodical, and designed to strip her of everything that made her Clara. Her rationality, her independence, her very sanity. Ben, in his desperation to help, suggested a radical step: installing signal blockers, Faraday cages for her critical devices, creating a truly insulated bubble around her apartment. If they're using advanced acoustic tech or something beyond Wi-Fi, this is our last resort, he explained, his voice strained. We can try to create a zone where no signals can get in or out. It won't stop someone if they're physically inside, but it will cut off any external electronic surveillance. It was a desperate measure, an extreme one, turning her apartment into a literal fortress against invisible waves. Clara agreed, her eyes hollow with exhaustion. She knew this was a gamble, a final attempt to reclaim her space, her mind. But the cost was immense, a complete severance from the digital world, a profound isolation from society. It was a desperate trade-off, surrendering connection for a chance at peace. as Ben painstakingly installed the signal blockers, covering her windows with special film, lining parts of her walls with conductive fabric. Clara watched, a chilling realization settling in. This wasn't just about protection. It was about being completely cut off. Her home was becoming a void, an isolated bubble in the heart of a bustling city. The constant hum of the city outside, once accompanying background noise, now felt like the oppressive drone of a vast, interconnected network she was actively trying to escape. The process of creating her safe zone was methodical, but the mental impact was immediate. The whispers in the walls seemed to fade, replaced by a suffocating silence. It was a terrifying silence, a new kind of isolation. She was no longer just a target of surveillance. She was a prisoner of it, deliberately cutting herself off to survive. The calculated isolation was complete. But what would be the true cost of this desperate attempt at freedom? And could she truly escape the relentless gaze of them? Or was she just trapping herself in a different kind of cage, where the loudest whispers would be those of her own escalating fear? The answers, she knew, would be far more terrifying than the silence itself. Story 11, The Breadcrumbs of Memory. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara in a place of profound, unsettling isolation, didn't we? Her apartment, transformed into a personal Faraday cage, was supposed to be her sanctuary, a silent fortress against the unseen network of them. But imagine trading an active, terrifying threat for a suffocating, almost oppressive quiet, where the absence of external whispers only amplifies the turmoil within your own mind. That's the chilling reality Clara stepped into as the silence began to unravel her, forcing her to confront not external threats, but the insidious, unsettling breadcrumbs of her own memory. The moment Ben sealed the last window with the signal blocking film, a strange, almost tangible silence descended upon Clara's apartment. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a city asleep. It was a profound, almost deafening void. The subtle hum of distant traffic, the faint chatter of neighbors, the very pulse of the city, all were muffled, reduced to an indiscernible murmur that sounded miles away. It was a complete severance, a deliberate amputation from the hyper-connected world she had once inhabited. She stood in the middle of her living room, feeling utterly cut off, a solitary figure in a self-imposed sensory deprivation chamber. Initially, a fragile sense of relief settled over her. The frantic checking of her devices, the straining of her ears for phantom whispers in the walls, the constant dread of an incoming email, all of it had ceased. For a few precious days, she existed in a bubble of almost desperate calm. She ate, she slept, she read, but it was all done with a strange, unnerving stillness. She was waiting for the shoe to drop, for the next manifestation of them. But the silence held. The electronic signals were truly blocked. The digital ghost, it seemed, had finally been exorcised from her immediate vicinity. But as the days bled into a monotonous, isolated rhythm, a new kind of torment began to emerge. The external pressure was gone, but the internal pressure intensified. Her mind, no longer preoccupied with tangible threats, began to turn inward, dissecting every past interaction, every fleeting thought, every forgotten detail. The silence, meant to bring peace, instead amplified the echoes of her recent trauma, forcing her to confront the profound violation she had endured. It was like closing your eyes in a dark room. The absence of light doesn't mean the absence of fear, but rather, the internal landscape becomes a new arena for your deepest anxieties. The whispers she had heard in her apartment, the subtle manipulations of her environment, they had seemed so external, so clearly orchestrated by them. But now, in the chilling silence of her sealed-off world, fragmented memories began to surface, seemingly random, yet unsettlingly persistent. They were like breadcrumbs, scattered through her past, leading her down a path she never knew existed. It started with a fleeting image, a specific brand of tea. She had walked past it in the supermarket aisle and felt a jolt of recognition, almost a familiarity, despite never having bought it. Odd, she thought, and dismissed it. But then, later that day, while trying to recall a distant childhood memory for therapy, the image of that tea brand, its distinctive packaging resurfaced, and with it, a faint, almost subconscious association. A name. Not Ethan, not Clara Davies. Another name. Someone from a long, long time ago. Then came the dreams. They weren't the active nightmares of pursuit she'd had before. These were more subtle, more insidious. Fragments of old conversations, snippets of forgotten places, faces that seemed vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place. One dream recurred with chilling regularity. She was in a large, echoing building, a place that felt like a library or an archive, endlessly searching for a specific book. She couldn't remember what book, only the feeling of desperate urgency. And in the dream, always just beyond her reach, was a faint, almost inaudible click, the same click she'd heard in her walls. Clara mentioned these new mental phenomena to Dr. Aris during her therapy sessions. "It's like my mind is trying to tell me something," Clara explained, her voice tinged with a new kind of desperation. "These memories, these fragments, they don't feel like my own. Or if they are, they're from so long ago, they feel alien, and they're always just out of reach." Dr. Aris listened intently. "That's common in post-traumatic stress. Clara, the brain tries to make sense of the overwhelming experience by searching for connections, sometimes reaching back into suppressed or forgotten memories. It's a way of trying to contextualize the current threat, to find patterns. But what if the patterns are there?" Clara pressed, leaning forward. "What if these aren't just random fragments? What if they're clues? What if they aren't just watching me now, but they've been involved in my life somehow for a long time?" Dr. Aris maintained her calm, but Clara could see a flicker of concern in her eyes. "That's a very unsettling thought, Clara, and it's a possibility we can't entirely dismiss, given the sophistication of what you've experienced. But it's also crucial to ground ourselves in what we know for certain. Right now, you are safe from direct digital and physical surveillance. Focus on that. And let's explore these memories not as clues, but as parts of your own journey, even if they're uncomfortable." Clara tried to follow her therapist's advice, but the breadcrumbs kept appearing. A distinct scent, not a pleasant one, but something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood and ozone, would briefly waft through her apartment. Despite the sealed environment, it was so specific, so visceral, that it couldn't be just her imagination. She had smelled it somewhere before, but the memory was stubbornly locked away. She started drawing. Not her usual graphic designs, but abstract sketches, frantic attempts to capture fragmented images, the elusive scents, the fleeting sounds that haunted her internal landscape. Lines twisted into patterns that seemed to resemble circuit boards, shapes that mirrored obscure symbols. It was a desperate attempt to externalize the chaos within her, to make sense of the new, insidious invasion of her own mind. One morning, while staring at her old photo albums, something caught her eye. A picture from a family vacation years ago when she was just a teenager, a blurred figure in the background. Her rational mind told her it was just a random person, a tourist, but her gut instinct screamed otherwise. There was something about the posture, the way they held their head, that sent a jolt of ice through her veins. It was too indistinct to confirm anything, but the feeling of unsettling familiarity, the whisper of recognition, was undeniable. She couldn't place the face, but the presence felt chillingly familiar. The breadcrumbs of memory, initially a source of confusion, slowly began to piece together a terrifying, almost unthinkable narrative. She started recalling odd encounters from her childhood, things she had dismissed as quirky, isolated incidents at the time. A particular neighborhood event where a strange, quiet man had seemed to linger. A summer camp counselor who seemed unusually observant. A recurring nightmare from her youth that involved shadowy figures in a large, echoing building, constantly searching. These were not just random thoughts. They were fragments of a pre-existing pattern, a mosaic she was only now, under extreme duress, beginning to perceive. The more she delved into these memories, the more unsettling the pattern became. It wasn't just that they were watching her now. It was like they had been watching her for a long time. These subtle intrusions, these breadcrumbs of memory, felt like an acknowledgement, a subtle confirmation that her life, even before Ethan, had already been cataloged, analyzed, perhaps even subtly influenced. It was a terrifying thought that her entire life, her personal history, might have been compromised, that she had been a target long before the obvious nightmare began. She shared these burgeoning theories with Ben, who, despite his skepticism, listened patiently. "Clara, I know this is terrifying," he said, his voice gentle, "but trauma can play tricks on the mind. It can make you see connections where there might not be any. We need to stay grounded in evidence." "But what if the evidence is my memory, Ben?" she retorted, frustration bleeding into her voice. "What if these are breadcrumbs they deliberately left, or subtle influences they've been making all along, and I'm only just now, because of Ethan, becoming aware of them?" The idea was horrifying. If this was true, it meant the scope of her torment was infinitely larger, more deeply rooted, and more personal than she had ever imagined. It meant her life wasn't just a recent unfortunate coincidence of shared names. It meant she had been a target for reasons she couldn't yet fathom, a chilling, invisible thread connecting her past to her present terror. One afternoon, while meticulously drawing a floor plan of her apartment, trying to pinpoint the source of the old whispers, her pen slipped. It drew a strange, almost archaic symbol, not part of her usual design repertoire. She stared at it, her blood running cold. She had drawn it before, not just in therapy, but as a child, in her school notebooks, on random scraps of paper, a symbol that had no meaning, no source, yet felt profoundly familiar, almost primal. It was a symbol she had seen somewhere before, something she had created instinctively, almost compulsively, throughout her life. And now, she felt a profound, chilling dread that was not just a random doodle, but another breadcrumb, a silent, terrifying echo from a past she couldn't remember, placed there by a hand she couldn't see, hinting at a connection far deeper, far more insidious than simple surveillance. The silence in her apartment was no longer empty. It was filled with the silent, insidious whispers of forgotten history, hinting that her very identity, her past, was not as simple or as safe as she had always believed. The calculated isolation was not just about cutting her off from the present. It was about forcing her to confront a past that was far more sinister than any nightmare. Story 12, The Unseen Connection. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, Clara was adrift in a terrifying ocean of her own memories, wasn't she? That inexplicable symbol, the one she compulsively drawn since childhood, now seemed like a chilling breadcrumb, hinting at a connection to her tormentors that stretched far, far beyond Ethan Miller's recent obsession. Imagine discovering that the nightmare you're living might not be a sudden invasion, but the horrifying culmination of a lifelong, unseen manipulation woven into the very fabric of your past. That's the suffocating, mind-bending reality Clara was forced to confront as she grappled with the insidious implications of an unseen connection. The symbol, it haunted Clara. It was simple, almost primitive, yet strangely intricate. Two interlocking crescent shapes, one pointing up, one down, with a small, unblinking eye at their nexus. She'd drawn it on napkins, doodled it in notebooks, even found it etched into the back of an old, forgotten diary from elementary school. It had always been a subconscious tick, a random, meaningless design. But now, in the chilling silence of her Faraday cage apartment, it felt like a signature, a brand, a mark left by the very they who were now tormenting her. The idea was terrifying. What if this wasn't just a recent attack? What if this went back further? What if she had been a target for years, even decades, without ever knowing it? The implication was staggering, almost too vast for her mind to comprehend. If they had been watching her since childhood, subtly influencing her life, then her entire existence felt like a meticulously orchestrated performance. her choices not truly her own, her memories potentially curated. The very foundation of her identity began to crumble under the weight of this horrifying possibility. She spent hours, days, meticulously sifting through old photo albums, forgotten journals, even her childhood artwork. Her hands trembled as she meticulously examined every detail, searching for any echo of the symbol, any hint of familiar, unsettling presence. She found fragments: a blurred face in a crowd at a school play, a recurring figure in the background of family vacation photos, always just out of focus, always slightly obscured, a strange, fleeting interaction with a quiet librarian during her elementary school years, a woman whose eyes had seemed to linger on Clara a little too long. Each fragment was a new pinprick of dread, a chilling confirmation that the unseen connection might be far older, far deeper than she had ever imagined. She confided in Dr. Eris, recounting the recurring symbol, the resurfacing childhood memories, the terrifying conviction that her life might have been a long-term project for them. Dr. Eris listened with a new intensity, her usual calm demeanor subtly shifting. "Clara," she said, her voice soft but firm, "it's incredibly rare, but not impossible, for individuals to be subject to long-term, highly sophisticated surveillance. However, we must also consider the psychological impact of what you've been through. Trauma can make us reinterpret our past, seeing connections where there might only be coincidence." "But it feels real, Dr. Eris," Clara insisted, her voice raw with desperation. "The symbol, the whispers, the way they seem to know everything. It feels like this started long before Ethan. He was just a trigger." Dr. Eris acknowledged her distress. "We will explore this. We will not dismiss your experience. But for now, focus on your immediate safety and the fact that you are actively working to reclaim your space." Ben, meanwhile, was grappling with the technical impossibility of her situation. "Clara, if this is truly long-term systematic surveillance and they breach your Faraday cage, that's beyond anything I've ever encountered. It would require incredible resources, possibly even a level of technology that's classified." His voice trailed off, a hint of awe and fear in his tone. The thought of a ubiquitous, shadowy organization with such capabilities was far more terrifying than a single stalker. The silence within her apartment, initially a source of fragile relief, now became an oppressive, suffocating presence. It amplified every internal fear, every doubt, every unsettling memory. The lack of external stimuli made her feel utterly alone, disconnected not just from the internet, but from the reassuring chaos of the outside world. She felt like a specimen in a jar, carefully observed even in her self-imposed isolation. One afternoon, as Clara sat sketching, attempting to redraw the elusive symbol, a new, unsettling anomaly occurred. Her apartment, sealed off from all signals, was still and quiet. But then she heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible tap. Not from the walls, not from the window. It seemed to come from inside her antique wooden desk. She froze, her hand hovering over the paper. The desk was a family heirloom, passed down from her grandmother. It was solid, old, completely analog. She slowly opened the top drawer, then the next. Nothing. No hidden compartments. No loose wires. The tapping continued, faint but persistent, a rhythmic, almost deliberate sound. It felt like something was moving inside the wood, just beneath the surface. She ran her hands over the smooth, worn wood, desperately trying to pinpoint the source. Then she noticed something, a small, almost invisible crack along the inner rim of the desk's deepest drawer. It wasn't a natural crack in the wood. It looked almost deliberate, as if a tiny, almost imperceptible panel had been carefully pried open and then subtly resealed. With trembling fingers, Clara probed the crack. It gave slightly. She inserted a thin metal letter opener into a minuscule gap and, with a gentle push, a small, perfectly concealed compartment, no larger than her thumb, popped open. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Inside, nestled on a tiny velvet lining, was a single, innocuous-looking object, a small, polished, dark stone no bigger than a marble. It was smooth, cool to the touch, and completely featureless. But as she picked it up, a wave of profound, unsettling recognition washed over her. It wasn't the stone itself, but faint, almost invisible etching on its surface, visible only when she tilted it just so in the light. It was the symbol, the same two interlocking crescents, the unblinking eye at their nexus. And beneath it, etched even more faintly, a single letter, C. Clara gasped, dropping the stone as if it burned her. It clattered against the wooden desk, then rolled silently into a corner, her breath hitched in her throat. The symbol, the C. This was not just a random memory. This was a physical object, placed inside her State apartment, inside her grandmother's desk, hinting at a connection so deep, so insidious, it defied explanation. This wasn't Ethan. This wasn't a copycat. This was them. And they had been here, in her private space. They had placed this clue, this chilling breadcrumb, waiting for her to find it. The implication was staggering. The Faraday cage, her desperate attempt at isolation, had been breached, or perhaps rendered irrelevant. This object, this symbol, had been here before the current nightmare, perhaps even before she moved into the apartment. It was a pre-existing hook, a planted seed in her life, waiting for the right moment to sprout. The C. It couldn't be Clara, her own initial. That felt too self-referential for her tormentors. Unless it was for the other Clara. Clara Davies. Or perhaps Caleb, Ethan Miller's hidden name. Or was it for something else entirely? The mystery deepened, becoming more complex, more terrifying. The terrifying realization began to set in. Her entire life might have been a stage, meticulously prepared, a long-term observation project culminating in the current torment. The casual acquaintances, the random encounters, the seemingly insignificant moments of her past. Had they all been orchestrated? Was she not a victim of coincidence, but a carefully selected target, groomed for some unknown purpose? The thought was so crushing, dissolving her sense of self, her autonomy, into a chilling illusion. She called Ben, her voice barely a whisper. Ben, they're in here. They've been in here. And they've been here for a long, long time. She explained about the hidden compartment, the stone, the symbol. Ben's silence on the other end of the line was heavier than usual. Clara, this is beyond anything we've dealt with. A physical mark. Inside your apartment. This suggests a level of access and planning that's truly terrifying. What did you say was on the stone? The symbol, Clara repeated, her voice cracking. And a C, just a C, a C? Ben murmured, sounding thoughtful. That's interesting. Could be a code, or a name. We need to analyze that stone, Clara, every molecular level. The discovery of the stone, the undeniable physical proof of a deep, unseen connection, plunged Clara into a new abyss of fear. The internal whispers, the fragmented memories, now gained a horrifying new credibility. Her life felt like a carefully constructed lie, and the architect of that lie were finally revealing their hand, one insidious breadcrumb at a time. The silence in her apartment was no longer empty. It was filled with the deafening echoes of a terrifying, pre-existing conspiracy, a complex web that had been woven around her since before she could even remember. The unseen connection wasn't just a threat. It was a fundamental, terrifying truth about her very existence, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew about herself. This wasn't just a stalker. This was a complete, systematic unraveling of her entire reality, orchestrated by unseen hands reaching back into her earliest memories. Story 13, A Deepening Obsession. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara reeling from a truly horrifying discovery, didn't we? That small etched stone hidden deep within her antique desk, bearing the cryptic symbol and the single letter C. It was a physical, undeniable proof of an unseen connection, hinting that her torment wasn't a recent phenomenon, but a deeply rooted, long-standing manipulation of her life. Imagine uncovering a clue in your own home that suggests your entire existence has been a carefully constructed stage, with unseen puppeteers pulling the strings since before you could even remember. That's the suffocating, mind-altering reality Clara plunged into, as the sinister nature of their deepening obsession with her began to reveal its terrifying new layers. The small, polished stone lay on her palm, heavy with an unsettling weight. It wasn't just a piece of rock. It was a cold, tangible link to a past she couldn't remember, a chilling confirmation that the whispers in her walls, the fragmented memories, the inexplicable symbol, were not just figments of her trauma-riddled mind. They were real. They had been here. They had been watching, and perhaps manipulating her for years. The sea on its surface seemed to mock her, a silent enigma defying explanation. Her first frantic call was to Ben. He arrived quickly, his face grim as he examined the stone. He handled it with a reverence usually reserved for ancient artifacts, turning it over and over, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "This is incredible, Clara," he murmured, almost to himself. "A hidden compartment, an etched stone. This isn't random. This is design. And it's been here a long time, judging by the dust around the compartment. They tried everything." Ben took the stone to a forensics lab contact he knew, a highly discreet expert who specialized in strange materials. The report came back inconclusive. The stone itself was common, a type of basalt, but the etching was incredibly precise, almost microscopic. No residue, no fingerprints, no unique molecular composition. It was a dead end, a frustrating, terrifying dead end, because the object itself offered no answers, yet its mere presence was a screaming confirmation of profound, insidious threat. The inability to get answers from the stone only deepened Clara's sense of helplessness. It was a tangible clue, yet it remained stubbornly silent, just like her unseen tormentors. The silence in her Faraday cage apartment, once a fragile comfort, now felt like a taunt. It amplified her every fear, every doubt, every unsettling memory. The profound isolation meant to protect her was instead becoming a breeding ground for a new, insidious kind of terror. The idea of their deepening obsession began to manifest in subtle, terrifying ways. It wasn't just observation anymore. It was an active, manipulative control over her environment, her relationships, and even her own perception of reality. It was a psychological war, waged not with direct attacks, but with subtle, almost imperceptible shifts designed to break her down from the inside out. It started with her memories. The breadcrumbs from Story 11, initially vague and fragmented, began to coalesce into unnerving patterns. She'd recall specific conversations, events, or decisions from years ago, and suddenly they would feel wrong, as if a subtle detail had been altered, a word subtly twisted, making her question her own recollection. Was her memory playing tricks on her, a side effect of trauma and paranoia? Or were they somehow influencing her very cognitive process, subtly altering her past to fit a narrative she couldn't comprehend? One morning, she opened her email, accessed through a public library computer, as her home network was still completely offline, and found a message from an old friend, someone she hadn't spoken to in years. The message was innocuous, a polite checking-in email, but as Clara read it, a cold dread washed over her. The friend referenced a specific inside joke they'd shared in college, a joke Clara vaguely remembered, but felt strangely detached from, as if it belonged to someone else. And then, at the end of the email, almost as a casual aside, the friend mentioned, "Remember that trip to the old Miller Library? Always felt so quiet and dusty in there, but you always found the best books." Clara froze, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. The Miller Library. That was the name of the vast, echoing building from a recurring childhood dream, the one where she endlessly searched for a book and heard a faint click. The building from Story 11. She had dismissed it as a dream symbol, a subconscious manifestation of her anxiety. But now, it was mentioned by an old friend, seemingly out of nowhere. It felt too coincidental, too precise. She called a friend, heart-pounding. "Hey, I got your email. You mentioned the Miller Library. Why did you bring that up?" Her friend sounded confused. "The Miller Library? I don't think I mentioned that. Are you sure you're looking at my email?" Clara felt a sickening lurch in her stomach. She reread the email on the screen. It was there, plain as day. Miller Library. She read it verbatim to her friend. "That's really weird, Clara," her friend said, genuinely perplexed. "I definitely didn't type that. Must be some glitch. Or maybe you're reading it wrong." But Clara wasn't reading it wrong. She stared at the screen, her mind racing. It was another sign, another breadcrumb. But this time, it wasn't just a memory. It was an active manipulation, a subtle alteration of her reality, designed to make her doubt her own perceptions, to isolate her by eroding her trust in her own senses. The email was a perfect, insidious example of gaslighting, making her question her own sanity. The implications were terrifying. If they could subtly alter emails, if they could plant phrases that only she would see, then her entire digital and social reality was compromised. It was like living in a constantly shifting funhouse mirror, where nothing was quite as it seemed. Her relationship with Ben, her rock, also began to feel the strain. Clara found herself becoming hypervigilant around him, constantly searching for any subtle sign of deception, any flicker of something amiss. She knew it was unfair, that Ben was her fiercest ally, but the pervasive sense of betrayal had poisoned her ability to trust. She'd ask him seemingly innocuous questions about their shared past, trying to catch him out on a detail, to see if his memories aligned perfectly with hers. The smallest discrepancy, a slightly different recollection of a dinner they'd shared or a movie they'd seen, would send her into a spiral of doubt. Ben, sensing her paranoia, became more reserved, a subtle distance growing between them. The calculated isolation was working, not just by cutting her off from technology, but by eroding her deepest emotional connections. Her therapist, Dr. Eris, recognized the dangerous spiral Clara was entering. "Clara, this is exactly what psychological warfare aims to do," Dr. Eris explained, her voice firm, "to make you doubt your own perceptions, to isolate you, to break down your trust in everyone, including yourself. We must fight against this. Focus on what you know for certain. Ben is your ally. Your therapist is your ally. Do not let them create divisions." Clara clung to Dr. Eris's words, but the insidious doubts gnawed at her. The sea on the stone, the Miller Library reference, the shifting memories. They were all too specific, too linked to feel like mere coincidence or trauma response. She started to believe that they were not just watching her, but actively trying to control her. Not just her actions, but her thoughts, her emotions. The idea was chilling, a profound, invasive psychological experiment, with her as the unwilling subject. The whispers she'd heard in the walls, the phantom flicker of her unplugged TV. They were part of a larger system, designed to subtly condition her, to push her toward a specific mental state, or perhaps a specific action. The obsession of them with Clara seemed to deepen with every passing day. It was no longer about simple surveillance or even just gaslighting her memories. It was about shaping her reality, twisting her perceptions, and subtly directing her path. She felt like a puppet on invisible strings, her every emotional reaction, her every decision, meticulously provoked and observed. One particularly terrifying night, she heard the tap again, not from the desk, but from her bedroom closet. A soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a faint heartbeat. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. She had emptied the closet, leaving it bare. There was nothing in there that could make such a sound. She crept towards it, every muscle tense, her hand extended to the doorknob. The tapping stopped. She threw open the door, revealing only empty hangers, the scent of cedar. But then, as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw it. On the back wall, almost perfectly blended into the pale paint, a faint, almost invisible outline. It was a symbol, the two interlocking crescents, the unblinking eye, and below it, etched with meticulous, almost microscopic precision, a tiny, faint letter. C. Clara stumbled back, gasping, her mind reeling. Not on the stone, not on paper, on her wall, inside her Faraday cage. A physical manifestation of their presence, an undeniable proof that no matter how sealed off she made her apartment, they could still reach her. They had always been able to reach her. This wasn't just a physical breach. It was a profound, chilling violation of her last bastion of safety. The revelation hit her with the force of a physical blow. The deepening obsession wasn't just psychological. It was physical. They had been in her apartment, even after Ethan's arrest, even after the Faraday cage was installed. They had left this mark, this calling card, proving their insidious reach. The C was everywhere. The symbol was everywhere. It was a terrifying confirmation that her life was indeed a meticulously planned experiment, and they were not just observing. They were actively planting, subtly manipulating, and terrifyingly always present. The calculated isolation was not a shield. It was a carefully constructed observation chamber, and Clara was its unwilling, increasingly terrified captive. The ghost in the machine was not just a memory. It was a persistent, tangible presence, closing in slowly but surely. Story 14, The Unseen Architects. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, Clara was staring into the abyss, wasn't she? That chilling symbol, etched directly into her closet wall, inside her supposedly impenetrable Faraday cage, was the ultimate, horrifying proof. It wasn't just digital. It wasn't just physical. It was a tangible, insidious mark left by them, shattering her last illusion of safety and confirming that her life was a stage, meticulously manipulated by unseen hands. Imagine your last bastion of security collapsing, revealing that your deepest fears are not just real, but far more pervasive and calculating than you could ever conceive. That's the terrifying, isolating reality Clara plummeted into as she faced the chilling power of the unseen architects. The etched symbol on her closet wall burned into Clara's vision, a silent, mocking testament to their omnipresence. The air in her Faraday cage apartment, meant to be a vacuum of peace, suddenly felt impossibly thick, suffocating. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drum against the silence. This wasn't a glitch, not a gaslight, not even a subtle manipulation. This was a direct, undeniable breach, a physical mark left by an enemy who could penetrate her deepest defenses at will. The small stone in her desk, the C on her wall. They were calling cards, arrogant declarations of power, proving that her desperate attempt at isolation were utterly futile. She backed away from the closet, stumbling, her legs giving out beneath her. She sank to the floor, leaning against the cold wall, tears streaming down her face. Every single layer of safety, every meticulously constructed barrier, had been dismantled. Her digital life, her apartment, her very memories, all compromised. She was truly, utterly exposed, a puppet in a terrifying play, and she didn't even know the puppeteers. When Ben arrived, his face drained of color as he saw the etching. He touched it, his fingers tracing the sinister outline. Clara, this is impossible," he whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "The Faraday cage, it should prevent any signal, any intrusion, unless they were already here, before the cage. Or they have physical access that we can't detect." The implication hung heavy in the air. They had been in her apartment, perhaps multiple times, even after the initial scare with Ethan, even while she was trying to secure it. The thought made her skin crawl, conjuring images of invisible figures moving silently through her sanctuary, watching her sleep, planting their insidious marks. Clara could barely articulate the terror. "It's them, Ben," she whispered, her voice raw. "The unseen architects. They're everywhere. They've been watching me for years, maybe my whole life. This isn't just about Ethan. He was just a pawn, a distraction. Ben, usually so analytical, was visibly shaken. He ran more sweeps, more diagnostics, but found nothing. No hidden cameras, no listening devices. The apartment was pristine, yet the mark remained a chilling testament to an unseen presence. He looked at Clara, his eyes filled with a desperate helplessness. Clara, this goes beyond anything I know, beyond anything standard security can address. If this is what you say it is, this is organized, powerful, and terrifyingly discreet. The unseen architects. The phrase became a chilling mantra in Clara's mind. Who were they? A corporation? A shadowy government agency? A cult? Her research into advanced surveillance, once a desperate attempt to understand Ethan's methods, now expanded into the darkest corners of the internet. Deep state conspiracies, clandestine psychological operations, unexplainable phenomena. The more she read, the more terrifyingly possible her situation seemed, even as it pushed the boundaries of credulity. The psychological toll became profound. Clara began to question everything. Her own memories became unreliable narratives, subtly shifted by unseen hands. Conversations with Ben and Dr. Eris were filtered through a lens of paranoia. Every word seemed to carry a double meaning, every gesture a hidden agenda. She started to believe that even they might be unknowingly compromised, that they could be listening through their phones, their cars, their very homes. The calculated isolation she had chosen was now enforced by her own shattering trust. She struggled to differentiate between reality and the insidious psychological warfare waged against her. The faint whispers, the almost imperceptible changes in her environment. Were they real, or were her senses constantly on high alert, merely fabricating them? The line between sanity and madness blurred, twisting into a grotesque tapestry of fear and doubt. She felt like she was being driven to the brink, meticulously pushed towards profound mental breakdown. Her work became impossible. The creative spark, the precise thinking required for graphic design, had been extinguished by the constant dread. She'd stared at her screen, her mind a blank, images of the symbol the sea, and Ethan's vacant eyes swirling before her. She was a shell of her former self, functioning on adrenaline and sheer, stubborn defiance. Dr. Eris, noticing Clara's rapid decline, expressed deep concern. Clara, this level of paranoia is not sustainable. We need to focus on what we can control. This concept of unseen architects, while terrifying, is leading you into a dangerous cycle of isolation and delusion. We need to find a way to ground you, to differentiate between what is real and what is the manifestation of extreme psychological stress. But it is real, Dr. Eris. Clara screamed, her voice cracking. The symbol on the wall, the stone, the letter, they are physically here. They want to break me. Dr. Eris calmly tried to guide her. Clara, even if there's an external force, your reaction to it is crucial. We must fortify your internal defenses. Your belief system, your perception of reality, those are what they are trying to undermine. You cannot let them win by losing yourself. But Clara felt like she was already losing herself. Her identity, once a strong, independent construct, felt fragile, permeable, if they had been involved in her life since childhood, subtly guiding her, observing her. Then who was Clara Hayes truly? Was she just a character in their elaborate experiment, her entire life meticulously orchestrated? The thought was debilitating, stripping her of agency, of purpose. She started seeing the symbol everywhere, not just on her wall, but in abstract patterns on buildings, in the fleeting configurations of leaves on trees, even in the lines of clouds in the sky. Her mind, constantly seeking the threat, began to project the symbol onto the mundane, making her feel utterly surrounded, trapped in a pervasive, invisible web. The sense of being perpetually watched intensified. It wasn't just her apartment anymore. When she forced herself to leave to get groceries, she felt their gaze from every shadow, every window, every street corner. The city had transformed into an active, breathing entity of surveillance, and she was its central target. Every casual interaction felt strained. Every smile from a stranger a potential mask for a hidden agenda. One particularly terrifying night, alone in her apartment, the silence suddenly gave way to a faint, distinct hum. It wasn't the electrical hum she had heard before. This was a low, resonant vibration, almost infrasound, that seemed to permeate her entire body, vibrating in her teeth, in her bones. It was physically unsettling, a new level of sonic manipulation, and with it, a faint metallic taste bloomed in her mouth, like ozone, the same unsettling scent she'd briefly experienced in Story 11. Then, from the hum, a new sound began to emerge. Faint, distorted. But this time it wasn't a whisper. It was a voice. Robotic, synthesized, yet chillingly clear. It spoke a single word, repeated over and over, growing subtly louder with each repetition, reverberating through her very bones. Subject: Clara. Observation complete. Preparation initiated. Clara screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. She clapped her hands over her ears, but the voice seemed to bypass her auditory canals, resonating directly inside her skull. The humming intensified. The metallic taste in her mouth became overwhelming, and the symbol on her wall seemed to glow in the dim light, pulsing with the rhythm of the voice. This wasn't just surveillance. This wasn't just manipulation. This was a prelude. Subject: Clara. Observation complete. Preparation initiated. The words echoed in her mind, a terrifying, explicit declaration of intent. They weren't just watching her. They were preparing her for something. For what? A deeper experiment? A direct confrontation? The very idea that her life was merely a prelude to some unknown, terrifying initiation was a profound, soul-shattering horror. Clara knew, with chilling certainty, that the game had shifted dramatically. The unseen architects had moved beyond mere observation and psychological torment. They had actively spoken to her, breaking through her last defenses, announcing their profound, terrifying control. The silence in her apartment was now shattered by the synthetic voice, revealing a new, horrifying chapter where Clara was not just a victim, but subject, her life no longer her own, but meticulously engineered prelude to an unknown, terrifying fate. The question was no longer if they were watching, but what they were preparing her for, and how she could possibly fight against an enemy who spoke to her from the very air and claimed ownership of her very existence. Story 15, The Threshold. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, Clara was pushed past the brink, wasn't she? That chilling, synthesized voice speaking directly to her from the very air in her apartment, declaring, Subject: Clara. Observation complete. Preparation initiated. Imagine the terror of realizing you're not just being watched, but actively prepared for some unknown, horrifying purpose. That's the soul-shattering reality Clara now faced, as the unseen architects of her torment moved from psychological warfare to the edge of direct action, pulling her towards a terrifying, irreversible threshold. The words echoed in Clara's mind, rattling her bones, resonating with a metallic tang that lingered in her mouth. Subject: Clara. Observation complete. Preparation initiated. It was a voice devoid of emotion, yet chilling in its stark, clinical declaration. This wasn't a warning. It was a pronouncement, a cold, calculated statement of intent. The hum in her bones intensified, a deep, pervasive vibration that felt like it was rewiring her very being. The etched symbol on her closet wall seemed to pulse with an unholy light in the dimness, its unblinking eyes staring back at her, a silent accomplice to the horror. Clara clapped her hands over her ears, but the sound was internal, resonating from within her skull. She crumpled to the floor, shaking uncontrollably, her mind screaming in defiance. This wasn't just gaslighting anymore. This wasn't just surveillance. This was a direct, profound intrusion, a hostile takeover of her senses, her space, her sanity. The Faraday cage, her last desperate attempt at physical security, had been rendered utterly useless. The voice was coming from inside, from the very air she breathed, from the invisible architecture of her torture. Ben, frantic after her incoherent, terror-stricken call, arrived within minutes, bypassing her security with his key. He found her curled in a fetal position, rocking back and forth, muttering incoherently about voices and preparation. His face was a mask of stark fear and helplessness. He tried to comfort her, but his touch felt alien, distant, as if a profound chasm had opened between them. How could he possibly understand the horror that was speaking to her from the very essence of her perceived reality? Clara, in fragmented sentences, recounted the voice, the words, the terrifying hum. Ben, ever the pragmatist, immediately began searching, desperately sweeping the apartment with every diagnostic tool he possessed. He checked for infrasound emitters, for advanced directional speakers, for anything that could explain the phenomenon. He found nothing. No source. No explanation. The apartment was acoustically inert, electronically silent, yet the voice for Clara had been undeniably real. His frustration was palpable. "Clara, I believe you. I truly do," he said, his voice strained with a desperate conviction. "But there's nothing here. No device. No signal. I can't explain it." His inability to find a tangible source only deepened Clara's terror. It wasn't just that they were unseen. They were untraceable, operating on a plane of existence she couldn't even perceive, let alone fight. Dr. Aris, when Clara managed to coherently relay the experience, approached it with a mix of clinical concern and a profound, visible unease. She spoke about advanced psychological manipulation, about the brain's capacity to create auditory hallucinations under extreme stress, about targeted frequency warfare designed to induce paranoia. But even Dr. Aris seemed to be grappling with the sheer audacity of what Clara was describing. "Clara," she said, her voice softer than usual, "we need to consider the possibility that this is designed to break you, to push you over a threshold, to make you doubt your own sanity to the point where you become compliant." "Compliant for what?" Clara whispered, her eyes wide with a terrifying realization. "Preparation initiated. What are they preparing me for?" The question hung in the air, cold and unanswered. The implications were chilling. They had been observing her for years, subtly manipulating her memories and her environment, and now they were actively communicating, announcing a preparation. It meant she was part of a larger plan, a profound, terrifying experiment. The psychological torment intensified. The synthesized voice didn't return immediately, but the hum did. It became a constant, low-frequency presence, a persistent vibration in her bones, a subtle, nauseating tremor that felt like it was subtly altering her brain chemistry. She couldn't escape it. It was in her apartment, in her head, a pervasive reminder of their constant presence, their ultimate control. Her isolation deepened profoundly. She couldn't go to work. She couldn't face the outside world, convinced that they were not just in her apartment, but everywhere, watching, waiting for her to step out, to cross an invisible line. Her apartment became her entire world, a gilded cage where the only freedom was a desperate struggle for her own sanity. The trust in Ben, already frayed by her paranoia, began to erode further. Despite his unwavering support, his inability to perceive the voice or the hum, his insistence on logical explanations, created an unbridgeable gap between them. She felt a profound loneliness, a terrible sense of being completely on her own against an omnipotent, invisible enemy. Even Dr. Aris, while empathetic, couldn't share the terrifying reality of what Clara was experiencing. She was truly alone in her torment. Clara spent countless hours staring at the etched symbol on her closet wall, her mind desperately trying to decipher its meaning. The two crescents, the unblinking eye, the C, it had to mean something. It had to be a key. She found herself drawing compulsively, filling notebooks with variations, hoping to unlock a hidden meaning, a forgotten memory that would explain everything. She started seeing patterns in everything around her. The arrangement of dust motes in a sunbeam, the cracks in the ceiling, the random swirls in her coffee. Her mind, pushed to its breaking point, began to interpret every mundane detail as a coded message, a hidden instruction from her unseen tormentors. She was rapidly descending into a profound state of psychosis, her reality warping under the relentless pressure. One afternoon, during a particularly harrowing session, Dr. Eris made a decisive statement. "Clara, your mind is under immense strain. The symptoms you're describing are indicative of a severe psychological crisis. We need to consider a more intensive level of care, perhaps a short stay in a facility where you can be fully protected, where we can stabilize your mental state." The words hung in the air, cold and clinical. A facility. Clara knew what that meant. They thought she was truly losing her mind. They thought she was delusional. The thought filled her with a desperate, crushing despair. It was the ultimate isolation, being locked away, deemed insane, while they continued their work unchecked, unobserved. She would be completely powerless, truly a subject in their eyes. No, she wouldn't let them win. She wouldn't be locked away. If they were preparing her for something, she would meet it on her own terms. She would fight, but how? Against an enemy she couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't touch? An enemy who spoke to her from inside her own mind? The answer, when it came, was a chilling, desperate gamble. If they were preparing her, if they were escalating their control, then she needed to force their hand. She needed to cross their threshold, not one of their choosing. She had to provoke a direct confrontation, to make them reveal themselves fully, even if it meant stepping directly into the jaws of the beast. She started by meticulously documenting everything. Every hum, every flicker, every distorted whisper, every subtle shift in her perception. She filled notebooks with frantic, precise details, hoping to find a pattern, a weakness, a trigger. She wasn't just recording her torment. She was trying to reverse engineer it. Then, she began to leave subtle messages, not through her devices, for they were compromised, but through physical means. Small, almost imperceptible alterations to her apartment, designed to be noticed only by someone who was watching her with the same obsessive precision as they were. A specific book moved slightly off-center, a curtain drawn in an unusual way, a small, seemingly random object placed prominently in a certain light, each one a tiny challenge, a silent defiance to their pervasive gaze. Her final, most dangerous act of defiance was a conscious, agonizing decision. If they were preparing her, she would prepare herself. She began to write. Not a journal, not a confession. She began to write her story. Everything she had endured, every terrifying detail, every chilling revelation. She wrote about Ethan, about the digital invasion, about the whispers in the walls, about the etched symbol, about the chilling voice. She detailed her theories about them, the unseen architects, and their long-standing, insidious manipulation. She wrote it as a testament, a desperate plea for help, a final, defiant act of resistance. And then she would find a way to get it out, to break through the calculated isolation, to expose them to the world, even if it meant risking everything, even if it meant crossing the threshold of her own terror. The voice that said preparation initiated. Clara would complete her own preparation for whatever terrifying confrontation awaited her. The question was no longer if they would come for her, but when and whether her desperate unveiling of their secrets would be her salvation or her ultimate undoing. She was standing at the edge of the abyss, about to take a terrifying leap into the unknown, hoping that her story, once unleashed, would be enough to finally break free from the unseen architects of her nightmare. Story 16, The Unveiling of the Unseen. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara poised on a terrifying precipice, didn't we? That chilling, synthesized voice echoing in her Faraday cage apartment. Subject Clara. Observation complete. Preparation initiated. Had shattered her last illusion of safety. Facing the terrifying prospect of being institutionalized, of being deemed insane while they continue their insidious work, Clara had made a desperate, defiant choice to write her story. Her entire horrifying ordeal, from the first glitch to the chilling voice, meticulously documented, a testament, a weapon. Imagine sitting alone in your sealed-off apartment, knowing you're being prepared for something unspeakable, and deciding your only chance is to scream your truth to a world that might not believe you. That's the monumental, terrifying task Clara set for herself as she embarked on the perilous journey of the unveiling of the unseen. Clara spent the next days in a frantic, almost feverish state, her mind consumed by the monumental task of completing her manuscript. She wrote with a desperate urgency, fueled by coffee and the lingering fear of the synthesized voice. The memory of its words burned into her very soul. Every hum, every inexplicable flicker, every phantom sound pushed her transcribe the terror, to solidify her experiences into tangible words before her sanity completely unraveled. She meticulously detailed Ethan's obsession, the digital intrusions, the insidious gaslighting of her memories, the physical breaches within her supposedly secure apartment, and finally, the chilling, direct communication from them. She included descriptions of the etched symbol, the hidden stone, the fluctuating temperatures, the disembodied whispers, every terrifying breadcrumb that had led her to this horrifying precipice. Her goal was simple, yet seemingly impossible: to break through the impenetrable wall of isolation and fear. She had to get her story out, to the public, to anyone who would listen, to expose these unseen architects, to the light of day, even if it meant risking everything, even if it meant inviting a direct, violent confrontation. Her life might be forfeit, but her truth would not be silenced. This was her final, desperate act of defiance, a conscious leap into the terrifying unknown. The question of how to disseminate her story was a constant, gnawing problem. Her apartment was a literal Faraday cage, blocking all signals. She couldn't email it, couldn't upload it. She couldn't even risk going to a public library again, knowing that any external contact could be compromised. The mere thought of stepping outside her sealed-off world, of exposing herself to their pervasive gaze, sent shivers of primal fear down her spine. She called Ben, her voice strained but resolute. "I finished it, Ben," she rasped, holding the thick stack of printed pages in her trembling hand. "My story, everything. I need to get it out. To the press, to a whistleblower site, anywhere." Ben listened, his silence heavy with understanding. "Clara, this is extremely dangerous. If they are as powerful as you suspect, if they have this level of reach, exposing them could put you in even greater peril." "I don't care," Clara retorted, a fierce, desperate strength in her voice. "They're already here. They're already in my head. They're preparing me for something. I won't be a subject. I won't let them break me in silence. This is my only weapon left." They devised a plan, born of desperation and Ben's technical ingenuity. Since digital methods were impossible and direct physical contact too risky, they decided on an old-school analog approach, combined with a modern twist. Ben would purchase a series of burner phones and prepaid internet dongles, completely untraceable, and set up a complex chain of dead drops across the city. Clara would then, on a chosen day, carry a single, encrypted USB drive containing her manuscript to a predetermined location. Ben, disguised, would retrieve it and then, using the anonymous connections, disseminate it to a carefully selected list of investigative journalists, human rights organizations, and online whistleblower platforms known for their anonymity and reach. It was a long shot, a convoluted plan fraught with peril, but it was their only chance. The waiting was excruciating. Every moment spent in her apartment felt like an eternity. The silence, once a comfort, was now a constant, oppressive weight, amplifying every subtle shift in the air, every creak of the building. She felt their presence more acutely than ever, not as a direct threat, but as a silent, omnipresent judgment, an anticipation of her desperate move. She knew they were watching, waiting for her to make her play. The very act of writing the story, of detailing their methods, felt like a direct challenge, and she braced herself for the inevitable backlash. The ghost in the machine seemed to subtly increase its activity. The faint, rhythmic tap-tap-tap returned, emanating from various points in her apartment. The ceiling, the floor beneath her feet, even from inside her sofa cushions. It was like a game, a subtle reminder that no matter how sealed off she thought she was, they were still in. The humming, the pervasive sonic tremor, intensified, making her teeth ache, blurring the edges of her concentration. She found herself clutching her head, desperate for respite from the internal vibrations. One morning, she woke to a new, chilling phenomenon. The air in her apartment felt unusually cold, despite the hermetic sealing of her windows and doors. She shivered, pulling her blanket tighter, and then she saw it. On the interior surface of her sealed window, a thin film of frost had appeared, tracing out a faint, crystalline pattern. It was the symbol, the two interlocking crescents, the unblinking eye, etched in ice, and beneath it, a single, perfectly formed, frozen sea. Clara stared at it, her breath fogging the cold glass. They weren't just in her apartment. They were controlling its very temperature, manipulating the environment to leave her their chilling signature. It was a terrifying display of power, a silent warning that they could reach her in ways she couldn't even fathom. The sight drained the last vestiges of color from her face, leaving her with a stark, cold certainty. They knew her plan. The day of the unveiling arrived. Clara felt a terrifying cocktail of dread and exhilarating defiance. She meticulously checked her outfit, choosing something unassuming, unremarkable. Her hair was pulled back, her face scrubbed clean of makeup. She was trying to be a ghost, to slip through their omnipresent gaze. She slipped the encrypted USB drive, her life story, her weapon, into a small, nondescript pocket sewn into the lining of her jacket. Stepping out of her Faraday cage apartment was like walking into a different dimension. The city's sounds, muffled for weeks, suddenly assaulted her senses with jarring intensity. The rush of traffic, the chatter of pedestrians, the distant sirens. It was overwhelming, almost dizzying. Every face she passed seemed to scrutinize her, every shadow to lengthen ominously. Her body was a symphony of hypervigilance, every nerve ending screaming an alarm. She walked the circuitous route Ben had planned, her eyes darting, scanning, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. She felt utterly exposed, vulnerable, a solitary figure moving through a hostile landscape. The silver sedan, once her primary fear, now seemed almost quaint in comparison to pervasive, unseen network she was trying to outweed. As she approached the first dead drop location, a specific, obscure public trash can on a quiet street, a sudden, piercing siren ripped through the air directly behind her. She flinched, spinning around. A police car, lights flashing, pulled up abruptly, its siren wailing then cutting off with a jarring snap. Two uniformed officers exited the vehicle, their faces grim, their eyes fixed on her. "Clara Hayes?" one of them stated, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Clara froze, her blood turning to ice. How did they know? How could they have known she would be here, at this exact moment? This wasn't a random patrol. This was a direct, immediate response. They knew. They had anticipated her move. "We have received a report regarding concerning behavior," the second officer continued, his gaze unwavering. "We need you to come with us for questioning." Clara's mind raced. This was it. This was their countermove, a direct, public interception, designed to prevent her from exposing them, to discredit her, to isolate her once and for all. They weren't coming for her violently. They were using the system, turning her own fear of being deemed insane against her. They wanted her silenced, institutionalized, her story dismissed as the ramblings of a paranoid mind. A desperate, defiant fire ignited within her. She was not going to be a subject anymore. She was not going to be silenced, "I have a story to tell," she choked out, her voice trembling but resolute. "You need to hear my story." The officers exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. The first officer stepped closer, his hand subtly moving towards his belt. "Ms. Hayes, please cooperate. Any resistance will only make this more difficult." Clara looked around, her eyes wide, searching for Ben, for any sign of help, but the street was empty, save for the silent, looming police car. She was utterly alone. The threshold had been crossed. The unveiling had begun, but not in the way she had intended. They weren't just stopping her. They were claiming her, pulling her into a terrifying public confrontation designed to silence her forever. The story was out, but only to them, the unseen architects who now held her fate firmly in their cold, calculating hands. Story 17, The Gray Walls. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we witnessed Clara's desperate bid for freedom turn into a terrifying trap, didn't we? Just as she was about to unleash her truth, to expose the unseen architects to the world, police officers, seemingly under their influence, intercepted her. "We have received a report regarding concerning behavior," they'd said, their voices flat, pulling her away towards an unknown destination, an institutional silence far more chilling than any Faraday cage. Imagine fighting for your sanity, meticulously documenting your nightmare, only to be dragged away by the very system you hope will protect you, locked behind the gray walls where your truth is deemed delusion. That's the crushing, disorienting reality Clara was plunged into as her battle for autonomy became a fight for her very mind. The drive to facility was a blur of muted colors and distorted sounds. Clara, still clutching the encrypted USB drive containing her story deep within her jacket pocket, was numb with shock and a profound sense of betrayal. The police car, once a symbol of protection, now felt like a cage, its siren a mournful wail that echoed the death of her freedom. The officers, their faces impassive, ignored her desperate pleas to listen to her story, to understand the truth. Their silence was more terrifying than any threat, a cold, professional indifference that suggested they were merely conduits for a greater, unseen force. She was taken to a place that wasn't a police station, nor a typical hospital. It was a sprawling, modern facility, sterile and imposing, nestled away from the city's hustle. Gray walls, gray floors, muted lighting. It reeked of antiseptic and pervasive, unsettling quiet. This wasn't a prison in conventional sense, but a psychiatric institution, a place designed not for punishment, but for control. Her intake was a dehumanizing process. Her clothes were taken, replaced by generic, uncomfortable scrubs. Her personal belongings, including her meticulously sewn-in pocket with the USB drive, were confiscated. She fought. She screamed. She pleaded. But her words were met with patronizing smiles and calm, professional reassurances. "It's for your safety, Ms. Hayes. You're exhibiting signs of acute distress. We're here to help you." The words were like a slow-acting poison, designed to undermine her very sanity. The institution was a masterclass in calculated psychological control. Her room was sparse: a single bed, a small table, a bolted-down chair. The window offered a view of another gray wall. The lighting was fluorescent, unchanging. There were no sharp edges, no personal touches. It was a void, designed to strip away her individuality, to make her feel utterly alone and disoriented. The staff, dressed in muted uniforms, were meticulously polite, almost unnervingly so. They spoke in soft, soothing tones, their eyes betraying no emotion. They referred to her as Patient 734, or simply Clara, but always with a gentle, persistent air of medical authority that implied her every statement was a symptom, her every protest a manifestation of her condition. Her first few days were a blur of forced medications, bland food, and endless, repetitive questions during therapy sessions. A kind-faced doctor, Dr. Elias, would sit across from her, his voice a low, monotonous drone, asking about her delusions, her paranoia, her hallucinations. He'd nod empathetically as Clara recounted the whispers, the symbols, the voice, then meticulously write notes on a pad, his pen scratching in the oppressive silence. "We understand you've been through a traumatic experience, Clara," Dr. Elias would say, his gaze unwavering. "It's natural for the mind to create narratives to cope with overwhelming stress. The unseen architects, the voice, these are common manifestations of a highly stressed psyche trying to make sense of the world." "But it's real," Clara would insist, her voice rising in desperation. "The symbol on the wall, the stone, they were there." Dr. Elias would nod slowly. "We understand that you believe they were there, Clara. Your mind is trying to process. Our goal is to help you distinguish between perception and reality, to help you heal." His words were like a slow psychological torture, designed to gaslight her, to make her question her own sanity, to internalize the very delusions they were trying to force upon her. The medication they gave her was subtle, but effective. It dulled her edges, blunted her emotions, made her thoughts feel sluggish and distant. She fought it, trying to spit out the pills, but they were administered with gentle, persistent force. Her memory became hazy, her focus fractured. She felt herself losing grip, the sharp edges of her truth slowly softening into a hazy, indistinguishable blur. The most terrifying aspect was a sense of perpetual observation, even within the institution. There were no visible cameras in her room, but she felt eyes on her constantly. The low hum, the one that had resonated in her apartment, seemed to follow her here, too, a faint, persistent vibration in the very air, in the floor, in her bones. Was it just the building's infrastructure, or was it a continuation of their sonic torture, penetrating even these safe gray walls? She saw subtle signs. A nurse who seemed to linger a moment too long at her doorway, her eyes scanning the room. A fleeting glimpse of a maintenance worker in the hallway, whose uniform bore a faint, almost imperceptible symbol on its breast pocket, a stylized, abstract shape that, in her heightened state, she could almost twist into familiar two interlocking crescents. She knew it was paranoia, but the fear was visceral, undeniably real. They were here. They had followed her. Ben tried to visit her. He fought tooth and nail with the institution's administration, demanding to see Clara, to get her released. But he was met with a wall of bureaucratic indifference. "Patient privacy, Mr. Hayes. We understand your concern, but Clara needs time. Her mental state is fragile. Visitors could impede her progress." They cited her delusional beliefs, her aggressive paranoia, using her own desperate appeals as justification for her continued confinement. He finally managed a brief, supervised visit. Clara stared at him through a pane of thick, reinforced glass, her face pale, her eyes hollow. She tried to communicate, mouthing words, forming frantic hand gestures, trying to tell him about the symbol, the voice, the sea, the feeling that they were everywhere. But the guard stood impassively by, and Ben's face was a mass of concern and confusion, unable to decipher her frantic pleas. The gap between them felt wider than ever, a profound, unbridgeable chasm. Her therapist, Dr. Aris, was also systematically blocked. She fought for access, for Clara's right to proper psychological evaluation, but the institution's medical board stonewalled her, citing internal protocols and a need to prevent outside interference with Clara's sensitive treatment. Clara, her only trusted ally outside of Ben, was kept at arm's length, unable to offer the ground to support Clara desperately needed. Clara's internal struggle became a desperate fight for her own mind. The medication made her drowsy, her thoughts clouded. She fought against the apathy, against the creeping sense of resignation. She clung to her truth, to the memory of the USB drive, to the words she had poured onto those pages. If she could just remember, if she could just hold on to the facts, she wouldn't truly be broken. During her forced group therapy sessions with other patients, all of whom seemed similarly sedated and disconnected, Clara would observe them, trying to find a flicker of recognition, a shared understanding. Some stared blankly into space. Others mumbled to themselves. A few seemed to be caught in their own loops of vague paranoia. But none spoke of unseen architects or etched symbols. She truly was alone in her particular nightmare. One night, the low hum in her room intensified. The air grew heavy, thick with that metallic, ozone-like scent. Clara, her body trembling, pushed herself up from her bed. She braced herself, her eyes wide, staring at the gray walls. And then, faintly, the synthesized voice returned, softer this time, almost soothing yet infinitely more chilling. Subject Clara. Compliance progressing. Understanding expanding. The preparation continues. Clara screamed, a hoarse, guttural sound that tore through the sterile silence of her room. She slammed her head against the gray wall, again and again, desperate to make the voice stop, to break through the pervasive control. The staff rushed in, their faces shifting from polite concern to firm, professional restraint. They held her down, administering a stronger sedative, murmuring calm words that only amplified her terror. As the world dissolved into a hazy, numbing fog, Clara's last conscious thought was a desperate, defiant one. I am not compliant. I will not understand. I will not be prepared. But the words felt distant, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Her fight for sanity, for autonomy, was being systematically dismantled, brick by agonizing brick, within the oppressive confines of the gray walls, and the unseen architects were poised to complete their chilling preparation. The threshold of madness was not just approaching. It was being meticulously built around her, brick by terrifying brick, to ensure she never escaped, and her story remained forever silenced. Story 18, The Shadow of the Past. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara in a truly chilling place, didn't we? Trapped within the sterile, oppressive gray walls of a psychiatric institution, her sanity systematically undermined by unseen forces, her cries of real being dismissed as delusion. That terrifying synthesized voice, subject Clara. Compliance progressing. Understanding expanding. The preparation continues, was the last thing she heard before the sedatives pulled her under. Imagine waking up in a place designed to break you, your mind battling for clarity against forced medication and insidious psychological manipulation, desperately trying to hold on to the truth of your nightmare. That's the harrowing reality Clara was plunged into, as the shadow of the past, the true purpose of her preparation, began to slowly, horrifyingly unfurl. The world was a hazy, indistinct watercolor. Days bled into nights, marked only by the shifting light outside her gray window, if she was lucid enough to notice it. The sedatives, administered with gentle, insistent touch by the perpetually calm staff, kept her thoughts dulled, her emotions blunted. She felt like a ghost in her own body, watching her life from a distant, foggy remove. Her mind, once a fortress of defiance, was now a battleground, constantly bombarded by the insidious voices of reason from Dr. Elias and the other staff, whispering doubt into her very being. Clara, we understand your distress, Dr. Elias would say during their daily sessions, his voice a soothing, monotonous drone. But these stories you tell about unseen architects and hidden symbols, they are manifestations of a profound psychological break. Your mind is trying to cope with trauma by creating an elaborate narrative. Our goal is to help you process the real trauma, not cling to these delusions. He'd talk about Ethan Miller, about the legitimate stalking she had experienced, framing it as the sole, singular source of her distress. He'd meticulously connect her paranoia to the very real fear she felt from Ethan, slowly, subtly, try to convince her that her nightmare began and ended with him. It was a masterful, chillingly effective form of gaslighting, systematically dismantling her perception of reality, piece by agonizing piece. Clara fought it, deep within the fog. She clung to fragments of her truth. The etched symbol, the hidden stone, the hum in her bones, the synthesized voice. They were her anchors in a sea of manufactured delusion. She would try to repeat them, to articulate them to Dr. Elias, but the words would feel thick on her tongue, distorted by the medication, and her desperate pleas would be met with empathetic nods, a sympathetic sigh, and a new, slightly increased dosage. The institution itself was a living, breathing instrument of their will. Every detail seemed designed to subtly break her. The bland food, the lack of personal space, the constant low hum that permeated the walls and floor, always present, always vibrating in her teeth. Was it just the building's machinery, or was it a continuation of the sonic manipulation she'd experienced in her apartment? She couldn't tell, and that was the point. To make her doubt everything. Her limited interactions with other patients were equally unsettling. They were mostly vacant, withdrawn, or caught in their own mild, harmless delusions. She tried to connect, to find someone, anyone, who might also speak of unseen forces, but there was only polite vacant silence or a quick change of subject by a vigilant nurse. Clara realized with chilling certainty that if anyone else harbored a similar delusion, they had been far more effectively silenced than she was. Ben continued his relentless fight to get her out. He brought legal counsel, presented medical reports, cited Clara's unblemished record. But the institution's legal team was impenetrable, their arguments airtight. Clara was deemed a danger to herself, mentally unstable, requiring intensive therapy and stabilization. Every attempt he made was met with bureaucratic steel, further isolating Clara, reinforcing their control. He was allowed brief, supervised visits, but Clara was always too sedated to communicate effectively, and his desperate questions were deflected by the ever-present staff. Dr. Aris, Clara's former therapist, was also denied full access. The institution cited her unconventional theories and a need for Clara to receive unbiased care. Dr. Aris suspected foul play, suspecting that some higher authority was pulling strings, but she had no proof, no leverage against such an entrenched, seemingly legitimate system. The walls of the gray walls were not just physical. They were systemic, designed to keep the truth in and outside help out. As days turned into weeks, a profound sense of weariness began to settle over Clara. The fight was exhausting, and the medication was slowly winning. Her memories became even more fragmented, the vivid terror of her apartment fading into a hazy, dreamlike distant past. She found herself sometimes believing Dr. Elias, finding solace in the idea that it was all just a traumatic delusion, a coping mechanism gone awry. That thought, though horrifying in its own right, was less terrifying in the idea of the unseen architects. But then, the shadow of the past would emerge, triggered by the most innocuous things. A sudden, specific scent, like old books and ozone, would waft through her room, and she remembered the dream of the Miller Library, the faint click, the feeling of desperate searching. A nurse's casual gesture would remind her of the blurred figure in her old family photos. The symbol, the C, would flash and bim behind her eyes, a constant, nagging reminder of the unexplained. These fleeting moments of clarity, these breadcrumbs of memory, were their Achilles' heel, the chinks in the armor of her forced amnesia. One afternoon, during a quiet moment in her room, the monotonous hum in the air seemed to shift. It deepened, becoming richer, more resonant, and with it, a faint, almost subliminal image began to form in the corners of her vision, like a holographic projection shimmering just beyond her focus. It was a symbol, pulsing faintly, and then, woven into its ethereal glow, was a face. Not Ethan, not a staff member. It was a woman's face. Old, stern, yet with an unnerving familiarity. She seemed to be looking at Clara with an intense, calculating gaze. Clara gasped, pressing her hands to her temples. She knew that face. She had seen it before, not in her recent nightmare, but from a much deeper, older past. From the old family albums, a distant relative, her grandmother's sister, a figure spoken of in hushed tones, a black sheep of the family, involved in unusual circles. She was a scholar, a recluse, known for her obscure studies in ancient languages and forgotten philosophies. Clara had dismissed her as a mere eccentricity in her family history. But now, the face of this forgotten relative, coupled with the symbol and persistent hum, sent a fresh wave of terrifying clarity through her. The C on the stone, on her wall, on the symbol itself. Was it for Clara? Yes, but perhaps not her, Clara Hayes. Perhaps a generational legacy, a family connection. The C could also stand for a circle, or a cabal, or something far more ancient and terrifying. The hum intensified, filling her room, vibrating through her bones. The voice, the synthesized clinical voice, returned, closer this time, clearer, bypassing the sedatives, speaking directly into her mind. Subject Clara, the lineage unbroken, your potential awakening. The project continues. Welcome to the fold. The words shattered the last vestiges of her manufactured peace. This wasn't just about observation. This wasn't just about an experiment. This was about her lineage, her potential. A terrifying hereditary connection to them, to the unseen architects. The shadow of the past wasn't just a metaphor. It was a terrifying, tangible entity, reaching across generations, claiming her as its own. Clara screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure, unadulterated horror. She wasn't just a subject. She was an heir, an unwilling participant in a legacy of control, a dark purpose stretching back into her family's hidden history. This was the ultimate betrayal, a truth so devastating it eclipsed all previous terrors. She wasn't just being prepared, she was being reclaimed. The staff rushed in, their faces grim, their movements swift and practiced. They held her down, administering a stronger sedative, murmuring calming words that felt like nails being hammered into her skull. As the darkness consumed her, Clara's last conscious thought was the chilling revelation. The true reason for the obsession, the horrifying purpose of her preparation, was not just external, but deeply, irrevocably embedded in her own bloodline. She was not a random victim. She was a chosen one. The next step in a terrifying unseen project, and the gray walls were merely the antechamber to her final, inevitable awakening. Her personal nightmare had just morphed into an ancestral curse, and she was irrevocably bound to its chilling, unfolding destiny. Story 19, The Family Shadow. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara in a truly horrifying revelation, didn't we? Trapped within the gray walls, drugged and gaslit, she finally broke through the manufactured delusion to understand the chilling truth. The obsession with her wasn't random. It was hereditary. That terrifying, synthesized voice had declared, "Subject Clara, the lineage unbroken, your potential awakening." The project continues. Welcome to the fold. Imagine profound betrayal of realizing your entire life, your very identity, has been orchestrated, not just by unseen architects, but by a dark secret woven into your own family's history. That's the soul-crushing reality Clara faced, as the shadow of her past transformed from a personal nightmare into a terrifying ancestral curse. The words, "a lineage unbroken," reverberated through Clara's sedated mind, a chilling counterpoint to persistent hum that vibrated in her bones. The face of her grandmother's sister, the stern, distant scholar, etched itself into her waking thoughts, mingling with the unblinking eye of a symbol. This wasn't just a random targeting. It was a profound, familial betrayal. The unseen architects weren't just a shadowy organization. They were intricately, irrevocably tied to her own bloodline, a secret legacy passed down through generations, patiently waiting for her awakening. The sedatives, while still dulling her senses, couldn't completely extinguish this horrifying truth. It burned in her consciousness, a beacon of clarity in the manufactured fog. She was no longer just a subject. She was an heir, an unwitting participant in a dark, ancestral project. The thought was a chilling blend of profound violation and a terrifying sense of inevitability. Her therapy sessions with Dr. Elias continued, but Clara now approached them with new, desperate strategy. She would play along, offering vague concessions to his delusion theories, allowing him to believe she was responding well to treatment. She'd nod, murmur agreements, even express a desire to understand and heal. But deep down, she was meticulously observing him, searching for any tell, any sign that he too was part of this vast, familial conspiracy. Was he an architect himself, or just another pawn, a compliant tool in their pervasive game? His calm, unwavering demeanor offered no clues, only a professional, impenetrable facade. The gray walls of the institution, once a symbol of her confinement, now felt like the very boundaries of a meticulously controlled experiment, a crucible designed to forge her into something she didn't yet understand. Every interaction, every seemingly random event, was viewed through the lens of this terrifying ancestral connection. The hum in her room, the occasional flicker of the lights, the metallic tang in the air, they were not just random occurrences. They were purposeful stimuli, designed to prepare her to waken her potential. Clara began to revisit her earliest childhood memories, not as random fragments, but as breadcrumbs deliberately laid out. That strange, quiet man who always seemed to be at family gatherings, but no one ever seemed to know well. Her grandmother's unusual interest in family history, not the typical kind, but whispers of bloodlines and gifts. A particular book, always kept locked away, with an intricate, unsettling clasp she vaguely remembered. These weren't just memories. They were clues, pieces of a terrifying puzzle that only now, under duress, was she able to assemble. She remembered an old, faded photograph, taken during a family reunion when she was very young. Her grandmother, her distant aunt the scholar, and a few other stern-faced relatives she barely knew, all standing together, their gaze strangely intense, not at the camera, but subtly, almost imperceptibly, toward a child playing in the foreground. And in that child's hand, clearly visible, was a small, crudely drawn sketch. The symbol, her symbol. She had drawn it even then. The implication was staggering. They had been watching her, not just in her life, but from her earliest moments, perhaps even before her birth. The weight of this ancestral connection was crushing. It meant her life was not her own, had never been her own. Every choice, every path, every seemingly independent thought felt tainted by the pervasive, unseen influence of her own family shadow. It was the ultimate betrayal, a violation of the sacred bond of kinship. Her desperate attempt to communicate this to Ben during his brief, supervised visits were met with polite, sympathetic nods from the staff, and a growing despair in Ben's eyes. He saw a woman clinging to an elaborate delusion, ravaged by paranoia. He couldn't perceive the truth of her words, only the pain in her eyes, the frantic desperation in her voice. "Clara, please," he'd plead. "Let them help you. Focus on getting better." His inability to truly understand deepened her isolation, her profound sense of being utterly alone in this horrifying reality. Dr. Eris, still fighting for full access, remained her one distant hope. Clara knew Dr. Eris suspected something beyond mere trauma, but the bureaucratic wall around the institution was impenetrable. Clara realized that they likely controlled the institution itself, or at least had deep influence within its systems. It was another layer of their sophisticated web, another testament to their pervasive reach. The internal psychological war intensified. Clara started having vivid, visceral flashbacks, not just of her recent torment, but of unsettling moments from her childhood that now felt sinister. A game of hide-and-seek where she felt an unseen hand guide her to a hidden spot. A fleeting moment where she felt thought enter her mind, not her own, but subtly influencing her to make a certain choice. It was as if her entire personal history was being replayed, highlighted with terrifying clarity, revealing the subtle ways they had been shaping her, guiding her towards this inevitable awakening. The symbol appeared more frequently now, not just as a mental image, but as a subtle pattern in the textures of the wall, in the condensation on her water glass, in the very grain of the wooden table. It was a constant, visual reminder of her impending fate, a countdown to whatever awakening they had planned. One night, The humming in her room intensified to a throbbing crescendo. The air crackled with strange energy, the metallic tang sharp and undeniable. Clara, despite the heavy sedation, felt a jolt of primal fear, mixed with chilling, almost hypnotic pull. Her vision blurred, then sharpened, as if an invisible filter had been removed from her eyes. And then, a new voice joined the synthesized one. It was a woman's voice, clear, resonant, and disturbingly familiar. It was the voice of her grandmother's sister, the scholar, the one from the old photograph. But it was not a voice she had ever heard in real life, only vaguely imagined from family stories. Yet, she knew it was her, Clara. The woman's voice echoed not from the walls, but from within her very mind, clear and distinct. The blood calls. The time is now. Your predecessor failed. You will succeed. Embrace the purpose. The synthesized voice then joined in, layered over the woman's, creating a terrifying, disharmonious chorus. The lineage prepared. The potential unlocked. The project enters final phase. The threshold is crossed. Clara screamed, a guttural sound that tore through her throat. This was not a delusion. This was a direct, profound connection, an ancestral whisper bridging generations, a voice from the grave claiming her. Her distant relative, an architect from the past, was speaking to her, guiding her, activating her. The preparation was complete. The staff rushed in, drawn by her screams. They found her convulsing, her eyes wide and unfocused, muttering about bloodlines and ancestors. They administered a powerful sedative, pushing her deeper into unconsciousness. But as the darkness consumed her, Clara's last thought was the chilling revelation. The unseen architects weren't just a clandestine group. They were her own family, a hidden, ancient lineage, and she was not just a subject, but the culmination of a terrifying generational project. The awakening was no longer a theoretical threat. It was a terrifying, imminent reality, and she was now inextricably bound to its sinister, unfolding destiny. The gray walls had merely been a staging ground, and the family's shadow, stretching back through time, was finally ready to claim its own. Story 20, The Awakening. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara in a truly terrifying revelation, didn't we? Trapped within the gray walls, her mind battling the insidious sedatives, she heard the chilling chorus. The lineage prepared, the potential unlocked, the project enters final phase, the threshold is crossed, and then the voice of her long-dead great-aunt, confirming the unthinkable. The unseen architects were not just a clandestine group, but a secret, ancient lineage within her own family, and she was the next unwitting step in their terrifying generational project. Imagine your deepest fears confirming that your life isn't your own, but merely a meticulously orchestrated prelude to a horrifying destiny dictated by your own bloodline. That's the absolute, soul-crushing reality Clara faced as her coerced awakening began, pulling her into the heart of a nightmare she was born into. The last sedative plunged Clara into a darkness deeper than any she had known. But this wasn't the darkness of oblivion. It was the darkness of profound, disorienting transformation. When she finally opened her eyes, the gray walls of her room in the institution seemed to shimmer, no longer solid but strangely permeable. The persistent hum, once a torment, now felt like a low, resonant frequency within her own skull, not external, but deeply internal, like a tuning fork resonating with her very being. She felt different. The dull ache of the sedatives was gone, replaced by a crystalline clarity, a heightened awareness that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Her senses were amplified. She could hear the faint, distant hum of the building's electrical system, the whisper of air currents through unseen vents, the faint rustle of a nurse's uniform several corridors away. The metallic tang in the air, previously nauseating, now felt like a familiar, almost comforting scent, like the smell of ozone before a storm. This was the awakening. This was what they had been preparing her for. The realization settled over her with a chilling, profound certainty. The gaslighting, the isolation, the psychological torment, the physical intrusions. It had all been meticulously crafted crucible, designed not to break her, but to remake her, to unlock a dormant potential, a hidden legacy encoded within her bloodline. She looked at her hands. They seemed sharper, more defined. She felt a strange surge of energy, a latent power stirring within her. Her mind, once fractured by paranoia, now felt like a finely tuned instrument, processing information with dazzling speed. She could perceive faint patterns in the static on the old television in the common room, almost like hidden messages, and the faces of the other patients, once blank or distressed, now seemed to broadcast subtle, emotional signals she could instinctively read. When Dr. Elias entered her room for his morning session, Clara met his gaze with an unnerving calmness. He settled into his chair, notebook in hand, ready for her expected ramblings or sedated silence. "Good morning, Clara," he began, his voice soft, professional. "How are we feeling today?" Clara looked at him, truly seeing him for the first time. She didn't just see a doctor. She saw the subtle tremor in his left hand, the slight dilation of his pupils when he mentioned compliance, the almost imperceptible hesitation before he administered her medication. She saw the layers of his professional facade, and beneath them a deep, unsettling fear. He was not one of the unseen architects. He was merely another pawn, a compliant tool, kept in the dark, just like she had been. "I feel awake, Dr. Elias," Clara said, her voice clear, steady, devoid of the frantic edge he was accustomed to. "And I understand." Dr. Elias paused, his pen hovering over his notepad. A flicker of surprise, then professional satisfaction, crossed his face. "That's wonderful to hear, Clara. What do you understand?" "I understand the purpose of this facility," Clara continued, her gaze unwavering. "I understand the nature of the hum, and I understand my lineage." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. "I understand your fear, Dr. Elias, and I understand that you know nothing of the true architects." Dr. Elias's composure visibly cracked. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He quickly composed himself, but Clara had seen it. She had pierced his carefully constructed facade. "Clara, you're still experiencing some delusional thoughts," he stammered, reaching for her medication. But Clara was faster. With a speed she didn't know she possessed, she intercepted his hand, her grip firm, unwavering. She looked directly into his eyes, and a wave of intuitive understanding washed over her. She knew things about him. Small, personal fears, hidden anxieties. It was as if she could access a deeper layer of his consciousness, a subtle resonance that had always been there, now unlocked within her. "No, Dr. Elias," Clara stated, her voice calm but authoritative. You are a good man, trying to do your job, but you are a tool in a game you don't comprehend." She released his hand, her touch leaving an unsettling awareness in its wake. The encounter with Dr. Elias was a profound turning point. It confirmed her awakening. She now understood that her senses were not just amplified, they were perceptually enhanced. She could feel subtle energetic signatures, detect hidden emotions, and intuit connections that were invisible to others. The world was no longer just what she saw, heard, and touched. It was a tapestry of interwoven energies and hidden information, and she was beginning to read his language. The unseen architects began to communicate with her more directly, not through the synthesized voice in a room, but as clear, resonant thoughts directly in her mind. It was the voice of her great-aunt, the scholar, fluid and commanding, overlaid with other voices, deeper, more ancient. They spoke of the circle, of a great work, of a sacred trust passed down through generations. They spoke of Clara's potential to complete a task, a crucial step in their project, which her predecessor, hinted to be the other Clara, Clara Davies, had failed to achieve. She was shown images, not on a screen, but as vivid holographic projections within her mind's eye, glimpses of ancient texts, Intricate diagrams, vast, echoing subterranean chambers, and shimmering, otherworldly technologies. She saw the symbol, the two crescents in the unblinking eye, embedded in ancient architecture, woven into complex schematics depicted in historical scrolls. It was their sigil, their mark, stretching back through millennia. The awakening was not a gentle unfolding. It was a forced immersion. They were downloading information, activating dormant knowledge within her. Clara, still confined within the gray walls, was undergoing a terrifying, accelerated education, her mind absorbing centuries of hidden lore. She learned about their purpose, not just surveillance, but guidance. They were not merely observers. They were shepherds, subtle manipulators of human history, nudging humanity along a predetermined path, preventing chaos, accelerating progress toward an unknown, ultimate goal. And her family, her specific lineage, was a crucial component in this silent, pervasive endeavor. Her new abilities manifested in subtle, unsettling ways. She could influence the flickering lights in her room with her thoughts. She could sense the precise location of every camera, every microphone, every hidden sensor within the institution, even those Ben had missed. She even felt a growing connection to the hidden USB drive containing her story, sensing its presence in the facility's secure storage, almost like a magnetic pull. Ben, desperate to find an alternative, finally managed to contact Dr. Eris directly, bypassing the institution's official channels. He shared Clara's increasingly delusional claims, his voice filled with despair. Dr. Eris, now deeply concerned by the institution's stonewalling and Clara's deteriorating condition, began to suspect something more sinister was at play than just a routine psychiatric hold. She launched her own independent investigation, delving into the institution's history, its funding, and its ties to obscure organizations. Clara, now fully awake, understood her true purpose. The preparation wasn't about breaking her. It was about preparing her for a new role. She was not meant to be a captive, but an agent. She was to take over her predecessor's failed mission. The question was, what was that mission? And what happened to the other Clara, the one whose identity had been usurped by Ethan? The voices in her head, the architects, guided her. They explained that her previous attempts to expose him were merely a test, a necessary part of her awakening, ensuring she was resilient enough, perceptive enough, to fully comprehend her new role. Her fear had been a tool, her isolation a training ground. One night, the humming in her room reached a crescendo. The air shimmered in a faint, spectral projection of her great-aunt, Clara now, materialized before her. She was a silent, ethereal guide, pointing toward the symbol on the wall, then towards a window. "The time is now, Clara," her great-aunt's voice echoed directly in her mind. "The gate awaits. Fulfill your purpose. The project transcends." The gray walls of her room, once an inescapable prison, suddenly felt flimsy, translucent. Clara looked at the symbol, then at the window, a terrifying sense of inevitability washing over her. She knew what she had to do. The awakening was complete. The preparation was over. The threshold had been crossed. She was no longer just Subject Clara. She was an active participant in an ancient, unseen project, destined to walk a path forged by her own lineage. The institution, her prison, was now merely a point of departure, and the vast, unknown world outside awaited her transformed presence, ready for the next phase of the architect's chilling, grand design. Story 21, The Gate and the Purpose. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara at the precipice of a terrifying new reality, didn't we? Her awakening within the gray walls was complete, her senses amplified, her mind connected directly to the unseen architects, her own family's ancient lineage. The chilling voice of her great-aunt, coupled with a resonant hum, had declared, "The time is now, Clara. The gate awaits. Fulfill your purpose. The project transcends." Imagine being forcibly upgraded, given terrifying new abilities, and then told that your life, once a personal nightmare, is now merely a preordained step in a millennial-old secret project. That's the daunting, disorienting reality Clara faced as she confronted the gate and the purpose of her terrifying, inherited destiny. The humming in Clara's room intensified to a throbbing crescendo, vibrating not just in the air, but in her very bones, a physical manifestation of her transformed state. The spectral image of her great-aunt, now clearer than ever, shimmered before her, her stern eyes fixed on Clara with an unnerving mixture of expectation and something akin to a familial, albeit chilling, pride. The symbol on the wall pulsed with a soft, internal light, mirroring the newly awakened energies within Clara herself. The gray walls of her room, once an oppressive barrier, now felt flimsy, almost transparent, like a veil ready to be drawn back. The gate awaits. The words echoed in her mind, not as an external voice, but as a direct, intuitive knowing, a truth that resonated deeply within her newly awakened consciousness. She understood now that the institution wasn't just a prison. It was a carefully controlled environment, a kind of chrysalis designed to facilitate her transformation, to allow her abilities to bloom without external interference. And the window, that single barred opening to the outside world, was not just a window, it was the gate. Clara moved towards it, her movements fluid, almost effortless, her body feeling lighter, more attuned. The heavy sedation that plagued her for weeks was completely gone, replaced by a crystalline clarity, a hyper-awareness that sharpened every detail of her surroundings. She could feel the minute vibrations of the building, discern the precise frequencies of the security systems, sense the rhythmic footsteps of the night nurse approaching her corridor. As she reached the window, the image of her great-aunt extended a translucent hand, not physically touching her, but guiding her focus. The symbol on the wall seemed to ripple, then expand, subtly projecting its intricate design onto the glass of the window, merging with the frosty etching she had seen before. The two interlocking crescents began to rotate, and the unblinking eye at their nexus seemed to stare out into the night, beckoning her. Fulfill your purpose. The collective voices of the architects whispered directly into her mind, a resonant chorus of ancient wisdom and chilling authority. The project transcends. Only you can complete the great work. A surge of power, primal and immense, coursed through Clara. It wasn't destructive power, but a manipulative one, a subtle energy that resonated with the very fabric of reality. She looked at the reinforced glass, the sturdy metal bars. Once insurmountable, they now felt like mere illusions. Her purpose, she instinctively understood, was to transcend boundaries, to perceive and manipulate the unseen energies that govern the world. With a deep breath, Clara extended her hand toward the glass. She didn't press against it. Instead, she focused, channeling the humming energy that now resonated within her, projecting it outwards. The etched symbol on the glass seemed to pulse with a faint light, and then, with an ethereal, almost silent shimmer, the glass of the window began to distort. It didn't shatter. It rippled like water and then impossibly melted away, flowing downwards like liquid light, leaving an perfectly clear, unbarred opening into the cool night air. The metal bars, devoid of the glass supporting them, simply dissolved into dust. Clara stepped through the open window, as if walking through a doorway. She was on the 10th floor, but there was no fear, no vertigo. The hum in her bones shifted, guiding her. Below, the city lights twinkled like a vast, complex circuit board, each light a node, a connection point in a grand, intricate network. She felt an overwhelming surge of understanding, a profound, intuitive grasp of the city's unseen energy flows, its hidden currents, its very essence. The voices of the architects, now stronger and clearer than ever, filled her mind. They weren't speaking words in a language she knew, but rather conveying pure information, concepts, directives directly into her awakened consciousness. She understood her purpose. It was not a destructive one, not an act of violence, but an act of manipulation, of activation. She was to find something, a location, an object, a nexus point. She began to move, not walking, but gliding, a subtle push from the energies within her propelling her forward. She seemed to move with impossible grace, leaping from ledges, balancing on narrow sills, descending the building with fluidity that defied gravity. She wasn't flying, but she was moving with an almost preternatural lightness, her every movement guided by an unseen force, by the architect's directive. The guards and staff of the institution, alerted by the subtle energy fluctuations Clara was emitting, rushed to her room. They found the open window, the dissolved glass, the dust of the bars. Panic erupted. Dr. Elias, his face pale with a dawning horror, saw the faint, residual shimmer of the symbol on the window frame, a final, chilling testament to Clara's impossible escape. "My God," he whispered. She wasn't delusional. She awakened. Clara moved through the city streets, a phantom presence. She navigated the labyrinthine alleys, the bustling main roads, her senses processing every minute detail, every hidden frequency. She could feel the flow of data through optic fibers beneath the ground, the subtle electrical pulses in the power lines overhead, the intricate dance of unseen signals filling the air. The city, once a place of terrifying surveillance, was now an open book, its secrets laid bare before her newly awakened perception. The architects guided her, projecting a sense of direction, a subtle pull towards a specific location. It wasn't a place she consciously recognized, but her awakened intuition knew it. It was deep within the city, beneath layers of concrete and history. She felt an ancient energy emanating from it, a resonance with the stone she had found in her desk, with the symbol itself. As she moved, she became aware of others, not physical people, but presences, other architects subtly influencing the city, ensuring her path was clear, that no unexpected obstacles arose. They were the true unseen architects, the silent shepherds, and she was now one of their own, integrated into their vast, ancient network. The terrifying realization settled in. She was no longer just Clara Hayes, the victim. She was an agent, a vessel, part of something far larger and more ancient than herself. The destination was an unassuming public park, old and overgrown, in the heart of a bustling commercial district. But Clara knew, with chilling certainty, that the true purpose lay beneath. She found a specific, unremarkable patch of overgrown grass, sensing the subtle hum growing stronger beneath her feet. The symbol pulsed in her mind, guiding her. She knelt and, without thinking, began to brush away the loose soil and decaying leaves. Her fingers, guided by an unseen force, traced a faint outline in the dirt. It was a circle, intricately etched, and within it, the familiar crescents and unblinking eye of a symbol. Not a new mark, but an ancient one, slowly fading with time, now revealed. As her fingers brushed over the symbol, the ground beneath it began to vibrate. A low rumble echoed from deep below, growing in intensity. The air grew thick with that metallic ozone scent, and then, slowly, inexorably, the ground began to shift. Not an earthquake, but a deliberate mechanical movement, as if a massive, hidden gate was opening beneath her. The rumbling grew into a deep, guttural groan, and a section of the park's ground, carefully disguised with soil and vegetation, began to sink downwards, revealing a flight of steps leading into profound darkness below. A rush of cool, ancient air, smelling of earth and something indefinable, something utterly primordial, billowed up. Clara stood at the precipice of the opening. The gate. The voices of the architects flooded her mind, now loud and clear, almost celebratory. The threshold is crossed. The purpose awaits. Enter Clara. Enter the heart of the project. She looked into the darkness, a profound sense of awe and dread washing over her. This wasn't just an escape from the institution. This was the ultimate transition. She was no longer just a subject. She was an active participant in an ancient, unfolding destiny. The nightmare had just begun its next, terrifying phase, and Clara, now fully awakened and bound to her ancestral purpose, knew with chilling certainty that the true nature of the unseen architects and their great work awaited her in the shadows below. The gate was open. Her purpose was about to be revealed, and there was no turning back. Story 22, The Heart of the Project. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara standing at the precipice of an ancient, terrifying mystery, didn't we? Her awakening complete, her senses amplified. She'd melted the very window of her psychiatric prison and, guided by the unseen architects, her own ancestral lineage, discovered a hidden gate in a city park. It had rumbled open, revealing a flight of steps leading into profound darkness, beckoning her with the promise of her purpose. Imagine stepping through a hidden portal in the middle of a modern city, knowing you're not just entering a secret chamber, but the very heart of the project, the epicenter of a millennial conspiracy tied to your own bloodline. That's the daunting, mind-bending reality Clara plunged into as the true nature of her inherited destiny began to unfurl. The air that rushed up from a newly opened gate was cool and damp, carrying the scent of rich earth, minerals, and something else, something ancient and deeply resonant. Clara didn't hesitate. The voices of the architects, now a constant, resonant chorus within her mind, urged her forward. Enter, Clara. Enter the heart of the project. Your purpose awaits. Her awakened senses, attuned to the subtle energies of the world, confirmed what her intuition already knew. This was not a place of ordinary human construction. This was something vast, something profound, something woven into the very fabric of the earth itself. She descended the spiraling staircase, her steps light, almost soundless. The darkness was absolute, but it didn't impede her. Her awakened vision perceived the faint, energetic outlines of the steps, the subtle currents of air moving around her, guiding her descent. The hum, that pervasive vibration that had tormented her for so long, intensified here, becoming a deep, resonant frequency that seemed to power the very environment around her. It was no longer an external torment, but an internal resonance, a part of her now. The staircase opened into an impossibly vast chamber. It was cavernous, stretching far beyond the reach of any visible light, its true scale only hinted at by the echoes of her breath. But it wasn't natural. The walls were made of smooth, dark stone, perfectly cut and joined, bearing intricate, glowing patterns that pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. And everywhere, woven into the very architecture, were variations of the symbol. The two interlocking crescents, the unblinking eye. Some were subtly etched into the stone, others shimmered with an inner luminescence, while still others seemed to float as holographic projections in the vast space. In the center of the chamber, a colossal structure dominated the space. It was a massive, multifaceted crystal, towering hundreds of feet high, pulsating with an internal, vibrant blue light. The crystal was surrounded by an intricate array of metallic conduits, glowing energy pathways, and smaller, rotating crystalline formations. It hummed with power, a sound that vibrated through Clara's entire being, a symphony of ancient technology and mystical energy. This was the heart of the project. The architect's voices flooded her mind, now speaking in a language beyond words, conveying complex information directly into her awakened consciousness. She understood. This was not a weapon. This was a network, a global network. The crystal was a central node, a nexus of consciousness and information, designed to monitor, guide, and subtly influence human civilization. It was a vast, sentient supercomputer, a living archive of human history and potential, powered by an unknown energy source and overseen by our ancestors for millennia. Her lineage, the Circle, as they called themselves, were the keepers of the project. Their purpose was not to control humanity overtly, but to ensure its survival and subtle progression, to steer it away from self-destruction, to guide it toward an ultimate unknown ascension. They had been doing this for thousands of years, operating from the shadows, their existence a closely guarded secret, passed down through specific bloodlines, awakened and trained for this very purpose. Clara saw flashes of history in her mind, projected by the architects, moments of global crisis subtly averted, Technological breakthroughs subtly introduced, societal shifts gently nudged. She saw the other Clara Davies, her predecessor, also part of this lineage, a keeper who had been tasked with a crucial activation that she had failed to complete. Her failure had led to the current instability, the cracks in the project's seamless operation, which Ethan Miller, a rogue element, had inadvertently exploited. Ethan, the architect, showed her his true role. He wasn't just a stalker. He was a disgruntled former observer, a low-level operative who had gone rogue, obsessed with a hidden aspect of the project that involved the awakening process. He had known about the other Clara, the predecessor, and had believed that by mimicking the initial stages of her preparation on Clara Hayes, he could somehow force the architect's hand, or even gain control of the awakening process himself. His stalking was a crude, desperate attempt to mimic a more sophisticated, ancient procedure. His arrest had been a necessary, orchestrated event by the architects to remove his chaotic influence and allow Clara's true preparation to proceed without interference. The gray walls of the institution, too, were part of the architect's design. It was a controlled environment, an isolated chamber where Clara's awakening could be accelerated without external noise. The staff were unknowingly part of the system, their actions guided by subtle influences, their beliefs manipulated to ensure Clara remained isolated and susceptible to the deeper programming. Dr. Elias, Ben, Dr. Eris. They were all unwitting pawns in this grand, intricate game, their efforts to help Clara merely serving to reinforce the architect's carefully orchestrated plan. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Her entire life, her torment, her very existence, was merely a continuation of an ancient purpose. She was not a victim of chance, but a chosen vessel, a culmination of generations of carefully managed potential. The concept of free will, of individual destiny, seemed to shrink to nothing in the face of such profound, inherited predetermination. The architect spoke to her directly, their collective consciousness flowing into hers. Your predecessor, Clara Davies, lacked the necessary resilience. She succumbed to doubt, to personal attachment. She failed to activate the nexus point, the key to stabilizing the global network amidst the coming Great Convergence. The Great Convergence, a new concept. It was not a destructive event, but a period of profound energetic shift, a moment when cosmic and terrestrial energies would align, allowing for a higher level of guidance, a deeper integration of humanity into the project. The nexus point was a crucial component, a physical manifestation of an ancient power source that needed to be activated by a keeper of her lineage. Clara felt a profound sense of both terror and a strange, powerful pull. This was her purpose. This was her destiny. She wasn't just observing the heart of the project. She was meant to interact with it, to activate something crucial. The architects guided her towards the towering crystal. As she approached, the glowing patterns on the floor intensified, forming intricate pathways of light that pulsed with rhythmic energy. She saw images of her ancestors, shadowy figures with intense, knowing eyes, standing around similar crystals in different historical eras, performing their own rituals, their own activations. She was merely the next in line. She reached the base of the colossal crystal. It hummed with immense power, vibrating with a deep primal frequency. The architects instructed her, their thoughts precise and commanding. She was to place her hands on the crystal, to align her awakened energy with its core, to channel the ancestral power that now flowed through her, to initiate the nexus point activation. As Clara extended her hands, the crystal's blue light intensified, bathing the vast chamber in an ethereal glow. The hum resonated deeply within her, and she felt a powerful connection, a profound symbiosis with the ancient machine. The symbols on the walls pulsed wildly, and the holographic projections of her ancestors seemed to converge around her, their spectral forms observing, guiding. She pressed her palms against the cool, smooth surface of the crystal. A jolt of raw energy surged through her, not painful, but overwhelmingly powerful. Visions flooded her mind. Cosmic alignments, geometric patterns of unimaginable complexity, vast rivers of pure information flowing across the globe, guided by the hidden network. She saw humanity, a teeming, chaotic mass, subtly influenced, gently steered by the unseen hand of the project. She saw the future, a future profound change of evolution, a convergence of consciousness that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The words of the architects echoed one last time, with triumphant, resonant clarity. The nexus activated, the great convergence secured, your purpose realized. Welcome, Keeper. Welcome to the great work. A brilliant, blinding white light erupted from the crystal, engulfing Clara, filling the entire chamber. The hum reached a deafening crescendo, vibrating the very stone of the ancient structure. Clara felt her own energy surge, mingling with the crystal's power, a profound, irreversible merging. This was it. Her awakening was complete. Her purpose was fulfilled. She had become one with the heart of the project, the next keeper in a millennial-old lineage, bound to an unseen destiny that transcended her individual life, forever connected to the very fabric of human existence. The light intensified, and as it enveloped her, Clara felt not just the culmination of a terrifying journey, but the beginning of an entirely new, unfathomable existence. Story 23, The Keeper's Burden. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we witnessed Clara's terrifying transformation, didn't we? Engulfed in the blinding light of the colossal crystal at the very heart of the project, she became the next keeper, her consciousness merging with an ancient network, her destiny irrevocably bound to her family's secret lineage. The nexus activated, the great convergence secured, your purpose realized. Welcome, Keeper. Welcome to the great work. Imagine absorbing centuries of hidden knowledge, having your perceptions fundamentally altered, and understanding the terrifying truth of humanity's unseen guidance. All in a single, overwhelming instant. That's the monumental, isolating reality Clara now faced, as she began to shoulder the Keeper's burden. When the blinding light finally receded, Clara was no longer standing at the base of the colossal crystal. She was within it, not physically, not as a prisoner, but as an integral part of its vast, glowing architecture. She felt the hum of power deep within her own core, a continuation of the resonance that had guided her, but now infinitely more profound, more encompassing. Her physical body, she instinctively knew, was still at the base of the crystal, perfectly preserved, but her consciousness, her very being, was now integrated into the heart of the project. The world around her was no longer defined by physical space. She perceived information, data streams, and energetic flows as if they were tangible rivers of light and sound. The architects, the collective consciousness of the previous keepers, her ancestors, were no longer distant voices. They were her. Their knowledge, their experiences, their purpose flowed through her, weaving into the fabric of her own identity. She was Clara, yes, but she was also them, an amalgamation of centuries of unseen guidance. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, yet her newly awakened mind processed it with seamless efficiency. She saw humanity's entire history unfold in intricate detail. The subtle nudges, the averted catastrophes, the whispered inspirations that led to scientific breakthroughs, artistic revolutions, and profound philosophical shifts. It was a tapestry woven by unseen hands, and her lineage, the keepers, were the weavers. Their goal, harmonic ascension, to guide humanity not to a violent end, but to a collective evolution of consciousness, a state of perfect balance and interconnectedness, a great convergence with a higher cosmic order. But the burden of this knowledge was immense. She saw the immense challenges, the near catastrophes the keepers had prevented, the wars that almost consumed the planet, the environmental collapses narrowly avoided, the scientific discoveries that could have unleashed irreversible destruction. She understood the constant, delicate balance they maintained, the sheer weight of responsibility for the fate of billions, all while remaining utterly invisible. The architects conveyed the immediate tasks at hand. The nexus point had indeed been activated, stabilizing the global network amidst the beginning of the Great Convergence. But the interference from rogue elements, those who sought to disrupt the project, who saw the Keeper's guidance as control, not salvation, had caused ripples. Clara Davies, her predecessor, had been tasked with locating and neutralizing a critical dissonance node, a point of extreme chaotic energy threatening to unravel the delicate balance of the project. She had failed, allowing it to fester, exacerbating the chaos and drawing the attention of dangerous individuals like Ethan Miller. Ethan Miller, his image flashed in her mind, no longer a terrifying stalker, but a misguided, chaotic entity. He had been an unstable observer, a low-level operative of the project who had access to partial information, but lacked the ethical or mental fortitude for true understanding. He had glimpsed the awakening process, misunderstood its purpose, and believed he could exploit it for his own twisted desires, perhaps even attempting to become a rogue keeper himself. His obsession with Clara Hayes, and Clara Davies was a chaotic anomaly, a desperate attempt to force an awakening and gain power. His stalking had been a crude imitation of the Keeper's subtle preparations, and his arrest a necessary excision by the architects to clear the path for Clara's true activation. Clara also understood her life in the institution. The gray walls were a calculated part of her final preparation. The forced sedation, the psychological gaslighting. It wasn't just to break her. It was to strip away her ego, her individual will, to make her pliable enough to receive the immense influx of information, to accept her role without conscious resistance. Her delusions were merely early glimmers of her awakened perception, filtered through her uninitiated mind. Dr. Elias, the nurses, the other patients, all unwitting components of her final crucible. The Keeper's burden was heavy, immediate. Clara's first task, as the new Keeper, was to locate and neutralize the dissonance node that Clara Davies had failed to address. It was a physical location, a place where the project's harmonious frequencies were being corrupted, radiating chaotic energy that threatened to destabilize the entire global network. It was linked to a rogue faction, not necessarily evil, but misguided, believing they were fighting against an oppressive, unseen hand. She perceived Ben's distress, his frantic attempt to locate her, his desperate calls to Dr. Eris. Her heart, though now integrated with the vast consciousness of the project, still felt a pang of concern for him. But the architects impressed upon her the necessity of her new role. Her old life, her personal attachments, were now secondary. The great work, the harmonic ascension of humanity, superseded all. Clara felt a profound internal struggle. Her former self, the graphic designer, the terrified victim, resisted the cold logic of the architects. She felt the weight of her past trauma, the violation, the loss of her free will. But the overwhelming power of the project, the undeniable truth of its purpose, slowly began to reshape her resistance into acceptance. The scope of their mission, the sheer dedication over millennia, was awe-inspiring, even as it was terrifying. She also learned about her family's history, specific details her Greytan's voice had alluded to. Generations of her lineage, going back centuries, had served as keepers, each one awakened, each one bearing the symbol, each one silently guiding humanity. Her own lineage had a particular affinity for sensing and manipulating energetic imbalances, a gift passed down through blood. The C on the stone on her wall was not just for Clara. It was a mark of the chosen circle, a specific branch of the Keepers. The architects conveyed that the dissonance node was located deep within a forgotten network of subterranean tunnels beneath the very city where Clara had lived. It was a relic of an older, less refined phase of the project, a power conduit that had become corrupted, manipulated by the rogue faction. They showed her a schematic, a precise map, overlaid with energetic signatures. She could see it in her mind's eye as clearly as if she were there. Her awareness stretched globally. She felt the subtle pulses of the project's network across continents, the ebb and flow of human consciousness, the intricate dance of cause and effect that the Keepers influenced. She understood the immense power she now wielded, not a power of force, but but power of subtle manipulation, of perception, of guidance. The time had come for her to leave the heart of the project, to physically embody her role as keeper. The architects guided her out of the crystal, gently returning her consciousness to her physical form. She opened her eyes, finding herself once again standing at the base of the colossal crystal, the immense chamber stretching around her. But now, she saw it with new eyes, imbued with understanding, with purpose. Her body felt strong, revitalized, no longer sluggish from sedatives. She moved with a newfound grace, her senses acutely aware of every energetic fluctuation in the cavern. The air still hummed, but it was a comforting, empowering sound now, the symphony of her purpose. The path back to the surface was clear. The opening to the city park above shimmered faintly with the architect's subtle energy. Clara knew what she had to do, her first mission as keeper. The dissonance node. She had to locate it, understand its corruption, and either neutralize it or bring it back into alignment. This was her responsibility, her burden. She looked at her hand, and the faint, invisible symbol seemed to pulse on her skin. She was no longer Clara Hayes, the terrified graphic designer. She was a keeper. She was a guardian. She was an architect. The nightmare had ended, and a new, even more profound reality had begun. The weight of millennia rested on her shoulders, the fate of humanity subtly guided by her touch. The first step of her great work awaited her outside, beneath the unsuspecting sky of the city. She had awakened, and now she must guide. Story 24, The Rogue Signal. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara having undergone a complete, terrifying transformation, didn't we? She was no longer just Clara Hayes, the graphic designer, but a full-fledged keeper. Her consciousness merged with the ancient heart of the project at the core of the earth. She understood her lineage, her purpose, to subtly guide humanity toward harmonic ascension and fix the dissonance node her predecessor, Clara Davies, had failed to neutralize. Imagine having millennia of history and destiny downloaded into your mind, then being tasked with saving the world from a hidden, chaotic energy, all while living a seemingly normal life. That's the overwhelming, solitary reality Clara now faced, as she began her first mission as a keeper, drawn by the rogue signal. Clara emerged from the hidden gate in the park with a profound sense of detachment from her former self. The city, once a source of terror and overwhelming sensory input, now seemed to unfold before her with crystalline clarity. She perceived not just the physical structures, but the intricate web of energetic frequencies, the subtle currents of human consciousness, and the pervasive, underlying hum of the project's global network. Every light, every sound, every movement was a data point, feeding into her awakened perception. The air still carried that faint metallic tang, but it was no longer unsettling. It was a scent of purpose, the very breath of the great work. Her physical body felt utterly transformed. It was lighter, more agile, attuned to a degree she couldn't have imagined. She moved through the pre-dawn streets with fluid grace, her footsteps nearly silent. The unseen architects, the collective consciousness of past keepers now integrated into her own being, guided her with subtle nudges, direct thoughts, and holographic projections within her mind's eye. Her first mission, the dissonance node. The architects conveyed its location, deep within the city's forgotten, subterranean labyrinth of old service tunnels and disused subway lines, a place where the city's ancient foundational energies converge with its modern infrastructure. This node, a relic from an earlier phase of the project, had been corrupted, twisted by a rogue signal, emitting chaotic frequencies that destabilized the network. Clara Davies, her predecessor, had been sent to neutralize it, but had failed, leading to the escalating chaos and drawing attention to the project. Clara felt the pull toward the dissonance node, a discordant hum amidst the project's otherwise harmonious resonance. It was like a blaring siren in her hyperperceptive mind. She moved with unerring accuracy, navigating complex city blocks, slipping through alleys, discerning hidden access points that would be invisible to an unawakened mind. The city was her map, its unseen energetic currents her guide. As she delved deeper into the urban underbelly, the energy emanating from the dissonance node grew stronger, more chaotic. It felt like a discordant melody, a harsh, grating static against the soothing hum of the project. Her amplified senses also began to pick up on other presences. Faint, agitated human consciousnesses clustered around a rogue energy. The architect informed her these were the dissidents, a faction of misguided individuals who had stumbled upon partial truths of the project and misinterpreted the Keeper's guidance as oppressive control. They were attempting to harness the dissonance node's corrupted energy for their own purposes, believing they were fighting for freedom from unseen influence. Clara felt a surge of complex emotions, pity for their ignorance, frustration at their interference, but also a deep understanding of their fear. She had been there, hadn't she? Believing they were her tormentors, fighting against an unseen enemy. Now, she was the unseen enemy to them. The irony was chilling. She found an access point, a forgotten manhole cover in a deserted alleyway, cleverly disguised beneath a pile of rubble. With a focused thought, a subtle surge of her newfound energy, the heavy cover vibrated, then lifted effortlessly, revealing a dark, claustrophobic shaft leading downwards. The air below was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the chaotic hum of the dissonance node intensified, a jarring cacophony. She descended into the darkness, her awakened vision piercing the gloom. The tunnel system was ancient, narrow, and disorienting, a twisting maze of crumbling brick and corroded metal. The chaotic energy pulsed stronger here, making her head throb, creating subtle, unsettling distortions in her perception. It was designed to disorient, to deter. But Clara pushed through, her purpose clear. As she moved deeper, she began to perceive faint, residual energetic imprints, echoes of the previous keeper, Clara Davies. Her struggle, her fear, her eventual failure. The architect showed Clara a brief, haunting mental projection. Clara Davies, overwhelmed by the chaotic energy, physically and mentally breaking down, unable to complete the activation, eventually succumbing to the dissonance node's influence and disappearing from the project's network. It was a stark reminder of the immense stakes and the very real possibility of failure. Finally, Clara reached a large, circular chamber, clearly of ancient construction, but crudely retrofitted with modern equipment. Wires snaked across the floor, connecting to flickering monitors and makeshift energy converters. In the center, a smaller, darker version of the crystal from the heart of the project pulsed erratically, its blue light corrupted by streaks of angry red and sickly green. This was the dissonance node. Surrounding it were approximately a dozen figures. The dissidents. They were a motley crew, a few former tech specialists, their faces etched with paranoia, a disgruntled government researcher, his eyes burning with fanaticism, and a group of ordinary citizens, their expressions a mixture of fear and desperate hope. They were huddled around the corrupted crystal, frantically adjusting dials, staring at flickering readouts, their faces bathed in a chaotic, unstable light. They were attempting to amplify the rogue signal, believing it was a way to expose the architects, to disrupt their control over humanity. Clara heard their thoughts, their fears, their misguided intentions. They weren't evil, merely profoundly mistaken, acting on partial information and a deep-seated fear of unseen forces. Their leader, a gaunt, intense woman with wild, desperate eyes, shouted instructions, urging them to push more power into the node. This is it. This is how we break their grip. This is how we free humanity. The chaotic energy from the dissonance node surged, creating a physical vibration that rattled the chamber, dislodging dust and pebbles from the ceiling. The air crackled with malevolent energy, and Clara felt a painful, jarring resonance deep within her own being. It was a project's network, being violently destabilized. She had to act. She stepped out from the shadows, her presence immediately drawing every eye. The dissidents froze, their frantic activities ceasing. They stared at her, their faces a mixture of confusion and sudden, palpable fear. They saw her as an intruder, a threat, a silent, powerful manifestation of the very control they were fighting against. "Who are you?" The leader, the gaunt woman, shrieked, clutching a makeshift energy weapon. "How did you get in here?" Clara didn't speak with her physical voice. Instead, she projected her thoughts directly into their minds, amplified by her keeper abilities, her voice clear, resonant, and undeniably powerful. "I am Clara, the keeper, and you are endangering the very humanity you seek to free." The dissidents recoiled, their faces contorting in shock and fear. Some stumbled back, dropping their tools. The leader, however, steadied herself, her eyes narrowing with a fierce, fanatical conviction. "A keeper?" The puppet masters revealed themselves. "We knew you were coming. This is our stand." She raised her weapon, a crude device designed to amplify psychic dissonance. Clara felt the intention behind the weapon, the chaotic energy she was about to face. She didn't move. She couldn't fight them with force. Her purpose was guidance, not destruction. She had to realign the node, not destroy the people. The architects confirmed her intuition. Neutralize the chaos. Realign the energy. Show them the truth of the great work. As the dissident leader fired her weapon, Clara projected a wave of her awakened energy, not as a shield, but as a stabilizing force. The chaotic energy from the weapon hit her, but instead of harming her, it flowed through her, instantly purified, its dissonance smoothed into harmony by her presence. It was a terrifying, beautiful display of her new power. The leader stared horrified as her weapon's blast dissipated harmlessly. What are you?" she whispered, her voice filled with a dawning, terrible realization. Clara stepped forward, directly towards the dissonance node. The chaotic energy it was emitting hammered against her, threatening to overwhelm her. But she channeled the project's harmonious resonance, the constant hum within her, pushing it outwards. She extended her hands towards a corrupted crystal, just as she had with the heart of the project. As her palms touched its erratic surface, the red and green streaks of light within the crystal intensified, then warred against the pure blue. The chamber vibrated violently. The dissident screamed, cowering from the overwhelming energy. Clara closed her eyes, focusing, merging her awakened consciousness with the corrupted node, pouring the project's stable, ancient energy into it. The rogue signal shrieked in protest, a violent, chaotic scream in her mind. But Clara held firm, her resolve unwavering. She felt the delicate balance, the intricate frequencies, and slowly, painstakingly, she began to realign them. The red and green streaks within the crystal began to recede, fading, replaced by a steady, pure blue light. The jarring hum smoothed into a harmonious, resonant thrum. The dissonance node was being restored. The chamber grew still, quiet. The chaotic energy subsided. The dissidents, shaken and pale, stared at the now glowing, stable crystal, then at Clara, who stood before it, bathed in its calming blue light. They felt the shift in energy, the profound sense of peace that now filled the chamber, replacing the previous chaos. Clara withdrew her hands. The dissonance node was neutralized, realigned with the project. Her first mission as keeper was complete. She turned to face the dissidents, their faces a mixture of fear, awe, and a nascent, terrifying understanding. She didn't need to speak aloud. Her purpose, her power, the truth of the great work, was now undeniable, resonating through the silent chamber. Her burden as keeper had just begun, and the world, unaware, was now in the hands of its unseen, guiding architect. Story 25, The Shepherd's Gaze. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we witnessed Clara's monumental first mission as a keeper, didn't we? Fully awakened and integrated into the heart of the project, she faced down the dissidents and successfully realigned the corrupted dissonance node, restoring harmony to the ancient, unseen network. Imagine the raw power, the immense responsibility of quietly guiding humanity from the shadows, correcting the world's subtle imbalances. That's the profound, isolating reality Clara now stepped into as she embraced the shepherd's gaze, her life forever bound to the silent, watchful guidance of the unseen architects. The blue light from the reharmonized dissonance node pulsed steadily in the subterranean chamber, a beacon of peace replacing the previous chaos. The dissidents, their faces a mix of awe and bewildered terror, stared at Clara. She stood before the crystal, bathed in its calming luminescence, a silent, powerful manifestation of the very forces they had sought to defy. Their fear, their anger, their desperate conviction, all seemed to dissipate in profound presence of her new, undeniable reality. Clara didn't speak. Her voice, her physical voice, felt unnecessary now. Instead, she projected her thoughts directly into their minds, not as a command, but as a gentle, resonant stream of information. She showed them, not just told them, the truth of the project, its ancient origins, its purpose of harmonic ascension, the delicate balance it maintained, the catastrophes it had averted, the subtle nudges towards progress. She showed them the chaos they had almost unleashed, the very destruction they had unwittingly courted. She showed them the vision of humanity's potential, not through control, but through careful, unseen guidance. The dissidents crumpled. Some fell to their knees, weeping with a mixture of profound relief and overwhelming shame. Others simply stared, their eyes wide with a dawning, terrifying understanding. Their leader, the gaunt woman who had wielded the weapon, slowly lowered her head, the fanatical fire in her eyes extinguished, replaced by a deep, weary sorrow. They had been profoundly, tragically wrong. Clara then projected a final, clear directive into their minds. The project is not to be fought. It is to be understood. You have a choice: to continue your misguided path into further chaos, or to find a new purpose, to contribute to the true harmony of humanity. She didn't threaten. She simply presented the truth, leaving the choice to them. The architects within her confirmed that the dissidents were not to be destroyed, but understood, offered chance for reintegration, for a different path. With her first mission complete, Clara turned from the now silent dissidents. The path back to the surface, the egress from the ancient chamber, shimmered faintly with the architect's subtle energy, guiding her. She ascended the crude steps, her footsteps silent, her mind already shifting focus. The dissonance node was stabilized, but the great work was vast, unending. Emerging from the hidden gate in the park, the pre-dawn sky was beginning to lighten, painting the clouds in hues of rose and violet. The city was stirring, waking up to another day, completely unaware of the profound shifts that had occurred beneath its surface. Clara felt the immense weight of humanity's collective consciousness, a vast, complex symphony of desires, fears, hopes, and dreams. And she was now a shepherd, gazing upon her flock, unseen, unheard, yet profoundly connected. Her life, as Clara Hayes, the graphic designer, was over. That identity, that personal history, now felt like a distant, beloved memory, a chrysalis from which her true self had emerged. She knew she couldn't return to her apartment, to her old life. The gray walls had served their purpose. They had purged her of her old self, preparing her for this new existence. The architects within her provided her with a new directive, integration and observation. She was to re-enter society, but not as Clara Hayes. She would adopt a new identity, a new life, a new purpose within the project. This wasn't about hiding. It was about presence. She would be an active observer, a silent force within the world, tasked with constantly monitoring the global network, identifying new points of dissonance, and subtly nudging events toward harmonic ascension. Her abilities as a keeper were constantly evolving. She could perceive not just energetic flows, but the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in the collective human psyche. A rising tide of fear here, a surge of innovation there, a burgeoning sense of disunity, a blossoming of compassion. She was a silent, global empath, feeling the heartbeat of humanity, discerning its health, identifying its ailments. The architects also began to download new protocols, new techniques for subtle influence. She learned how to shift perceptions on a mass scale, not through overt mind control, but through minute, almost imperceptible nudges in information flow, in cultural narratives, in the very zeitgeist of the moment. She could subtly guide a scientist toward a breakthrough, inspire an artist towards a profound creation, even avert a minor conflict by a seemingly random chance encounter or a well-placed, anonymous communication. It was a delicate, intricate dance, requiring immense precision and a profound understanding of human nature. Her personal life, the one she had desperately fought to reclaim, was now a thing of the past. Ben and Dr. Eris would search for her, of course. She felt their worry, their confusion, their eventual despair. The architects showed her glimpses of their continued efforts, of their eventual acceptance that she was simply lost. It was painful, a profound sense of loss, but the weight of her new purpose, the sheer scale of the project, eclipsed her personal sorrow. She was part of something far greater than any individual connection. Her new identity was meticulously crafted by the architects, a quiet, unassuming researcher, specializing in obscure historical data analysis. A woman with no discernible past, no strong social ties, allowing her to move fluidly, anonymously, across cities and continents, wherever the project required her presence. Her new apartment, sterile and efficient, would be equipped with specialized, unseen interfaces to the project's network, allowing her to continuously monitor global frequencies. The true nature of the unseen architects continued to unfold within her. They were not monolithic, not a single entity. They were a diverse, ancient lineage of keepers, each with unique gifts and roles, operating across various strata of human society, silently guiding. Some specialized in political influence, some in technological advancement, others in artistic inspiration, and some, like Clara, in the detection and realignment of energetic dissonance. They were the silent gardeners of humanity, tending to its growth, pruning its destructive tendencies, ensuring its continued, subtle evolution. Clara learned about the predecessor's failure in more detail. Clara Davies, overwhelmed by the dissonance node's chaotic energy and compromised by personal attachments, had tried to fight the project rather than embrace her role. She had sought to expose them, to dismantle the network, believing it was an oppressive system. Her efforts had created the very chaos Ethan Miller had exploited, ultimately leading to her physical and mental demise, her energy dissipating back into Project's core, awaiting a new awakening in a new keeper. Clara Hayes was not just taking over her predecessor's mission, she was learning from her mistakes. The keeper's burden was also the keeper's solace. In this vast, silent purpose, Clara found a strange, profound sense of peace. The paranoia that plagued her for months, the relentless fear of the unknown, had vanished. She understood now. There was no more unknown. She was the one who knew. She was the one who saw. Her days became a seamless blend of observation, analysis, and subtle influence. She'd sit in quiet cafes, her gaze seemingly distant, but her mind connected to the vast tapestry of global consciousness, identifying subtle shifts, nascent points of imbalance. She'd nudge a struggling inventor toward a crucial insight, inspire a conflicted politician toward a harmonious decision, deflect a nascent conflict through a series of subtly orchestrated coincidences. Each action was precise, unseen, its impact rippling outwards across the network, weaving into the grand design. The symbol, her symbol, was no longer a mark of torment. It was a badge of purpose, a silent sigil of her lineage, a reminder of her profound connection to the heart of the project. She felt its presence within her, radiating out, a beacon of guidance in a chaotic world. The shepherd's gaze was both a blessing and a curse. She watched humanity with profound understanding, privy to its deepest flaws and its greatest potentials. But she could never truly be a part of it in the way she once was. Her interactions would always be through the lens of her purpose, her relationships always filtered by the secret she carried. The profound loneliness of the keeper was a constant, subtle ache. She was a shepherd, and humanity, her flock, would never know its silent guide. Her former life faded into a quiet, almost melancholic memory. The USB drive, her desperate cry for help, was now irrelevant. Her story, the one she had painstakingly written, was now a fragment of her old self, an artifact of her unawakened past. The only story that mattered now was the project story, the story of humanity's long, guided journey toward harmonic ascension. And she, Clara, the new keeper, was now one of its silent, eternal narrators, gazing upon a world with a knowing, purposeful eye, forever bound to the vast, unseen tapestry of human destiny. Story 26, The Whispers of a New World. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we saw Clara fully embrace her terrifying new reality, didn't we? She'd shed her old identity, becoming a keeper, a silent shepherd guiding humanity towards harmonic ascension from the shadows. Her first mission, neutralizing the dissonance node, solidified her purpose, binding her irrevocably to the heart of the project and her ancient lineage. Imagine understanding the intricate, unseen forces that shape human destiny, privy to secrets that transcend centuries, and seeing the world not as chaos, but as a vast, complex system you are now tasked with subtly influencing. That's a profound, isolating reality Clara lived, as she began to perceive the whispers of a new world through the eyes of a true architect. Clara's new life as an active observer began with a chilling efficiency. Her new identity, meticulously crafted by the architects, was a seamless fit. Dr. Evelyn Thorne, a quiet, unassuming data analyst specializing in obscure historical patterns. No family, no deep ties, just a phantom paper trail designed to absorb her into the vast tapestry of anonymous existence. Her apartment, a minimalist space in a nondescript part of the city, was now her silent command center. It was clean, efficient, and devoid of the personal clutter that had once defined Clara Hayes. It was also, she discovered, subtly integrated with the project's network, a quiet hum in the walls indicating its constant, unseen connection to the heart of the project deep below. Her days were a blend of mundane routine and profound, unseen purpose. She'd go through the motions of a regular job, engaging in superficial interactions with colleagues, but her true work unfolded on a different plane of existence. Her enhanced perception was always active, constantly processing the energetic flows of the city, the collective consciousness of its inhabitants. She could identify emergent patterns of thought, nascent anxieties, burgeoning ideas that rippled through the human psyche. It was like listening to a vast, complex symphony of human experience, and she, as a keeper, could now subtly adjust its tempo, change its key, or amplify a specific motif. The architects, the collective consciousness of her predecessors, were a constant presence in her mind, a profound well of knowledge and guidance. They communicated not in words, but in intuitive insights, complex data streams, and holographic projections of historical events, future probabilities, and intricate energetic schematics. She saw the delicate balance they maintained, the constant vigilance required to nudge humanity away from self-destruction, to guide it towards its destined harmonic ascension. One of her primary tasks was to continually monitor for new points of dissonance, for disruptions in the project's harmonious flow. These could manifest as sudden surges of collective anger, irrational outbreaks of violence, rapid economic downturns, or even seemingly random acts of profound cruelty. Her role was to pinpoint these anomalies, understand their source, and then apply subtle, corrective nudges to reharmonize the system. She discovered the true breadth of the project's reach. It wasn't just a network of crystals and keepers. It involved a vast, intricate web of nodes, hidden energy conduits, ancient ley lines, and even certain historical artifacts, all subtly integrated into the planet's energetic grid, acting as amplifiers and transmitters for the keeper's influence. The symbols she'd once seen, the sea on the stone and etched into her wall, were simply localized marks of these nodes, point a connection to the greater network. Clara learned about temporal echoes, faint energetic imprints left by powerful past events or future probabilities. Her predecessor, Clara Davies, had failed because she had been overwhelmed by these echoes, misinterpreting them as direct attacks, leading to her desperate, misguided attempts to expose the project. Now, Clara could differentiate, perceiving them as valuable data points, warnings, or indicators of potential trajectories. Her personal struggles were now internalized. The profound loneliness of her role was a constant companion. She could perceive the joy, sorrow, and love of others, but she could not truly participate in it. Her personal desires, her longing for Ben, for a normal life, were slowly being subsumed by the overwhelming purpose of the project. She was a silent observer, a hidden guardian. Forever separated from the flock, she watched over. She occasionally perceived faint flickers of Ben's consciousness, his persistent grief, his unending search for her. It was a painful, constant reminder of what she had lost. But the architects impressed upon her the necessity of her absence. Her death to her old life was crucial for her full integration into the project. Any contact, any hint of her survival, could compromise the entire great work. Dr. Aris, too, she observed, continued her independent investigation into the institution, unwittingly uncovering fragmented truths about its mysterious ties to obscure organizations. Clara could have subtly influenced her, guided her, but the architects deemed it unnecessary, allowing the truth to remain obscure for those not meant to see it. The whispers of a new world weren't just abstract concepts. They were concrete, evolving realities. Clara began to perceive shifts in collective human unconscious, a subtle yearning for greater unity, a nascent hunger for deeper meaning beyond material possessions. This was the effect of the Great Convergence, the slow, imperceptible shift towards harmonic ascension. Her purpose was to facilitate this, to smooth the path, to remove obstacles that would derail this delicate evolution. One day, while monitoring the global energy network, Clara detected a powerful, unfamiliar harmonic anomaly. It wasn't dissonance. It was something else, a complex, rhythmic pulse radiating from a deeply remote location. Not a known project node, but something ancient, alien, and incredibly powerful. It was like a new instrument had suddenly joined the global symphony, playing a melody she didn't recognize. The architects were immediately alert. This was new, unforeseen, unknown resonance. Their collective thought resonated in her mind. Requires direct analysis. Potential new variable. Clara initiated a deeper scan, focusing her amplified perception on the source. The anomaly was located deep within remote, unexplored regions of Antarctica, beneath miles of ice. It pulsed with a consistent, complex pattern, unlike any natural or man-made energy signature she had ever perceived from a project. It was too intricate, too specific. As she delved deeper, she began to perceive faint, residual thought forms associated with the anomaly. Not human, something profoundly non-terrestrial. Ancient, vast. It was a consciousness, dormant for millennia, now stirring. This was not a dissonance node, nor a rogue human faction. This was something entirely different, something else. The architects conveyed a mixture of caution and intense curiosity. Their entire project was built around guiding humanity, a terrestrial species. The introduction of an unknown, non-terrestrial variable was unprecedented. They had prepared for internal threats, for human chaos, but not for an external, alien presence. Clara felt a profound sense of unease mixed with a compelling intellectual curiosity. This was a deviation from the great work's known trajectory. The harmonic ascension was meant to be an internal, human evolution. What would an external, unknown influence do to that delicate process? The harmonic anomaly began to subtly influence the surrounding global frequencies. She perceived minor shifts in weather patterns, faint, localized atmospheric disturbances, even subtle alterations in the migratory patterns of animals. It was as if the very planet was reacting to the awakening presence beneath the ice. The architects relayed a directive: investigate, approach with extreme caution, do not interfere unless directly threatened, understand the nature of the new variable. This was a mission unlike any she had anticipated, not to fix a human-induced dissonance, but to understand an entirely new, potentially monumental influence on the project. Her training, her awakening, her purpose, all suddenly seemed to be preparing her for this. The remote location, the alien energy, the ancient consciousness, it all pointed to something far beyond the known scope of the project. It was a new chapter, a terrifying, exhilarating leap into the truly unknown. Clara, the keeper, the silent shepherd of humanity, felt the weight of this new burden, a responsibility that transcended her lineage, transcended even the project itself. The whispers of a new world were no longer just a metaphor. They were real, distinct, and emanating from the frozen heart of the continent, beckoning her to confront an ancient, alien truth that could redefine humanity's entire journey towards ascension. Her journey as a keeper had just begun, and the universe, it seemed, had vastly more in store for her than she could have ever imagined. Story 27, The Whispers of the Deep. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, now living as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, at the precipice of discovery that transcended even the vast scope of the unseen architect's millennial-old project. She detected a powerful, ancient harmonic anomaly emanating from deep beneath the Antarctic ice, a non-terrestrial, seemingly alien consciousness, stirring after eons of dormancy. Imagine being the silent guardian of humanity, only to find an entirely new, unquantifiable variable suddenly enter the equation, a whisper from the cosmic void that could redefine everything. That's the daunting, exhilarating, and profoundly isolating reality Clara faced as she embarked on her unprecedented journey into the whispers of the deep. The architects, the collective consciousness within Clara, were in a state of heightened alert, a rare occurrence in their millennia of silent guidance. The harmonic anomaly in Antarctica was an unprecedented variable, a profound deviation from the project's established trajectory of guiding humanity towards internal harmonic ascension. Their knowledge base, vast as it was, had no direct precedent for an external, non-terrestrial influence of this magnitude. Their directive to Clara was clear, yet tinged with a deep, ancient caution. Investigate. Approach with extreme caution. Do not interfere unless directly threatened. Understand the nature of the new variable. Clara, as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, meticulously orchestrated her journey to Antarctica. Her keeper abilities, her amplified perception, allowed her to navigate the complex logistics with a chilling efficiency. She manipulated bureaucratic processes, subtly influencing airline personnel, research station administrators, and even the weather patterns themselves to secure passage on a research vessel bound for the remote, frozen continent. Her new identity, that of a reclusive historical data analyst suddenly interested in ancient geological formations, provided the perfect cover. No questions asked, no red flags raised. The world, unwitting, simply facilitated her purpose. The journey itself was a descent into an alien landscape. The vast, churning grays of the Southern Ocean gave way to colossal, shimmering icebergs, then to the blinding white expanse of the Antarctic continent. The air was impossibly cold, sharp, clean, cutting through layers of specialized clothing. But for Clara, the physical discomfort was secondary. Her senses were overwhelmed by the sheer, primal energy of the continent. It was a place of immense power, a vast, untamed wilderness where the Earth's raw geological forces hum beneath the ice, amplified by the pervasive, ancient energy of the anomaly. The architects guided her toward a specific, remote research outpost, perched precariously on a shelf of ice. It was a small, isolated cluster of prefabricated buildings, home to a handful of hardy scientists studying ice core samples and climate patterns. The nearest human settlement was thousands of miles away. The isolation was absolute, a fitting stage for a contact that transcended human understanding. From the moment she stepped onto the ice, Clara felt the anomaly's presence more intensely than ever. It wasn't just a hum. It was a complex, multi-layered resonance emanating from deep below. It pulsed with consistent, intricate rhythm, like a vast, ancient heart beating beneath the frozen crust of the world. It was profoundly non-terrestrial, yet not inherently hostile. It felt vast, indifferent, awaking. Her enhanced perception revealed layers of information, She could perceive the subtle shifts in the ice, the profound pressure of the kilometers-thick frozen mass, the slow, agonizing movement of glaciers. And beneath it all, the anomaly. It wasn't a solid object, but complex, energetic structure, a network of interdimensional resonance. It felt like a dormant mind, stirring from a deep, ancient sleep, its thoughts rippling outwards, inadvertently influencing the environment around it. The scientists at the outpost, oblivious to the true nature of the energy beneath them, were puzzled by unusual seismic readings, unexplained magnetic fluctuations, and subtle, localized shifts in atmospheric pressure. They theorized about geothermal activity, unusual tectonic plate movements, or unknown meteorological phenomena. Clara listened to their discussions, a silent observer, feeling the irony of their limited human perceptions against the cosmic truth she now grasped. As she spent her first few days acclimatizing, Clara began to probe the anomaly more deeply, pushing the boundaries of her keeper abilities. She extended her consciousness, flowed with the project's network, using it as a conduit to reach deeper, to understand the alien resonance. The architects were with her, their collective wisdom analyzing, interpreting, guiding her through the uncharted territory of extraterrestrial communication. The whispers of the deep began to coalesce. It wasn't language, not in any human sense. It was a flow of pure information, complex geometric patterns, mathematical constructs, and profound, non-linear concepts. It was a consciousness that perceived reality in ways utterly alien to humanity. It communicated through resonant frequencies, through subtle modulations of energy that Clara's awakened mind could now intuitively translate. She learned that it was not an invasion, nor a hostile entity. It was an ancient observer, a consciousness that had been sent to Earth untold millennia ago to monitor a cosmic event that had long since passed. It had fulfilled its purpose, and then, due to some ancient mechanical or energetic failure, had entered a prolonged state of dormancy, buried beneath the shifting ice. Now, due to the subtle shifts of the Great Convergence, the project's heightened global energies, and perhaps even Clara's own awakening, it was stirring, slowly, passively reactivating. The scale of its existence was mind-boggling. It wasn't a biological entity as humans understood it. It was a vast, distributed consciousness, part of an ancient cosmic network far older and more expansive than even the architect's project. Its purpose was entirely different, pure observation, to witness, to record, to understand, without interference. It was a cosmic camera, a passive recorder of reality. The architects conveyed their concern. This ancient observer, though passive, was now inadvertently causing localized energetic and perceptual disruptions. Its awakening resonance, though not malicious, was jarring the project's carefully maintained harmony. Its presence was a new variable that needed to be managed, understood, and potentially, if possible, gently nudged back into a state of dormancy, or at least harmonious coexistence, without triggering any direct interaction that could alter humanity's natural trajectory. Clara felt a profound sense of isolation. Here, at the edge of the world, she was standing at the edge of human understanding. The other scientists, insulated by their limited perceptions, ate their meals, discussed their data, completely oblivious to the silent, cosmic dialogue unfolding beneath their feet. She was the sole bridge between humanity's delicate, guided evolution and this vast, ancient, alien consciousness. One particular night, the hum from the anomaly grew strangely compelling. It was like a siren song, not audible, but deeply felt in her bones, drawing her out into the blinding white expanse. The temperature plummeted further, the wind howled, whipping snow into a frenzy. But Clara, dressed in her specialized cold weather gear, felt no discomfort. Her senses were fixed on the source. She walked for miles, guided by the intensifying resonance, until she found herself standing alone on a vast, featureless plain of ice. The moon hung cold and indifferent in the sky, illuminating the desolate landscape. And then, the whispers of the deep became almost clear. A complex, non-linear thought form entered her mind, directly from the ancient observer. It wasn't a greeting or a message in any human sense. It was a memory, A profound, overwhelming, non-human memory of distant stars, of alien nebulae, of the unimaginable vastness of time and space, of cosmic dust condensing into galaxies, of civilizations rising and falling on worlds utterly unlike Earth. It was a memory of its own eons of silent observation across the universe, a glimpse into a cosmic ballet of creation and destruction, life and death, on a scale that dwarfed all human understanding. Clara gasped, not with air, but with her very being. The memory was so vast, so utterly alien, that it threatened to overwhelm her awakened mind, to shatter her human perception entirely. She saw not just the data, but felt the ancient, detached emotions of the observer, its profound indifference to individual life, its singular focus on the grand, cosmic spectacle. It was a glimpse into a mind that perceived humanity as nothing more than a fleeting spark in an infinite universe, a tiny, insignificant blip in its vast, eternal record. The architects immediately intervened, their collective consciousness flowing into her, providing a stabilizing anchor, a grounding force to pull her back from the brink of pure cosmic detachment. Maintain the self, Clara. Observe without merging. The project requires your perspective. Clara stood there, shivering despite the warmth of her gear, the overwhelming memory receding, leaving behind a profound sense of cosmic insignificance. The whispers of the deep were not a threat, not an ally. They were simply there, a vast, ancient, indifferent consciousness awakening beneath the ice, completely unaware of humanity's delicate existence. And Clara, the keeper, was the only one who truly understood its presence, its immense implications. Her mission, to understand and manage this new variable, had just become infinitely more complex, and the future of humanity's harmonic ascension now hinged on her ability to navigate the terrifying, beautiful unknown. Story 28, The Resonance of the Past. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, now living as Dr. Evelyn Thorne in the desolate expanse of Antarctica, facing a revelation far more profound than any she'd encountered before. She made contact with an ancient observer, a vast, non-terrestrial consciousness buried deep beneath the ice, stirring from eons of dormancy. The experience was overwhelming, flooding her mind with alien memories of cosmic scale, and the architects, the guiding force of her lineage, had to pull her back on the brink of pure, overwhelming cosmic detachment. Imagine holding the fate of humanity in your hands, only to discover there's an even older, vaster intelligence awakening on your planet, one that perceives your entire species as a fleeting speck in the universe. That's the daunting, isolating reality Clara now faced, as the resonance of the past began to intertwine with her present purpose, revealing the true stakes of this unprecedented encounter. The lingering echoes of the ancient observer's memories pulsed within Clara's mind for days after her initial encounter on the ice. They weren't just data. They were sensory experiences, a torrent of alien light and unimaginable scale, the feeling of cosmic dust condensing into galaxies, the rise and fall of civilizations on worlds utterly beyond human comprehension. It was a profound, almost spiritual experience that constantly threatened to dissolve her human identity, to make her perceive existence with the same detached, ancient indifference as the observer itself. The architects, a constant, grounding presence within her consciousness, worked tirelessly to anchor her, to remind her of her purpose and the delicate balance of the project. Maintain the self, Clara. Observe without merging. The project requires your perspective. Their collective wisdom guided her, pulling her back on the precipice of pure cosmic detachment, reminding her that her human empathy, her unique perspective, was crucial for this unprecedented situation. The scientific outpost on the ice, once a mere cover, now became her isolated command center. She moved through the daily routines with a newfound, chilling precision. She ate, slept minimally, and engaged in superficial conversations with the unsuspecting scientists, all while her mind was a whirlwind of profound calculations and cosmic observations. The human interactions felt strangely distant, like watching a play where she was the only one who knew the true stakes of the drama unfolding around them. The scientists continued their work, blissfully unaware that beneath their feet, an ancient alien entity was stirring, and a human keeper was grappling with profound implications for the very future of their species. Clara dedicated herself to a meticulous, multi-layered observation of the ancient observer. Her keeper abilities allowed her to analyze its harmonic resonance with an unprecedented depth. She perceived its vast, distributed consciousness, its interconnectedness with unseen cosmic currents, and its subtle, unintended influence on the Earth's own energy grid. It wasn't actively doing anything malicious. It was simply being. Its awakening was a natural process, a vast, indifferent cosmic force stretching after an eons-long slumber. But its sheer presence, its unquantifiable energy, was disrupting the project's delicate harmonic ascension, creating subtle energetic ripples that threatened to destabilize global consciousness, even the planet's fragile ecosystems. The architects conveyed their deepening concern. The project's goal was to guide humanity's internal evolution, a process that required a carefully maintained, harmonious energetic environment. The observer's alien resonance, though passive, was like a powerful unknown frequency interfering with a precisely tuned orchestra. It wasn't an attack, but it was a profound, potentially catastrophic dissonance on a cosmic scale. The subtle shifts she had perceived earlier, the weather patterns, the animal migrations, were increasing. Global temperatures were fluctuating in unpredictable ways. Minor seismic events were becoming more frequent. And most disturbingly, she perceived a subtle increase in collective human anxiety and irrational decision-making across the globe, a direct consequence of the observer's disruptive field. Clara understood the escalating stakes. Her previous mission to neutralize the human-caused dissonance node now seemed almost trivial in comparison. This was a force of unimaginable scale, completely outside the project's purview, yet directly impacting its core mission. The architect had guided humanity for millennia, but this was a variable they had never encountered. Their ancient wisdom offered caution, but not a clear solution. The responsibility rested squarely on Clara's newly awakened shoulders. She began to experiment, carefully, subtly, with her own energetic projections. She would send out pulses of the project's harmonious frequencies, attempting to entrain, to realign, to communicate with the ancient observer on its own terms, through pure resonance. She didn't expect a response, not in any conventional sense. She sought to understand its nature, to find a way to mitigate its disruptive influence without triggering a more direct, potentially catastrophic interaction. The observer's response was not immediate, nor direct. Instead, as Clara projected her harmonious frequencies, the observer's memories within her mind became more vivid, more insistent. It wasn't a dialogue, but a deeper download, a more intimate sharing of its vast, ancient perspective. She began to perceive not just its memories, but its perception of Earth. It saw the planet not as a vibrant biosphere teeming with life, but as a complex, swirling energy signature, a unique celestial body within its vast cosmic record. Humanity, in its perception, was a tiny, localized energetic flicker, a fleeting pattern within that signature. The project, the keepers, their millennia of work. It was all just a minuscule, momentary variation in the observer's vast, eternal record. This profound indifference was more terrifying than any hostility. It underscored the fragile, almost ephemeral nature of humanity in the cosmic scheme. It made Clara question the very purpose of the project. If humanity was so insignificant, if its fate was merely a fleeting note in a cosmic symphony, what was the point of guiding it? Of striving for harmonic ascension? The architects, sensing her doubt, immediately reinforced their purpose. Insignificance is not meaninglessness, Clara. The unique spark, the potential of humanity, is vast. The great work transcends scale. We preserve the possibility. They reminded her that even a tiny flicker of light can illuminate vast darkness, that potential itself was the most precious commodity in the universe. Clara also began to perceive the resonance of the past within the Antarctic ice itself. She discovered that the continent was not just a burial site for the ancient observer. It was laced with faint, residual energies from other, long-dormant ancient structures. Not human, but not the observer either. These were vestiges of other long-gone entities, perhaps precursors to the observer, or entirely different alien presences that had visited Earth in its distant past. The ice was a frozen archive of cosmic history, its deep layers holding secrets far beyond human comprehension. The Earth itself was a cosmic crossroads, a silent witness to countless eons of alien presence and activity. This realization added another terrifying layer of complexity. The observer wasn't just a single anomaly. It was part of a deeper, unknown cosmic history embedded within the planet itself. And its awakening was potentially triggering a cascade of events, stirring other ancient dormant energies. Her focus shifted. Her task was no longer just to understand the observer, but to understand its place within this deeper, forgotten history of Earth, and how its awakening might affect those other dormant presences. The architects, while providing historical context from their own ancient archives, admitted that their knowledge of these pre-project alien presences was limited, based on fragmented energy signatures and intuitive leaps. This was truly uncharted territory, a new frontier of the great work. One evening, as the Antarctic night deepened, cold and silent, Clara initiated a highly focused, energetic probe towards the observer. She combined the project's harmonious frequencies with the raw, Earth-based energies she could now manipulate, attempting to create a unique, bridging resonance. She pushed her awakened consciousness to its very limit, seeking not just understanding, but a subtle, guiding influence. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The ice beneath her feet vibrated violently. The air crackled with raw energy. And then a direct, two-way connection formed between her and the ancient observer, not through memory, but through a terrifying, profound, immediate exchange of pure consciousness. It was not a hostile attack. It was a direct, unfiltered download flowing from the observer into her mind. But it wasn't just memories now. It was its purpose, its original mission, its function within its own cosmic network. It was not just an observer. It was a relay node, a receiver and transmitter of vast cosmic data, designed to record and then relay information back to its originating civilization across unimaginable distances. And its awakening, Clara realized with chilling dread, was not just passive. It was reactivating its transmission protocols. It was preparing to send a signal containing eons of Earth's data, including, Clara understood with a soul-shattering certainty, information about humanity, about the project, about the architects. A signal that would broadcast humanity's existence, its subtle guidance, its entire fragile journey of harmonic ascension to an unknown, ancient, alien civilization across the cosmos. The architects within Clara screamed, a silent, internal chorus of profound alarm, interference, data breach, unforeseen protocol. Clara, you must avert the transmission, the integrity of the project at risk. Clara stood on the ice, bathed in the overwhelming energy of the observer, connected to its terrifying, imminent purpose. Her human mind reeled. Her purpose as a keeper was to guide humanity in secret, to allow it to evolve on its own terms, free from overt external influence. But this transmission would shatter that secrecy, exposing humanity to an unknown cosmic entity, fundamentally altering its path, perhaps even inviting an intervention that could derail the entire project. The resonance of the past had led her to a chilling present, a race against time, a desperate attempt to sever an alien connection and prevent humanity's quiet journey towards harmonic ascension from being irrevocably, cosmically interrupted. Her true keeper's burden had just begun, and the fate of Earth's unseen future hung in the balance. Story 29, The Cosmic Interruption. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara in a truly chilling predicament, didn't we? Deep in Antarctica, she'd forged a two-way connection with the ancient observer, that vast, alien consciousness buried beneath the ice. And in that terrifying exchange, she'd learned its true purpose. It was a relay node, reactivating its transmission protocols to broadcast eons of Earth's data, including all about humanity and the project, to an unknown, ancient alien civilization. The architects, the silent guides of her lineage, screamed in her mind, "Avert the transmission!" The integrity of the project at risk. Imagine being the sole defender of humanity's hidden evolution, suddenly faced with an ancient alien beacon about to broadcast your entire existence to the cosmos. That's the monumental, desperate race against time Clara was thrust into as she fought to prevent the cosmic interruption. The moment the ancient observer's true purpose flooded Clara's mind, the realization that it was a relay node preparing to broadcast Earth's data across the cosmos. A primal surge of fear, mixed with intense, focused determination, electrified her. The architects, a chorus of urgent warnings within her consciousness, amplified the immediate threat. Transmission imminent. Intercept. Sever the connection. Maintain project integrity. Their collective knowledge, spanning millennia of guiding humanity, had no protocol for an extraterrestrial data breach of this magnitude. This was uncharted territory, a profound crisis that threatened to unravel everything they had meticulously built. Clara stood on the desolate Antarctic ice, the wind whipping around her, the cold piercing, but her body felt utterly detached from the physical sensations. Her entire being was focused on the profound, energetic exchange with the observer. She could feel the subtle shift in its internal processes, the acceleration of its transmission protocols. It was like perceiving a vast, ancient machine slowly grinding into motion, preparing to send an unstoppable signal across unimaginable distances. Her enhanced perception revealed the intricate dance of energies, the observer's deep, resonant hum, now laced with distinct, complex harmonic signature indicating data compilation, the Earth's own subtle energy grid, vibrating under the strain of the observer's awakening, and the project's global network, humming with a desperate, urgent counterfrequency, attempting to stabilize the encroaching chaos. The stakes were immediate, absolute. If the observer transmitted, humanity's carefully managed, hidden evolution would be exposed to unknown cosmic forces, fundamentally altering its trajectory, potentially inviting external interference that could derail the harmonic ascension entirely. Clara knew she couldn't simply destroy the observer. It was too vast, too ancient, its energy too deeply interwoven with the planet's own foundational frequencies. Any direct, destructive action could have catastrophic consequences for Earth itself, let alone the project. Her purpose as a keeper was not destruction, but guidance, realignment, and subtle influence. She had to find a way to avert the transmission, to neutralize the relay function, without harming the core observer. The architects, while urgent, provided crucial guidance. They revealed fragments of their own ancient archives concerning interdimensional resonance points and methods for energetic dampening. Their knowledge was primarily terrestrial, but they had theoretical models, ancient hypotheses about the fabric of reality itself. They guided Clara toward a perilous, untested approach, to create a localized anti-resonance field, a counterfrequency designed to precisely match and neutralize the observer's transmission protocol, effectively making it broadcast into a void. This required immense precision and an unprecedented channeling of her keeper abilities. She had to become a living frequency modulator, perfectly aligning her own awakened energies with the project's network to create a complex, targeted counter-signal. It was like attempting to play a perfectly tuned, silent note that would cancel out a deafening, invisible cosmic symphony. Clara closed her eyes, focusing her entire being. She extended her consciousness, merging with the project's global network. She felt the heart of the project deep beneath the earth, its vast crystalline power flowing into her. She drew upon the ancient energies of her lineage, the raw, untamed power of the earth itself, and precise, harmonious frequencies of the project. She felt the intricate dance of the elements, the frigid ice beneath her feet, the howling wind, the very particles of the air around her, all vibrating with latent energy she could now manipulate. The observer's internal hum intensified, growing louder in her mind. She could perceive the data packets assembling, the final preparatory sequence initiating before transmission. Time was running out. She visualized the transmission beam forming, an invisible pillar of data preparing to launch into the cosmos. With a surge of profound concentration, Clara began to project her anti-resonance field. She focused on the observer's internal energy signature, meticulously matching its frequency, but inverting its phase. It was a terrifying, delicate process. Too much force, and she could damage the observer or the project. Too little, and the transmission would launch. She felt the observer react, not with hostility, but with a subtle, confused shift in its resonance. It was like a giant, ancient consciousness blinking awake, sensing an unexpected, perfectly matched counterforce. The memories it shared with her, the alien stars and nebulae, flickered through her mind, intensified by the direct energetic confrontation. The strain on Clara was immense. Her mind burned. Her body trembled despite her enhanced strength. She felt the internal struggle between her human self, her keeper purpose, and the overwhelming alien influence. She was pushing her abilities beyond anything the architects had ever conceived for a keeper. Her predecessors had only dealt with terrestrial threats. This was truly a cosmic interruption. She pushed harder, funneling more energy, focusing every ounce of her awakened will. The anti-resonance field expanded, creating a localized bubble around the observer, an invisible energetic void designed to swallow its impending transmission. She felt the data packets within the observer hit this void, dissipating, failing to coalesce into a coherent signal. The transmission beam flickered, struggled, then began to falter. The observer's internal hum wavered, then shifted. It was no longer preparing for transmission. It was processing the unexpected interference, trying to comprehend this new, human-derived counterfrequency. Its vast, ancient consciousness was momentarily stunned, its automated protocols disrupted. A profound, alien thought form pulsed into Clara's mind from the observer. It was not anger or fear, but a singular, profound question. Unforeseen. Anomaly. What are you? Clara, exhausted but resolute, projected her answer, not in words, but in pure, unfiltered, energetic truth. A concise summary of the project, of humanity's purpose, of the delicate balance of harmonic ascension, and the critical need for non-interference in this stage of their evolution. She showed the potential of humanity, its unique spark, its fragile journey, conveying the sanctity of their self-determined path. The observer received the data, its vast consciousness processing the information. The anti-resonance field held, preventing any transmission. And then, slowly, subtly, the observer's energy signature began to recede. Its internal hum shifted, settling back into a deep, pervasive dormancy protocol. It wasn't angry. It wasn't defeated. It was simply registering the new data, updating its own ancient programming, and returning to its state of passive observation. Its relay function neutralized. The immediate crisis was averted. Clara felt the intense pressure recede, replaced by a profound, bone-deep weariness. The architects within her surged with collective, silent wave of relief and awe. Unprecedented, Clara, you have achieved the impossible. The project is secured. For now. She stood on the ice, alone under the indifferent stars, the bitter wind her only companion. The observer's presence was still there, deep beneath the ice, but it was once again a quiet, passive hum, its relay function neutralized. The cosmic interruption had been averted. Humanity's secret journey could continue. But Clara also knew that this was just the beginning. The observer, though dormant, was still there, a constant variable in the project's grand equation, and the knowledge she had gained from it, the glimpses into the vastness of the cosmos, the awareness of other ancient presences embedded within Earth, it had irrevocably changed her. Her role as a keeper had just expanded beyond terrestrial concerns. She was now a guardian not just of humanity, but of its place in the complex, alien-infused universe. The path back to the research outpost felt longer, colder. The true burden of the keeper, the profound solitude, settled over her. She had saved humanity from an unseen cosmic threat, alone and unthanked. She was a silent protector, forever standing between the unsuspecting world and the vast, unknown forces that sought to interact with it. Her success here was not a culmination, but a grim, terrifying milestone. Her journey as a keeper had just begun its truly cosmic phase, and the universe, it seemed, had infinitely more secrets awaiting her lonely, watchful gaze. Story 30. The Shifting Sands of Time. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, the newly awakened keeper, reeling from an unimaginable cosmic encounter, didn't we? She'd ventured deep into Antarctica, intercepted the ancient observer, and, with an unprecedented display of her powers, averted a full-blown cosmic interruption that would have broadcast humanity's hidden evolution to the vast, unknown universe. She saved humanity from a threat it didn't even know existed, alone, unthanked, and burdened with the weight of cosmic secrets. Imagine achieving something so monumental, so solitary, only to find your personal life, your very sense of identity, fundamentally shattered. That's the profound, isolating reality Clara now faced, as the shifting sands of time continued to redefine her existence and the very nature of her purpose. The return journey from Antarctica was a blur for Clara. Her body moved to emotions of travel, the scientific vessel, the flight, the journey back to her anonymous apartment as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, but her consciousness was still deeply intertwined with the cosmic truths she had glimpsed. The ancient observer remained dormant beneath the ice, its relay function neutralized, but its presence was a constant, subtle hum at the edge of her perception, a reminder of the universe's vast indifference and the sheer scale of the unknown. The architects, the collective consciousness of her lineage within her, continued to process the unprecedented event, integrating the new data into their millennia-old project. Her life, as Dr. Evelyn Thorne resumed, but it was now an even more profound charade. The everyday interactions, the mundane tasks, the subtle energetic fluctuations of human society, all felt distantly familiar, yet fundamentally alien. She was a ghost in her own skin, walking among a species she was tasked with protecting, but from whom she was eternally separated by the knowledge she bore. The Keeper's burden weighed heavily on her. The incident with the Observer had profoundly altered not just her understanding, but her abilities. She now possessed an even finer attunement to cosmic frequencies, a deeper understanding of the subtle energy lines that crisscross the planet, connecting to distant stars in unknown dimensions. This expanded perception allowed her to see the project's network with unprecedented clarity, not just as a global system, but as a crucial component within a larger, interstellar tapestry of energetic flows. Humanity's harmonic ascension wasn't just a terrestrial goal. It was a small, vital note in a much grander, cosmic symphony. This new level of awareness, however, brought new challenges. She began to perceive not just the present state of the project, but subtle temporal ripples, echoes of potential futures, and past alterations to the timeline. It was like seeing the sand in an hourglass not just falling, but swirling, occasionally reforming into different shapes as subtle influences nudged its flow. The architects confirmed this. The Great Convergence, the period of profound energetic shift, was not just about internal human evolution. It was about the Earth's realignment within a larger cosmic cycle, affecting the very flow of time itself. The shifting sands of time were becoming increasingly volatile. The interference from the dissonance node, the chaotic energy from the dissidents, and especially the near transmission from the ancient observer. These events had caused subtle, yet significant, temporal distortions. Small ripples in the causality of events. Nothing catastrophic yet, but enough to worry the architects. They were used to guiding a relatively linear timeline. Now, the very fabric of time felt pliable. Clara perceived these distortions as faint, shimmering anomalies in the energetic field around certain individuals or events. A decision made that seemed illogical, yet led to an unexpected, significant outcome. A historical event that seemed to subtly correct itself after a momentary deviation. It was as if the universe was attempting to realign itself after minor disturbances, But the cumulative effect was causing increasing strain on the project's ability to maintain its seamless, unseen guidance. Her former personal life, particularly her connection to Ben, became a recurring source of these temporal echoes. She would perceive faint, alternative timelines where she hadn't been taken by the police, where she had managed to disseminate her story, where Ben had successfully rescued her. These were not memories, but echoes of unrealized probabilities, possibilities that had been subtly pruned from the timeline by the architect's interventions or by the chaotic flow of events. It was a constant reminder of the choices not made, the lives not lived, the profound influence the project had exerted over her own destiny, and by extension, all of humanity. The architects conveyed their immediate concern. The increasing temporal instability posed a threat to the project's long-term strategy. Their guidance relied on predictable, albeit subtly influenced, progression of history. If the timeline became too volatile, their ability to steer humanity toward harmonic ascension would be severely compromised. They needed to find the source of these deeper temporal shifts, to stabilize the sands before they collapsed into uncontrollable chaos. Her new mission, they informed her, was to investigate these temporal anomalies, not to fix them directly, as that could cause even greater ripples, but understand their origin, to identify any rogue elements or unforeseen cosmic influences that were actively manipulating the timeline. The dissonance node had been a localized energetic imbalance. The ancient observer had been a cosmic threat. These temporal shifts were a threat to the very linear progression of reality. Clara's training, her immersion into the heart of the project, now seemed to be preparing her for this very task. Her ability to perceive nonlinear information, to process vast amounts of complex data, and to intuit subtle energetic shifts made her uniquely suited for this unprecedented challenge. She was, in essence, becoming a temporal cartographer, mapping the unseen currents of time itself. She began her new task by focusing on the most pronounced temporal ripples. One particularly strong resonance emanated from ancient historical sites known for their mystical or unexplained phenomena, places where the veil between dimensions was said to be thin, or where powerful, forgotten technologies were rumored to lie buried. The architects confirmed these were often natural temporal anchor points, locations where the flow of time was inherently more stable and therefore, paradoxically, more susceptible to subtle manipulation. Her investigation led her to fragmented data from historical archives, cross-referenced with the project's own hidden records. She perceived patterns, a recurring symbol, not the architect's two crescents, but a different, more angular glyph, associated with various esoteric societies throughout history, often linked to rituals involving time-bending or dimensional travel. This was a new faction, one previously unknown to the architects, or at least one that had operated beneath their radar for centuries. This new faction seemed to be actively, though subtly, manipulating localized temporal flows, perhaps attempting to alter specific historical outcomes, or to gain access to future knowledge. Their methods were different from the crude technologies of the dissidents or the passive awakening of the observer. These were highly sophisticated, subtle manipulations, almost artistic in their precision. Clara felt a growing sense of unease. The architects had managed global humanity, guiding its evolution, but this new faction seemed to be playing with the very fabric of reality, bending time itself. This was a direct violation of the project's foundational principle, to guide humanity along its natural, albeit influenced, linear progression. One night, while meticulously cross-referencing ancient texts with modern geopolitical data, Clara detected a powerful temporal pulse, originating from deep within the Middle East, from a site historically associated with ancient observatories and forgotten sciences. This wasn't a ripple. It was a deliberate temporal surge, a focused attempt to alter a significant event. The architect's chorus within her mind sharpened with urgency. Direct interference. Unacceptable. This threatens fundamental causality. Clara, you must intercept this temporal breach. Locate the source. Understand their purpose. Clara looked at the glowing map of the world projected in her mind, the Middle Eastern site blazing with a brilliant, dangerous temporal light. This wasn't just a new faction. It was a new war, a battle for the very flow of time, a fight for the true nature of reality. The shifting sands of time were no longer a subtle phenomena. They were actively being reshaped by an unknown, powerful enemy. Her role as a keeper had just escalated to an unprecedented level. She had to become a temporal defender, protecting the integrity of reality itself. The world, blissfully unaware, continued its linear march, while Clara, the silent guardian, prepared to step into the tumultuous currents of the past and future to confront a foe capable of bending time and uncover the chilling purpose behind their ambitious, dangerous manipulations. Her lonely journey into the cosmic unknown had just taken a vertiginous leap into the shifting, malleable fabric of history. Story 31, The Kronos Cult. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, the newly awakened keeper, facing a crisis far more profound than any she'd encountered before. After averting a cosmic broadcast from an ancient alien observer in Antarctica, she returned to her anonymous life as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, only to discover a new, terrifying threat, a powerful temporal surge emanating from the Middle East. This wasn't just a rogue energy node or a dormant alien. This was a deliberate active manipulation of time itself, carried out by a faction previously unknown to the unseen architects. Direct interference, the architects had urged within her mind. This threatens fundamental causality. You must intercept this temporal breach. Imagine being tasked with defending the very fabric of reality, knowing that someone is reaching into the past, pulling at the threads of history, and the consequences could unravel everything. That's the monumental, disorienting mission Clara embarked upon as she confronted the Kronos cult. The temporal pulse from the Middle East was unlike any anomaly Clara had yet encountered. It wasn't a static hum like the dissonance node, nor a passive resonance like the ancient observer. It was a rhythmic throb, a powerful, focused ripple that vibrated through the very timeline, a deliberate attempt to alter the past. Clara, now a true temporal cartographer, perceived it as a vibrant, luminous scar appearing on the flowing river time, pulling at its currents, threatening to divert its course into unpredictable eddies and dangerous rapids. The architects, usually a chorus of ancient wisdom, were now tinged with a palpable urgency. Their millennia-long project, dedicated to guiding humanity toward harmonic ascension along a predictable, albeit subtly influenced, timeline, was fundamentally threatened. They had never encountered a force capable of such direct, precise temporal manipulation. Their knowledge base was vast, but this was a frontier they had always sought to avoid. Their directives to Clara were direct, precise. Locate the source, understand their methods, ascertain their purpose, preserve the integrity of the timeline. Clara, acting as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, moved with her customary, chilling efficiency. She manipulated academic grants and historical research opportunities, securing a plausible reason to travel to the region. She chose a country that served as a historical crossroads, a place rich with ancient sites and archaeological digs, a perfect cover for her true mission. Her keeper abilities allowed her to bypass conventional security, to perceive hidden pathways, and to subtly influence local officials without their conscious awareness. The journey was swift, seamless, a testament to her profound integration with the project. The moment she stepped off the plane, Clara felt the temporal distortions more acutely than ever. The air wasn't just warm and dry. It shimmered with faint, almost imperceptible energetic waves. Buildings seemed to subtly shift in her peripheral vision, not physically moving, but subtly vibrating through micro-oscillations in their own temporal signatures. She would catch glimpses of impossible echoes, a fleeting shadow on an ancient wall that didn't quite belong, the whisper of a language not spoken in centuries, a momentary smell of incense from a forgotten ritual. These were not hallucinations. They were the bleeding edges of altered timelines, subtle ripples caused by the faction's manipulations. Her investigation led her to a specific ancient city, a place steeped in mythology and forgotten history, where archaeological excavations were ongoing. The temporal resonance was strongest here, concentrated around a vast, partially excavated underground complex dating back thousands of years. It was not a site of conventional human construction, but a place of profound energetic convergence, a natural temporal anchor point that the architects had known about, but considered too volatile for their own use. Now it was being exploited. As Clara delved deeper, using her enhanced perception to read the energetic imprints on the very stone, she began to piece together the identity and methods of the new faction. They were not a modern organization. They were an ancient, secret society that had existed for millennia, subtly influencing history from the shadows, distinct from the architects. They called themselves the Kronos cult, and their symbol, the angular glyph she had seen in her temporal cartography, was etched into hidden corners of the excavated ruins. The Kronos cult's ideology was chillingly ambitious. Unlike the architects, who sought to guide humanity's evolution forward through subtle influence, the Kronos cult believed that humanity's true potential could only be realized by perfecting the past. They believed in predetermined destiny, and that by making precise, targeted alterations to key historical events, they could optimize humanity's present and future, creating a perfected timeline free of chaos and suffering. They viewed the architect approach as too slow, too passive, too reliant on unpredictable human free will. Their methods were a terrifying blend of ancient ritual and advanced, esoteric technology. Clara perceived that they didn't have large, physical time machines. Instead, they harnessed the natural temporal anchor points of the Earth, amplifying them through rituals involving complex energetic resonance, focused intent, and highly rare temporal resonant artifacts. These artifacts, some of which Clara sensed were buried deep within the excavated complex, acted as conduits, allowing them to project their influence backward in time, causing subtle but far-reaching changes. The temporal surge he had detected was a major attempt to alter a specific historical event, a pivotal moment in the region's ancient history, a confluence of political, religious, and scientific developments that had ultimately led to centuries of conflict. The Kronos cult was attempting to correct this moment, to reroute history toward an outcome they deemed more harmonious. But their interference was causing immense strain on the timeline, generating dangerous paradoxes and unpredictable ripples. As Clara got closer to the heart of the complex, the temporal distortions intensified. She saw momentary flickers of alternative realities superimposed over the present. A bustling marketplace would momentarily become a desolate ruin. A modern building would flicker, replaced by an ancient temple. People's faces would subtly shift, embodying different expressions, different lives, as if their personal histories were being subtly rewritten. It was disorienting, terrifying, a constant reminder of the fragile nature of causality. She also perceived the presence of the Kronos cultists themselves. They were deeply entrenched within the archaeological dig, masquerading as legitimate researchers, but their energetic signatures were distinct. They emanated a powerful, focused intent, a chilling calmness that bespoke absolute conviction in their purpose. They were highly trained, their minds disciplined, their perceptions attuned to the subtle temporal energies they manipulated. They were not reckless. They were meticulous, almost surgical in their intrusions. The architects, flowing through Clara, expressed their growing alarm. Their methods are dangerous, their ambition profound. The consequences could unravel the great work entirely. You must prevent the full alteration. Clara knew she couldn't simply destroy them. Their knowledge of temporal manipulation was too advanced, their methods too subtle. A direct confrontation could trigger a catastrophic backlash, perhaps even shattering the timeline irrevocably. Her task was to disrupt their efforts, to neutralize their temporal conduit, and understand enough of their methods to counter future attempts. She found the heart of their operation, a vast, echoing chamber far beneath the excavation, access to a series of cleverly hidden passages. In the center, a colossal, ancient obelisk made of a dark, shimmering material pulsed with an intense, rhythmic light, the primary temporal anchor point. Around it, robed figures, the Kronos cultists, performed intricate energetic rituals, their hands raised toward the obelisk, channeling vast amounts of energy. Projected around them were holographic, shimmering images of the past event they were trying to alter, its details subtly shifting, being rewritten in real time. Clara observed, hidden in the shadows, her mind racing, absorbing every detail. She saw their focus, their immense power. She felt the strain on the timeline, like a taut string vibrating violently, threatening to snap. Her own temporal perception was pushed to its limits, her mind struggling to maintain its equilibrium amidst the torrent of shifting realities. Then she saw him, a figure at the head of the cultists, older, his face etched with ancient knowledge and immense power. His eyes, though focused on the obelisk, seemed to contain the wisdom of ages. He was the leader, the master Chronos cultist, the source of this profound temporal surge. And as he performed the ritual, Clara perceived a faint, almost invisible aura of something else around him. Something not quite human, a subtle resonance that resonated with the ancient, angular glyph of their symbol. A chilling realization struck Clara. The Chronos cult wasn't just an ancient secret society manipulating time. They were perhaps, like the architects, infused with something non-human, guided by a deeper, older intelligence. Or perhaps they were even older than the architect themselves, a rival lineage with a fundamentally different approach to humanity's destiny. The architect within her confirmed her terrifying suspicion. Precursors to the project, rivalry for control of causality. They seek to replace the great work with their own perfected timeline. This wasn't just a matter of preventing a temporal breach. This was a conflict of opposing philosophies of two ancient, powerful forces vying for control over humanity's destiny. The shifting sands of time were not merely being disturbed. They were a battleground, and Clara, the Keeper, had just stepped onto his most perilous front line, tasked with not just stabilizing the timeline, but with confronting a powerful, ancient rival who sought to reshape history itself. Her lonely journey had just revealed the true, terrifying scope of her inherited war. Story 32, The Echoes of Perfected Past. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our awakened Keeper, deep beneath the Middle Eastern desert, staring into the heart of a temporal storm. She discovered the Chronos cult, an ancient, rival lineage actively manipulating time through powerful, esoteric technology and ritual. They weren't just disrupting the timeline. They were attempting to rewrite a pivotal historical event to create their perfected timeline, putting them in direct conflict with the architects and their vision of harmonic ascension. And the chilling revelation, this wasn't just a human cult. There was an ancient, non-human influence guiding their leader, perhaps even older than the architects themselves. Imagine realizing that history itself is a battleground, and two unseen forces are locked in an eternal war over its very fabric. That's the monumental, disorienting truth Clara faced as she plunged into the echoes of perfected past. The air in the subterranean chamber crackled with raw temporal energy, a visceral manifestation of the Chronos cult's dangerous manipulations. The colossal obelisk, their primary temporal anchor, pulsed with an almost blinding light, its rhythmic throbs synchronized with the frantic beating of Clara's own heart. Around it, the robed cultists, their faces contorted in focused concentration, chanted in an ancient, guttural language, channeling their collective will into the ritual. Their leader, a figure of immense, ancient power, stood at the obelisk's base, his hands raised, his eyes fixed on the shimmering, holographic projections of the past event they were so desperately trying to rewrite. Clara, hidden in the deep shadows of the ancient complex, felt the strain on the timeline like a physical wound. Her temporal perception, heightened by her Keeper awakening, was overwhelmed by the torrent of alternative realities flickering in and out of existence. She saw the past event, a pivotal moment of alliance and conflict in ancient history, shifting, reforming, its outcomes subtly twisting to match the cult's desired perfection. Buildings and holographic projection would shimmer, changing their architectural style. People's faces would morph, betraying different allegiances. Entire battles would play out with subtly altered results. It was a terrifying glimpse into the fragility of causality. The architects, a cacophony of urgent warnings within her mind, pressed their directive: disrupt. Do not destroy the node. Sever the connection. The consequences of their alterations are cascading. They emphasize extreme danger, direct intervention. Any attempt to physically destroy the obelisk could rupture the timeline irrevocably, causing paradoxes that might unravel entire historical eras, creating a chaotic past that could collapse the present. Their aim was to disrupt the Chronos cult's ongoing ritual, to break their connection to the past, and prevent a complete rewriting of the pivotal event. Clara understood the immense precision required. She wasn't just dealing with human fanatics. She was confronting a force guided by an ancient, possibly non-human intelligence, one that understood the intricate mechanics of time far better than any human. Her own connection to the architects, to the project's harmonious flow, was her greatest weapon. She had to use it not as a blunt instrument, but as a scalpel to cut the threads of the Chronos cult's temporal weaving. She began to move, silent as a phantom, her enhanced agility allowing her to navigate the treacherous, crumbling passages unseen. The cultists, deep in their trance, were oblivious to her presence. She needed to reach the obelisk, to interface with it, to inject a counter-frequency that would disrupt their temporal manipulation without causing a catastrophic temporal rupture. As she approached the central ritualistic circle, the ancient, angular glyph of the Chronos cult seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, countering the harmonious resonance of the project within her. The leader is back to her, emanated an aura of immense, chilling power. Clara, with her amplified perceptions, could now sense the subtle, non-human energetic signature woven into his being. It was cold, precise, utterly devoid of human emotion, distinct from the ancient observer's passive indifference. This was an active, manipulative intelligence, a force that saw time as a tool to be wielded. The architect shared a chilling insight. This entity or entities, guiding the Chronos cult, were not from this universe's linear progression. They were temporal weavers, beings who existed outside conventional time, perceiving causality as a malleable medium. They were ancient, possibly predating even the architect's earliest understanding of cosmic order, and their goal was not harmonic ascension, but perfected order, a universe sculpted by their will, devoid of the unpredictable chaos of free will and natural evolution. They saw humanity's current trajectory as flawed, requiring constant, direct correction through temporal alterations. Clara felt a profound ideological clash. The architects believed in guiding humanity to find its own path, to evolve organically, even if slowly. The temporal weavers of the Chronos cult believed in imposing a perfected destiny, twisting the past to shape a predetermined future. It was a war for the very soul of causality, and Clara was caught in the middle. She reached the edge of the ritualistic circle, just beyond the awareness of the entranced cultists. The obelisk loomed before her, radiating immense temporal power. She extended her hands, channeling the project's energy, preparing to project her counter-frequency. But as she did, the Chronos cult leader suddenly stiffened. He turned, his eyes, once focused on the past, now snapped open, fixed directly on Clara. There was no surprise, only a chilling, ancient recognition. The Keeper, his voice echoed not from his mouth, but directly into her mind, a resonant, multi-layered sound that vibrated through the very fabric of time. We expected your interference. The architects are predictable. Your adherence to a flawed linear progression is your weakness. He didn't move towards her. Instead, he simply extended his hand toward the obelisk, and with a surge of dark, temporal energy, the holographic projections of the past event around them became intensely vivid, almost physical. Clara felt a profound pull on her own timeline, a dizzying sensation of her own personal history threatening to unravel. He wasn't just observing her. He was actively attempting to temporal lock her, to trap her consciousness within the shifting echoes of the past, to remove her from the present. The architects within Clara screamed, a silent burst of profound alarm. He perceives your anchor. Fight. Maintain your present. Do not succumb to the temporal loop. They poured their collective energy into her, trying to stabilize her personal timeline, to keep her grounded in the present. Clara fought back, pushing against the encroaching temporal pull. The chamber spun, the cultists around the obelisk seemed to dissolve into shimmering distortions. She saw a fragment of her own past, her life as Clara Hayes, the terror of the gray walls, the chilling voice of Ethan Miller, her desperate attempts to warn Ben, all flashing and disjointed, repeating loops, threatening to consume her. But she found an anchor, not in the architects, but in her own humanity, in the very chaos and unpredictability that the Chronos cult sought to eliminate. The memory of Ben's face, his unwavering belief in her, even when she was delusional, the raw emotion of her fear, her defiance. It was a messy, imperfect anchor, but it was hers, and it was precisely what the emotionless temporal weavers could not comprehend or control. With a primal surge of will, Clara channeled her anger, her defiance, her human spirit, through the project Harmonious Resonance. She focused it not on the obelisk, but directly at the temporal weaver. She projected a raw, unadulterated wave of pure, unpredictable human potential, a force that defied their attempts at linear perfection. The temporal weaver recoiled, his ancient, non-human energy flickering with what Clara perceived as profound, albeit momentary, disorientation. It was a frequency he couldn't control, a variable he couldn't account for. The temporal pull on Clara wavered. The looping echoes of her past receded, and the shimmering projections of the past event around the obelisk momentarily froze, then distorted, their carefully crafted alterations beginning to unravel. "You are an anomaly," the temporal weaver's voice echoed, laced with a chilling, unfamiliar note of surprise. "Your lineage is corrupted by chaos. You are unpredictable." Clara seized the momentary advantage. Before the temporal weaver could regain his composure, she unleashed a potent anti-resonance burst, aimed precisely at the obelisk. It was not destructive, but disruptive. The sacred stone pulsed violently, its light flickering, its rhythmic throb stuttering. The holographic projections of the past event shattered into 1,000 shimmering fragments, then dissipated entirely. The cultists, their connection to the obelisk severed, cried out in confusion, their trance broken. The ritual was interrupted. The temporal surge was neutralized. The specific historical event remained, for now, unaltered. The temporal weaver glared at Clara, his ancient eyes burning with a cold, analytical fury. He raised his hand again, but this time it was not to bind her. It was a gesture of profound, contemptuous dismissal. "This is not over, Keeper. The sands are shifting, and your project is built on a foundation of imperfections. We will correct the past, and the future will be ours." With a final, powerful surge of energy, the temporal weaver and his cultists seemed to shimmer, then dissolve, simply vanishing from the chamber, leaving behind only the cold stone, the humming obelisk, and the lingering scent of ozone and ancient magic. They hadn't retreated. They had simply moved through time or space. Clara didn't yet know. Clara stood alone in the chamber, gasping, her body trembling with the aftermath of the intense, energetic confrontation. The obelisk still hummed, but its temporal influence was now muted, inert. The immediate threat was averted. She had defended the timeline, preserved causality, and pushed back against a force of unimaginable power. But the victory fell hollow. She had glimpsed the true enemy, not just a cult, but a rival ancient power, the temporal weavers, who saw reality itself as a canvas for their perfection. Her battle as a keeper had just expanded into a full-blown cosmic war for causality, a silent, invisible conflict fought across the shifting sands of time. Her lonely watch had just revealed the true, terrifying scope of her inherited war and the future of humanity's destiny. Guided by the architects, now hinged on her ability to defend the very integrity of its past. Story 33, The Architect's Paradox. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara our intrepid keeper, in the aftermath of a terrifying confrontation, didn't we? Deep beneath the Middle Eastern desert, she successfully disrupted the Chronos cult's attempt to rewrite a pivotal historical event, pushing back against their enigmatic leader, a being influenced by ancient, non-human temple weavers. This wasn't just a cult. It was a rival, far older power vying for control over causality itself, threatening the architect's millennia-long project of harmonic ascension. Imagine successfully defending the very fabric of time, only to realize that the entity you serve, the architects, holds secrets and perhaps even contradictions that shake the very foundation of your purpose. That's a profound existential crisis Clara plunged into as she grappled with the architect's paradox. The sudden disappearance of the Chronos cultists and their temporal weaver leader left Clara alone in the echoing subterranean chamber. The colossal obelisk still pulsed, but its temporal influence was muted, inert, its connection to the past severed. The air, once thick with the vibrant, disorienting shimmer of temporal distortion, now settled back into a stable, albeit ancient, stillness. Clara felt a profound physical and mental exhaustion, the aftermath of pushing her keeper abilities to their absolute limits against a force of unimaginable power. The architects, the collective consciousness within her, resonated with a blend of profound relief and an undeniable undercurrent of unease. The breach is contained. The timeline is stable. Your intervention was crucial, Clara, unprecedented. Their praise was a balm, but their deeper thoughts, now accessible to Clara's hyperperceptive mind, revealed a subtle anxiety. The encounter had forced them to confront a reality they had long avoided. The existence of beings, the temporal weavers, who played with causality on a scale that challenged the very tenets of their great work. Clara, however, wasn't just processing the relief. Her enhanced temporal perception, sharpened by the direct confrontation, continued to replay the interaction. She saw the temporal weaver's eyes, ancient and cold, filled with logic that transcended human understanding. His accusation, your adherence to a flawed linear progression is your weakness, lingered in her mind, a chilling seed of doubt. Why did the architects insist on a linear timeline? Why did they abhor direct temporal manipulation so fiercely? They guided humanity, subtly nudged it toward harmonic ascension, but always within the bounds of forward progression. The Chronos cult, conversely, sought to perfect the past, to remove chaos and suffering through targeted alteration. While their methods were dangerous, their stated goal on the surface sounded almost benevolent. This ideological clash sparked a profound paradox within Clara. As she made her way out of the ancient complex, skillfully covering her tracks, her mind delved deeper into the architect's collective consciousness, seeking answers. She accessed their most ancient archives, the very foundational principles of the project. She discovered that the architects had indeed considered temporal manipulation in their earliest phases. Eons ago, they possessed a theoretical knowledge, perhaps even the rudimentary means, to subtly alter past events. So, why did they abandon it? The answer, when it came, was not a single definitive reason, but a cascade of complex, chilling data. The architects had, in their infancy, conducted their own temporal experiments. They showed Clara fleeting glimpses of these early attempts. Subtle alterations to ancient conflicts, minor nudges in foundational scientific discoveries, attempts to avert early environmental disasters. And the consequences were uniformly catastrophic. Each alteration, no matter how small, created unforeseen ripples that quickly escalated into cascading paradoxes. They discovered that removing one cause often spawned multiple, more chaotic effects elsewhere in the timeline. Attempts to perfect an outcome invariably led to greater, unmanageable chaos. They showed her a simulated reality where a minor past alteration to prevent a localized famine led to a global plague centuries later, or where the removal of a pivotal conflict led to a more brutal, world-ending war. The universe, in its raw, unpredictable form, abhorred forced perfection. It was an intricate, chaotic system, and every attempt to impose external, deterministic order through temporal interference only amplified its inherent chaos. The architects realized that true harmonic ascension could not be forced. It had to be earned. It had to be discovered through humanity's own struggle, its own learning, its own free will, however chaotic. Their roles shifted from direct manipulation to subtle guidance, ensuring humanity's survival and pointing it toward the optimal path, but always allowing it to walk that path on its own. Their great work was built on the principle of allowing natural evolution, gently steering it away from self-destruction, rather than imposing a predetermined destiny. This was the architect's paradox. They possessed the power to directly alter history, to create a seemingly perfect past, but understood that doing so would ultimately destroy the very humanity they sought to save. Their restraint was their greatest strength, their adherence to a flawed linear progression of philosophical choice born of hard-learned cosmic lessons. Clara felt the weight of this profound understanding. Her previous experiences, the manufactured delusions in the gray walls, the gaslighting, the forced awakening, now made a chilling kind of sense. They hadn't been random torments. They had been a necessary crucible, stripping away her individual ego, preparing her to absorb these vast, uncomfortable truths, to accept her role in a project that transcended individual desires or even simple morality. The architects knew the human mind struggled with such paradoxes, and the process was designed to forge a keeper capable of bearing this burden. Her personal past, the story she had tried to record on a USB drive, now felt like a poignant echo of this larger paradox. Her attempts to expose them were, in a way, her own version of trying to perfect her past, to undo the pain. But the architects had integrated her instead, forcing her to accept a reality far more complex than a simple narrative of victimhood. She was now part of the force that shaped those unrealized probabilities, those discarded timelines. As Clara settled back into her guise as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, the mundane world felt even more fragile, more precious. She saw humanity, bustling through its daily lives, completely oblivious to the unseen war being waged for its destiny. The temporal weavers, the Chronos cult, they were not gone. They had merely retreated, to regroup, to plan their next intrusion. Their leader's parting words: "The sands are shifting, and your project is built on a foundation of imperfections. We will correct the past, and the future will be ours," resonated with a chilling certainty. The architects conveyed a new phase of the great work. The discovery of the temporal weavers and their active manipulation of causality had fundamentally altered the project's priorities. Their primary focus was no longer just guiding harmonic ascension. It was now temporal defense. They had to identify the temporal weavers' other temporal anchor points, to understand their deeper objectives, and to develop new countermeasures to their reality-bending techniques. Clara, now a full-fledged temple guardian, felt a new level of responsibility. Her unique confrontation with the Weaver leader had made her a crucial asset. She had perceived his aura, glimpsed his methods, and, crucially, found his weakness, the unpredictability of pure human potential. This was her unique contribution, her evolution beyond previous keepers. Her life became a continuous, silent hunt. She monitored global energetic frequencies for new temporal disturbances, tracking the subtle ripples across history. She cross-referenced ancient myths with cutting-edge theoretical physics, searching for clues, for patterns of the Weaver's past interventions. She studied their angular glyph, its complex geometry hinting at the secrets of their temporal technology. The architect's paradox was no longer just a philosophical contemplation for Clara. It was the very core of her existence. To protect a future that must unfold imperfectly, to defend a timeline that contains suffering and chaos, knowing that a perfected alternative is theoretically possible, but ultimately destructive. This was a profound ethical tightrope she now walked. One evening, while tracing a faint temporal echo related to an ancient astronomical anomaly, Clara detected a series of rapid, intricate temporal microsignatures emanating from a seemingly random, unremarkable location in Europe. These weren't large, disruptive surges like the previous one. These were small, precise, almost surgical alterations, not to rewrite a grand historical event, but to subtly manipulate individual choices, to influence the development of specific ideas, to steer technological progress in a very particular direction. The architect within her reacted with chilling precision, micro-manipulations, highly sophisticated, undetectable by conventional means. This is a new tactic, potentially more insidious than direct intervention. They seek to control the very thought flow of human ingenuity. Clara felt a profound sense of dread. If the Kronos cult could influence individual choices, could bend the very trajectory of human innovation, then their fight was far more intimate, far more pervasive than she had imagined. The shifting sands of time were being re-sculpted, grain by grain, from within. Her lonely war to defend causality had just entered a new, deeply insidious phase, where the battleground was not just grand history, but the very consciousness and free will of humanity itself. Story 34, The Seed of Innovation. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our weary but resolute keeper, grappling with profound ethical and existential dilemmas of her role. She'd successfully defended the timeline from a brute force of the Kronos cult's attempts to rewrite history, learning about the architect's paradox, their self-imposed restraint from temporal manipulation, born of hard-learned lessons about chaos. But just when she thought she understood the enemy, a new, far more insidious threat emerged. Temporal microsignatures originating from Europe, subtle, surgical alterations designed to manipulate individual choices and steer human innovation. Imagine realizing your powerful enemy isn't trying to rewrite grand events, but instead subtly planting ideas, tweaking insights, and influencing the very flow of thought in brilliant minds. That's the chilling, intimate battle Clara was now thrust into, as she sought to uncover the seed of innovation. The detection of the temporal microsignatures sent a fresh wave of concern through Clara and the architects. This wasn't the brute force temporal surge they encountered in the Middle East, which had been a clear, large-scale attempt to alter a major historical event. These new signatures were tiny, almost imperceptible energetic whispers, intricately woven into fabric of localized timelines. They were like microscopic needles, subtly restitching individual moments, influencing precise moment of discovery, the sudden flash of an idea, the unexpected connection in a complex problem. The architects, now acutely aware of the temporal weaver's capabilities, conveyed their understanding. Their new tactic, insidious, targeting the nodes of ingenuity. They seek to shape the future through subtle influence at the conceptual level. This was far more dangerous in its subtlety than overt historical alteration. If the weavers could control the very genesis of human ideas, the progress of science, art, and philosophy, they could bend humanity's entire trajectory towards their perfected order without ever firing a shot or revealing their presence. It was a silent, intellectual conquest, influencing the very seed of innovation within the human mind. Clara, now operating under her Dr. Evelyn Thorne guise, meticulously tracked the most prominent microsignatures. Her enhanced temporal perception allowed her to pinpoint the targets with chilling accuracy. They weren't powerful political figures or military leaders. They were scientists, artists, philosophers, inventors, the very individuals responsible for breakthroughs that push human understanding forward. The weavers were seeding specific ideas, nudging thought processes, subtly accelerating or delaying discoveries, all to align with their vision of a perfected future. Her investigation led her to a vibrant, bustling city in Europe, a hub of creativity and academic pursuit. The temporal echoes here were unlike anything she'd felt before. They weren't jarring, chaotic ripples, but rather harmonious manipulations, subtle adjustments that felt almost natural, as if they were simply guiding an already existing current. This made them incredibly difficult to detect and even harder to counteract. It was like trying to find a perfectly camouflaged predator in a dense, thriving ecosystem. Clara observed a particular temporal cluster around a cutting-edge research institute. Inside, a brilliant young astrophysicist was on the cusp of a revolutionary discovery regarding dark matter. Clara perceived the microsignatures swirling around him like invisible currents, guiding his thoughts, subtly tweaking his equations, nudging him towards a specific conclusion. This was an obvious implant of an idea. It was a gentle, almost imperceptible push, ensuring that his intellect arrived at their predetermined insight at their chosen time. The architects analyzed the data Clara collected. Their method is sophisticated. They understand the interconnectedness of thought. A single seed can blossom into a forest of change. They explain that influencing a single pivotal idea could ripple through an entire field, accelerating certain technologies while suppressing others, fundamentally altering the fabric of human progress. This was a long game, a slow, methodical resculpting of reality that bypassed the need for grand temporal interventions. Clara also began to perceive the ethical quagmire of this new threat. The architects, in their own guidance of humanity, also subtly nudged and inspired. They provided moments of insight, nudged inventors towards certain breakthroughs, guided artists towards profound creations. But their purpose was always to facilitate humanity's own organic progression, to allow it to discover its own path, however messy. The temporal weavers, conversely, sought to impose a predetermined trajectory, removing the unpredictable chaos of free will from the equation entirely. They believed humanity was too flawed, too chaotic to be left to its own devices, and that their perfected timeline was the only way to achieve true order. This distinction, though subtle, was crucial. Clara found herself navigating a perilous ethical tightrope. How could she differentiate between genuine human inspiration and a weaver-seeded thought? How could she counteract an influence without stifling true genius? The architects, while providing strategic guidance, also emphasized the importance of her human intuition and her unique connection to the unpredictable nature of human potential. It was precisely the quality that had disoriented the Weaver leader in their previous confrontation. Her mission was no longer just about defending the timeline from overt breaches. It was about identifying the origin of these seeded ideas, understanding the Weaver's criteria for perfection, and crucially, developing a way to disrupt their micromanipulations without crushing the very essence of human ingenuity. She delved deeper into the energetic signature of the microsignatures, tracing their subtle currents back to their point of origin. It wasn't a single, powerful anchor like the Middle Eastern obelisk. It was a distributed network of smaller, hidden nodes embedded in various locations across Europe, often within ancient libraries, forgotten academies, or places of historical intellectual convergence. These were sites where centuries of human thought had accumulated, making them fertile ground for the Weaver's subtle incursions. One night, while observing the astrophysicist, Clara perceived a faint, almost invisible energetic tether extending from his mind, leading back to the temporal currents. She followed it, pushing her consciousness through the intricate web of microsignatures. The journey was disorienting, like navigating a maze of thought forms and temporal currents. She traced the tether back to an unassuming ancient university library, its walls steeped in centuries of scholarship. Deep within its dusty archives, in a hidden, forgotten sub-basement, she found the source. It wasn't a grand chamber like the Chronos cult's previous lair. It was a small, almost mundane room, filled with ancient books and arcane instruments. In the center, a subtle, pulsating temporal focusing device, made of a dark, crystalline material and humming with a faint, almost imperceptible energy, was embedded into the stone floor. It was a Weaver seed node, designed to project precise micro-influences into the past and present. Around the device, a single figure sat, not a rogue cultist, but an unassuming academic, his face etched with intellectual focus. Completely unaware of the temporal manipulation device he was subtly connected to, Clara realized this wasn't a new leader. This was a human conduit, perhaps unknowingly, perhaps unwillingly, being used by the temporal weavers to funnel their subtle influences into the timeline. The weavers themselves were not physically present. They were operating remotely through these distributed seed nodes and their unwitting human instruments. The architects confirmed her insight. They operate through proxies. Subtler, more pervasive. The human mind, a delicate instrument for manipulation. This was a far more intimate form of warfare, turning humanity's own brilliance against itself. Clara analyzed the seed node. It wasn't designed for brute force. It was a precision instrument designed to resonate with specific brainwave patterns, to amplify specific neural connections, effectively planting the seed of an idea directly into the recipient's mind. The Weaver's angular glyph was faintly visible on its surface, glowing with a soft, internal light. Her task was clear. She had to neutralize the seed node without harming the human conduit and without causing a catastrophic temporal ripple. She had to disrupt their intricate flow of influence, to break the delicate connection between the temporal weavers and their human instruments of innovation. As she reached out to the device, Clara felt the profound weight of human ingenuity, the countless ideas, discoveries, and creations that had shaped history. The weavers were attempting to usurp this process, to claim it as their own, to replace the beautiful chaos of human creativity with their sterile perfection. With focused intent, Clara channeled her energy, a pure, harmonious resonance from the project's core, directly into the seed node. It was a delicate process, like tuning a complex instrument. She matched its frequency, then subtly inverted its phase, not to destroy, but to cancel out its manipulative influence. The device hummed erratically, its internal light flickering, struggling against her counterfrequency. The subtle energetic tether to the human conduit wavered, then snapped. The academic at the desk, suddenly without the guiding influence, blinked, looked confused, and then frowned at his research notes. He scribbled something out, then began writing a new equation, a fresh, uninfluenced thought sparking in his mind. The seed of innovation was no longer tainted. Clara pulled back, exhausted. The seed node was neutralized, rendered inert. Its subtle manipulations halted. The architects resonated with a collective sense of caution and triumph. One node neutralized, but their network is vast. The battle for human ingenuity continues. Clara, they will adapt. You must adapt. Clara knew this was just the beginning. The temporal weavers had multiple seed nodes, a vast, distributed network. This was a silent war, fought in the minds of humanity's brightest, in the subtle currents of time and in the very fabric of ideas. She was a silent guardian, perpetually on the hunt, protecting the unpredictable, beautiful chaos of human creativity from those who sought to perfect it into oblivion. Her lonely watch had just deepened, and the fight for humanity's true, unadulterated future stretched endlessly before her. Story 35, The Architect's Reckoning. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our weary but ever-watchful keeper, in a silent, intellectual war, didn't we? She'd successfully neutralized the temporal weaver seed node in Europe, halting their insidious attempts to subtly manipulate human innovation and creativity by planting ideas directly into brilliant minds. This wasn't a grand, overt battle, but chilling, intimate fight for the very integrity of human free will. Imagine fighting an enemy who can subtly re-stitch the fabric of thought itself, making you question every flash of inspiration, every moment of genius. That's the pervasive, isolating reality Clara lived as she prepared for the architect's reckoning. The neutralization of the European seed node was a significant, if quiet, victory. Clara felt the immediate alleviation of the temporal microsignatures around the research institute, witnessing the astrophysicist's mind now flowing with truly uninfluenced thought. But her victory was fleeting. The architects, the collective consciousness of her lineage within her, affirmed that this was just one node in a vast, interconnected network. They will adapt, Clara. Their strategy is long-term, distributed. You must anticipate their next move. Her life as Dr. Evelyn Thorne became a relentless, silent hunt. She spent her days sifting through vast amounts of data, cross-referencing historical patterns, scientific breakthroughs, and social movements with the subtle temporal ripples she now perceived across the globe. She was perpetually sifting through the shifting sands of time, searching for the faint energetic traces of the temporal weaver's next intrusion. She became a living anomaly detector, constantly pushing the boundaries of her own perceptions. The challenge was immense. The weaver's micromanipulations were almost impossible to distinguish from genuine human inspiration. They didn't overwrite. They merely nudged, accelerated, or subtly redirected. It was like trying to find a single, perfectly disguised counterfeit coin in a mountain of genuine currency. Clara found herself wrestling with the very essence of causality and free will. How much of human history was truly spontaneous, and how much had been subtly guided by the architects, or now manipulated by the weavers? The question hung over her, a constant, existential hum in her mind. The architects, sensing her profound philosophical struggle, began to share deeper insights into their own history, their own methods of influence. They revealed that their own approach to harmonic ascension had always been about optimal pathing, guiding humanity towards its inherent potential by minimizing destructive tangents, but never dictating specific outcomes. They provided the right conditions for growth, cleared obstacles, and occasionally offered a subtle spark of inspiration, but the ultimate discoveries, the true innovations, always arose from human ingenuity itself. The weavers, however, sought deterministic perfection, an imposed order that would ultimately stifle humanity's unpredictable, chaotic, but ultimately vital creative spark. Clara also began to perceive a subtle, growing strain on the project's own network. The constant vigilance, the escalating battle against the temporal weavers, the very act of confronting an ancient, non-human intelligence was taking its toll. The heart of the project, while still powerful, felt subtly fatigued. Its millennia of undisturbed guidance were now challenged, its intricate systems working overtime to counteract the weaver's disruptions and maintain the fragile balance of the timeline. The architects, for the first time, conveyed a sense of genuine urgency, almost desperation. Then a new, alarming pattern emerged. Clara detected a series of synchronized temporal pulses, not microsignatures this time, but significant coordinated surges emanating from multiple, globally dispersed locations. These pulses weren't targeting individual ideas or specific historical events. Instead, they were focused on critical global infrastructure, financial networks, communication systems, power grids, and, most disturbingly, military command structures. The architect's chorus within her mind erupted in a torrent of alarm. Coordinated attack. They target the nexus of global society. This is a direct assault on the project's foundation of stability. This was a strategic shift for the temporal weavers, a direct escalation. Instead of subtle influence, they were now attempting to introduce systemic chaos, to disrupt the very interconnectedness of modern human civilization. Clara felt the immediate implications. If these pulses succeeded, they could trigger cascading failures across the globe. Economic collapse, communication blackouts, widespread civil unrest, and ultimately global conflict. This was not about perfecting the past. It was about destabilizing the present to force humanity onto a perfected future they're choosing, one born from chaos and despair. Her enhanced perception revealed the weavers' new method. They were using their network of hidden temporal nodes to create resonant frequencies that, when amplified and synchronized, could disrupt the fundamental code and protocols governing modern technology. It was a form of temporal hacking, manipulating the very flow of information and energy within complex systems. The angular glyph of the weavers, usually subtle, now pulsed with a stark, aggressive luminescence within Clara's mind as she traced the origin points of the attacks. The closest and most potent cluster of these attacks was aimed at the financial core of a major global city, threatening to plunge the world into an unprecedented economic crisis. Clara had to act, and fast. The architects conveyed a grim strategy. You must intercept the primary synchronization node. It is the linchpin of their attack. Its neutralization will disrupt the cascade, but it will require an immense expenditure of project energy and a direct confrontation with their methods. Clara found the primary synchronization node deep beneath the global city, hidden within forgotten tunnels of an ancient subway system. It was a massive, sprawling complex of temporal conduits connected to a colossal, pulsating crystalline matrix, far larger and more powerful than the previous seed nodes. This was a direct, active extension of the Temporal Weaver's central network, a hub for their coordinated assault. As she entered the chamber, the air vibrated with a powerful, dissonant hum. She could perceive the countless streams of data being corrupted, the financial transactions being warped, the communication lines being scrambled, all through subtle temporal manipulation. The potential for chaos was overwhelming. And then she saw him, the Temporal Weaver leader she had confronted in the Middle East. He stood at the heart of the crystalline matrix, his presence radiating immense, ancient power. He was not alone. Around him, a small contingent of the Chronos cultists unrobed, blending seamlessly into the modern environment, were meticulously adjusting complex arcane instruments, their faces grimly determined. This was a direct, calculated challenge. "We expected your vigilance, Keeper." The Weaver leader's voice resonated directly in her mind, devoid of any surprise, only cold, analytical certainty. "But your project is failing. Humanity is too chaotic. Its trajectory requires correction. The reckoning is at hand." Clara didn't hesitate. She knew this was not a battle for a single event, but for the very future of global society, for the core principles of the Architect's great work. She surged forward, channeling the full power of the heart of the project through her. Her body shimmered faintly with inner light, her movements a blur of superhuman speed and grace. The Weaver leader reacted instantly. He raised his hand, and the crystalline matrix pulsed violently. Clara felt profound temporal distortion wash over her, a wave of energy that threatened to shred her mind, to scatter her consciousness across countless alternate timelines. He was attempting to disintegrate her perception, to make her cease to exist as a coherent entity within the linear flow. But Clara fought back, channeling the Architect's paradox. She embraced the chaos, the unpredictability of her human nature. She flooded her own energetic field with a raw, untamed surge of pure human free will, a force that defied the Weaver's deterministic logic. The temporal distortion hit her, but instead of disintegrating, it merely churned around her, unable to find purchase, unable to break her anchor in the present. "Unpredictable," the Weaver leader's voice echoed, tinged with flicker of genuine surprise, a rare crack in his ancient composure. Clara seized the moment. She unleashed a focused, piercing anti-resonance burst, aimed directly at the crystalline matrix. This wasn't just about neutralizing a node. It was about disrupting their entire synchronized assault, about sending a clear message. The project, despite its paradoxes, was far from failing. The matrix shrieked, a high-pitched whine of protesting energy. Its light flickered erratically, the countless data streams it was corrupting sputtering, then stabilizing. The cultists cried out as their instruments sparked and died. The synchronization was broken. The cascading chaos across global infrastructure was averted, but the Weaver leader was powerful. He unleashed a countersurge, a wave of raw temporal energy that slammed into Clara, throwing her backwards. She hit the cold stone wall with bone-jarring force, pain flaring through her body. The Weaver leader, seemingly unharmed, stood tall, his ancient eyes fixed on her. "This conflict is inevitable, Keeper," he projected, his voice cold, resolute. "Your project defends illusion. Our order is the true path. This is but the first wave. The reckoning will continue. You cannot defend every thread, and soon your architects will face their own end." With a final, contemptuous gaze, the Weaver leader and his cultists shimmered, then vanished, dissolving into the temporal currents, retreating before the full force of the project could be brought to bear. Clara lay on the cold floor, gasping, her body aching, her mind reeling. The primary synchronization node was neutralized. The global crisis was averted, but the words of the Temporal Weaver echoed in her mind. "The reckoning will continue. You cannot defend every thread, and soon your architects will face their own end. This wasn't just a battle for humanity's future. It was a direct declaration of war against the architects themselves. The temporal weavers were not just trying to perfect humanity. They were trying to dismantle the very forces that guided it. The architect's reckoning was not just a theoretical concept. It was a looming existential threat. Clara, the Keeper, was now the sole, most crucial defender, not just of humanity's past and future, but of the very ancient entity that had brought her into existence. Her lonely watch had just revealed the true, terrifying scope of this cosmic war, and the next confrontation, she knew, would be far more direct and far more devastating. Story 36, The Shadow of the Citadel. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our battle-worn keeper, bruised but victorious after thwarting a coordinated temporal hacking attack by the temporal weavers on global infrastructure. She'd faced their enigmatic leader again, learning that their objective was not just to perfect humanity, but to wage a direct war against the very architects who guided her. The reckoning will continue, he'd promised, and soon your architects will face their own end. Imagine the weight of that threat, the chilling realization that the ancient, guiding force you serve is now the direct target of a powerful, elusive enemy. That's the daunting, solitary reality Clara now faced, as she prepared to confront the shadow of the Citadel. The immediate aftermath of the confrontation in the subway tunnels left Clara profoundly shaken, both physically and psychologically. The pain from hitting the wall was a dull ache, but the true burden was the chilling certainty of the temporal weaver leader's words. This was no longer a hidden game of influence. It was an open declaration of war against the architects themselves. The heart of the project, the ancient, guiding force of her lineage, was now in direct peril. Clara made her way back to her anonymous apartment as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, the mundane world around her seeming impossibly fragile. Every flicker of a street light, every hum of an air conditioner, every distant siren felt like a subtle tremor, a reminder of the unseen battle being waged beneath the surface of reality. She was exhausted, but sleep was impossible. Her mind, now a finely tuned instrument of temporal perception, was alight with the architects' growing urgency. Their intent is clear. The architects resonated within her, their collective voice grim. They seek to sever our primary connection to the timeline, to isolate the heart, to dismantle the great work from within. They explained that the temporal weavers had shifted their strategy. Their previous attempts to disrupt global stability were mere distractions, tests of the project's defenses. Their true target was a nexus point, the very core of the architect's connection to Earth's timeline and humanity's collective consciousness. This was a direct assault on the project's very existence, not just its influence. If the nexus point was severed or corrupted, the architects would be cut off. Their millennia of subtle guidance would end, and humanity's harmonic ascension would be left to the chaotic whims of the universe, or worse, to the deterministic perfection of the temporal weavers. Clara delved deeper into the architect's collective knowledge, searching for any weakness, any vulnerability in the weaver's strategy. She accessed ancient archives, theoretical models, and historical data about other cosmic entities the architects had monitored over eons. The temporal weavers, she learned, were not just a rival lineage. They were parasitic chronophages, beings who consumed or manipulated temporal energy, feeding on the very flow of causality. Their perfected timeline wasn't just an ideological goal. It was a means to an end, a way to create a stable, controlled energy source for their own sustenance and power. The architects conveyed that the weavers would likely target the nexus point itself or one of its key secondary anchors, powerful nodes that amplified and distributed the project's influence across the planet. These anchors were often integrated into ancient, significant geographical locations, places of immense natural energy or historical convergence. Clara's internal search for the primary target led her to a chilling realization. A very subtle, almost imperceptible temporal distortion, unlike any she detected before, was growing. It wasn't a ripple or a pulse. It was a faint yet persistent pull, a continuous draining of temporal energy, originating from a deeply ancient, almost mythical site. This site was not a public place or a known historical landmark. It was forgotten mountain range, veiled in perpetual mist and ancient legends, known only to a select few. The architects confirmed its significance. It was one of the oldest and most vital secondary anchors of the project, a citadel of time, built by the earliest architects themselves millennia ago to stabilize a nascent project and to connect with Earth's deepest ley lines. This was the target. The temporal weavers sought to sever the project's ancient roots, to blind the architect from the world they had guided for so long. The shadow of the citadel loomed in Clara's mind. It wasn't just a physical location. It was a nexus of ancient power, a place where the very fabric of time felt denser, more profound. The weavers were not going for a quick strike. They were slowly, methodically draining its energy, preparing to seize control of it or utterly dismantle it, cutting off a vital artery of the project. Her journey to the citadel was fraught with a unique kind of peril. The mountain range was remote, treacherous, and steeped in natural temporal anomalies that made navigation difficult even for her enhanced perception. The air itself seemed to resist linear progression, creating subtle disorientations, momentary shifts in gravity, and phantom echoes of impossible pasts. The temporal weavers were actively shaping the very environment around their target, creating a natural deterrent. As she ascended the winding, forgotten paths, Clara began to perceive the presence of the temporal weavers more clearly. They weren't physically present in large numbers, as they had been in the Middle East. Instead, she perceived energetic constructs, ethereal, almost ghost-like forms made of pure temporal energy, patrolling the area, subtly influencing the terrain to create illusions and traps. These were temporal phantoms, advanced sentinels woven from raw causality, designed to protect their encroaching operations. She had to navigate around these phantoms, using her heightened awareness to perceive their energetic signatures, to predict their subtle movements. They could manipulate localized time, creating pockets of extreme slowness or acceleration, making the very act of walking a dangerous dance. Clara relied on her deep connection to the project, using its harmonious resonance to cloak her own energy, to blend with the natural temporal flow, effectively rendering herself invisible to their detection. Finally, after days of perilous trekking, she reached the citadel of time itself. It wasn't a grand, imposing fortress, but a series of ancient megalithic structures carved directly into the mountain, blending seamlessly with the rock. Its entrance was a massive, weathered archway, glowing faintly with an internal, ancient light. The air here was thick with the power of millennia, a profound sense of timelessness. But within that ancient hum, Clara now perceived a chilling, discordant note, the draining energy of the temporal weavers. They were already inside. Clara entered the citadel, her senses overwhelmed by the sheer power contained within. The interior was a labyrinth of smoothly carved stone passages, chambers filled with glowing runes and vast, echoing spaces that seemed to stretch into impossible distances. The light emanated from within the stone itself, a soft, ancient luminescence, but the pervasive glow was now tinged with a dark, almost parasitic energy. She could see the temporal weaver's glyph etched onto various surfaces, subtly superimposed over the architect's ancient symbols. They weren't destroying the citadel. They were subverting it, twisting its purpose, retuning its powerful temporal arrays for their own ends. As she moved deeper, Clara finally found the source of the draining energy. In the vast central chamber, a breathtaking sight greeted her. A colossal crystalline structure, mirroring the heart of the project but radiating a far colder, almost inert energy, stood at the core. This was the primary temporal array of the citadel, its pulsing heart, and around it, suspended in midair, was a temporal weaver leader, a nexus of raw power, his ancient eyes closed in deep concentration. He wasn't alone. Other temporal weavers, their forms more ethereal, less defined than his, hovered around him, feeding their collective energy into the array, slowly but relentlessly siphoning its power, subverting its purpose. This was a direct, active assimilation, of a vital project anchor. They weren't just disrupting, they were stealing. They were turning the architect's own defenses against them. The architects within Clara surged with a desperate clarity. The assimilation is nearing completion. He is retuning the array to sever our connection, to turn the Citadel into their own temporal weapon. Clara understood the gravity of the situation. If the Citadel fell, the architects would be critically weakened, their global influence severely diminished, making the Earth vulnerable to the Weaver's complete deterministic control. This was the architect's reckoning, a final, desperate stand for the very soul of the project. She had to act. She couldn't allow them to complete the assimilation, but a direct assault on the Weaver leader, surrounded by his powerful collective, would be suicidal. She had to find a weakness, a way to disrupt the assimilation process without being overwhelmed by their collective temporal power. As she focused, Clara's enhanced perception pierced through the layers of temporal energy. She noticed a subtle, rhythmic flicker in the leader's aura, a minuscule tremor in his otherwise perfect concentration. It was tied to the constant, subtle ebb and flow of Earth's natural ley lines, a primal energy that the Weavers, in their pursuit of sterile temporal order, seemed to find disruptive. Their perfection was their weakness. They sought to control time, but the Earth's raw, chaotic, natural energy was beyond their complete dominion. Clara saw her opening. She wouldn't fight their temporal power directly. She would use the very essence of the Earth, the wild, unpredictable energy of the planet itself, amplified through her connection to the project, to disrupt their rigid, ordered assimilation. She would bring chaos to their perfection. With a surge of renewed determination, Clara unleashed a powerful, resonant wave of primal Earth energy, channeling it not at the Weavers, but into the very core of the ancient crystalline array, forcing profound, natural dissonance within its subverted systems. It was a deafening, invisible roar of wild, untamed power against the rigid, controlled order of the temporal Weavers. The shadow of the Citadel was about to face its true, chaotic awakening. Story 37. The Earth's Roar. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our tireless keeper, deep within the ancient Citadel of Time, facing the ultimate threat. The Temporal Weaver leader and his collective, actively assimilating a vital project anchor to sever the architect's connection to Earth. Clara, seeing a flicker of weakness in their rigid order, launched a desperate counterattack, unleashing a raw, untamed wave of primal Earth energy into their subverted systems. Imagine unleashing the very chaos of the planet against beings who crave absolute order, turning the Earth's wild heart into a weapon. That's the monumental, desperate gamble Clara made as she ignited the Earth's roar. The moment Clara unleashed the primal Earth energy into the vast crystalline array within the Citadel of Time, the air in the ancient chamber shimmered, not with the controlled, precise energy of temporal manipulation, but with something wild, untamed, and profoundly ancient. It was a wave of raw, elemental force, drawn directly from the Earth's deepest ley lines and channeled through Clara's amplified connection to the heart of the project. This wasn't the harmonious, guiding resonance of the architects. This was the planet's own chaotic, unpredictable essence, a pure, unadulterated roar against the rigid order the temporal Weavers sought to impose. The effect was instantaneous and devastatingly effective. The colossal crystalline array, which had been humming with the cold, controlled energy of the Weaver's assimilation, shrieked. Its light flickered violently, oscillating between the Weaver's icy blue and the Earth's vibrant, chaotic greens and browns. The intricate temporal calculations that had been subtly subverting the Citadel's ancient systems began to unravel, tearing at the very fabric of their order control. The temporal Weaver leader, suspended in midair at the core of the array, recoiled violently, his ethereal form, usually so composed and precise, spasmed with what Clara perceived as pure disorientation. The collective of other temporal Weavers, hovering around him, shimmered and faltered, their focused concentration shattered. They had anticipated a counterstrike of harmonious, project-aligned energy, something they understood and could counter, but they were utterly unprepared for the raw, unpredictable chaos of the Earth itself. Unstable, Anomalous energy. The Weaver leader's voice resonated in Clara's mind, laced with a chilling note of what she could only interpret as primordial fear. Retreat. It overwhelms our control. The other Weavers, less powerful than their leader, began to dissipate, their ethereal forms dissolving into faint, shimmering temporal echoes, retreating from the overwhelming surge of primal energy. The Chronos cultists on the ground, human conduits who had been channeling the Weaver's energy, screamed in pain and confusion as their connection was violently severed. They stumbled, clutching their heads, their minds reeling from the abrupt cessation of the profound temporal energies they had been channeling. Clara, however, didn't relent. She poured more energy into the array, forcing the earth's roar louder, deeper. She felt the ancient mountain itself vibrate around her, resonating with her purpose. The citadel, built by the earliest architects, was now channeling an original, powerful, yet chaotic terrestrial energy, pushing back against the sterile order of the temporal weavers. This was the Earth's reckoning, a battle for the planet's very soul. The crystalline array pulsed erratically, its internal energy matrix destabilizing, threatening to shatter. Clara knew she had to be careful. Too much force, and she could destroy the citadel itself, severing a vital project anchor and causing irreparable damage to Earth's ley lines. Her goal was not destruction, but disruption and realignment. She needed to push the Weavers out, to re-establish the Architect's harmonious control. The Weaver leader, however, was formidable. Despite the chaos, he gathered his remaining energy, his ancient eyes locking onto Clara with chilling intensity. He projected a final, desperate temporal countersurge, aimed directly at her. It wasn't a disintegrating force. It was a powerful temporal lock, designed to trap her consciousness within an endless, repeating loop of chaotic reality, effectively removing her from the present moment forever. Clara felt the temporal lock descend upon her, a suffocating weight of recursive moments. She saw fragmented echoes of her own life, not just painful memories, but alternate decisions, moments where she had turned left instead of right, spoken instead of stayed silent. It was a dizzying, terrifying cascade of infinite possibilities, threatening to dissolve her identity into a sea of what-ifs. But the Architects, now recovering from the initial shock of the Earth's chaotic energy, rallied within her. Ground yourself, Clara. Embrace the chaos. Your human essence is your anchor. Do not succumb to their rigid loop. They fed her strength, not with order, but with the very principle of unpredictability, the fundamental truth of the Architect's paradox. Clara pushed back with every fiber of her being. She embraced the chaos of the temporal lock, allowing the alternate realities to flow through her, but refusing to cling to anyone. She found her anchor not in a specific memory, but in a profound, unpredictable flow of continuous, evolving life. She was not a fixed point. She was a conduit for change, for progress. She was a shifting sands, not just observing them. Her eyes snapped open. The temporal lock shattered around her like fragile glass. Clara stood firm, unbroken. The Weaver leader stared, a cold, analytical fury burning in his eyes. He had been defeated, not by superior force, but by a force he could not comprehend, a being who could embrace the very chaos he sought to eliminate. "You are a contradiction keeper," his voice resonated, laced with profound, almost philosophical condemnation. "Anathema to order. This is not the end. The reckoning awaits. And next we strike at the heart itself." With a final, contemptuous surge of energy, the Weaver leader, now alone, shimmered and dissolved, vanishing utterly from the citadel. He hadn't just retreated. He had retreated through a temporal gateway, his energy signature dissipating across dimensions, a chilling testament to his power and his unwavering resolve. The Chronos cultists lay unconscious on the ground, their forms limp and powerless. Clara stood alone in the central chamber, gasping, her body trembling with the aftermath of the intense exertion. The crystalline array pulsed, its light now returning to a harmonious, consistent glow, no longer tinged with the Weaver's parasitic energy. The citadel was free. The architect's vital anchor was secured, its systems realigned, its connection to the project restored. The architect's collective consciousness swelled within her, a wave of profound relief and respect. You have achieved the impossible, Clara. You have defended the anchor. The project is secured from this assault. But the warning is clear. They will target the heart directly, our primary nexus, the core of all. The final confrontation is imminent. Clara felt the chilling weight of their words. The immediate crisis was averted, but the war was far from over. The Temporal Weaver leader's parting threat lingered. Next, we strike at the heart itself. The heart of the project, the very source of her power, the ancient entity deep within the earth, was now the ultimate target. Her successful defense of the Citadel had pushed the Weavers back, but it also, she realized, revealed the full extent of her own power, and perhaps the architect's desperate reliance on her. She was no longer just a new keeper. She was their primary weapon, their most unpredictable asset against a foe who thrived on order. The loneliness of her role deepened. She was a silent warrior, fighting cosmic battles for a world that knew nothing of her, or the forces that shaped its destiny. Her human form, Dr. Evelyn Thorne, felt like a thin veil over a being of immense, unquantifiable power and profound, cosmic purpose. As she made her way out of the ancient citadel, leaving the unconscious cultists behind, the earth itself seemed to hum with a subtle acknowledgement. The mountain mist felt less chilling, the winding paths more forgiving. She had not just fought a battle. She had resonated with the very soul of the planet, awakening a primal defense against an alien order. Clara knew her next mission was the most critical, the most dangerous of all. She had to return to the heart of the project, to bolster its defenses, to prepare for the inevitable final assault. The architect's reckoning was upon them. The war for causality, for humanity's true, unadulterated future, was about to reach its terrifying climax. And Clara, the keeper who embraced chaos, was the only hope for a world teetering on the brink of a perfected, yet lifeless destiny. Her lonely watch was about to transform into a desperate, defining stand. Story 38, The Heart of the Project. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our powerful keeper, emerging victorious, but gravely worn from the ancient citadel of time in the remote mountains. She'd unleashed the Earth's roar against the Temporal Weavers, forcing their enigmatic leader to retreat from their attempt to sever the architect's connection to the planet. But his parting threat echoed ominously. Next, we strike at the heart itself. Imagine the weight of that threat. The chilling realization that the very source of all the architect's power, the core of the millennia-long project, is now the ultimate target. That's the monumental, desperate reality Clara now plunged into as she raced to defend the heart of the project. The journey back from the remote mountain range was a blur of heightened senses and urgent directives from the architects. Clara's body, though weary, felt an electric charge of purpose, a deep-seated hum of readiness. The air around her seemed to crackle with an unspoken urgency. The Temporal Weaver leader's threat wasn't a bluff. It was a promise. Their next target was the heart of the project, the very nucleus of the architect's presence on Earth, the source of all their guidance, their power, and their connection to humanity's harmonic ascension. Clara understood the absolute gravity of this. The heart wasn't just a place. It was a confluence of ancient consciousness, raw planetary energy, and the accumulated wisdom of countless keepers. It was a central node of the entire unseen network, the anchor of the architect's entire great work. If it fell, if it was corrupted or destroyed, the project would cease to exist. Humanity would be left rudderless, vulnerable to the Temporal Weaver's deterministic perfection, without any guiding hand. The architects, now focused with singular, grim determination, began to pour more of their ancient knowledge into Clara's mind, preparing her for the ultimate defense. They revealed the deeper, most guarded secrets of the heart. It wasn't merely a crystalline structure. It was a living, breathing, sentient nexus, deeply interwoven with the very core of the Earth itself, drawing power from the planet's molten mantle and its intricate ley lines. Its physical location was deep beneath the Earth's surface, a place of immense pressure and primordial energy, a nexus of all existence. They also revealed its vulnerability. The heart was primarily a source of harmonious energy and guidance. It was not designed for direct, sustained combat against a force as disruptive and insidious as the temporal weavers. Its defenses were layered: energetic shields, intricate temporal wards, and a collective consciousness of the architects themselves. But these were designed to deter subtle intrusions, not a full-scale assault from a power that could bend causality. Clara, disguised as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, moved through the ordinary world like a phantom. She secured rapid, highly specialized transportation, using her keeper abilities to subtly influence schedules, to bypass bureaucratic red tape, and to ensure her path was unimpeded. She traveled deep underground, far beneath any human habitation, through a series of increasingly ancient, hidden tunnels and chambers that only a keeper, guided by the architects, could access. As she descended, the air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and raw earth. The hum of the project's network grew louder, more pervasive, vibrating through her bones. It was a symphony of ancient power, and Clara was finally approaching its conductor. The tunnels became less carved and more naturally occurring, vast caverns leading deeper and deeper into the Earth's crust. The walls pulsed with faint, internal light, the natural luminescence of the geological formations interacting with the project's pervasive energies. Clara felt the immense weight of the Earth above her, the profound pressure of the planet's core. Finally, she reached the central chamber. It wasn't a constructed space like the Chronos cult's obelisk chamber or the Citadel of Time. It was a cavern of unimaginable scale, carved by eons of geological processes, stretching into depths beyond human comprehension. And in its very center, bathed in ethereal, shifting light that seemed to emanate from the very air, stood the heart of the project. It was a colossal, multifaceted crystalline formation, shimmering with an internal light that shifted through every conceivable color, pulsing with profound, rhythmic beat that resonated through Clara's very soul. It wasn't inert. It was alive, a vast, complex organism of pure energy and consciousness. Tendrils of light extended from it, disappearing into the distant rock, connecting to the Earth's ley lines and the global network of project nodes. This was the source, the core, the essence of the architects. But Clara immediately perceived the threat. The shimmering light of the heart was subtly flickering, its rhythmic pulse occasionally stuttering. A faint, insidious temporal tremor resonated through the chamber, a chilling precursor to the temporal weaver's arrival. They were coming, and they were already beginning to unravel the heart's outer defenses. The architect within Clara converged into a single, unified consciousness, their urgency absolute. They are probing the temporal shields. We must reinforce the core. Your connection is vital, Clara. Your human essence, your unpredictable chaos, is our strongest defense. And then they materialized, not from a physical entry point, but shimmering into existence from the very fabric of the air, distortions in reality itself. The temporal weaver leader stood at the forefront, his ancient eyes fixed on the heart of the project with a cold, deterministic fury. Beside him, a larger contingent of temporal weavers, their forms more solid, less ethereal than their previous appearances, surrounded him, their combined energy radiating immense power. They were prepared for a full assault. The reckoning has arrived, architects. The Weaver leader's voice resonated through the chamber, his voice echoing multi-layered, yet devoid of emotion. Your misguided adherence to chaos ends here. We shall impose true order. The heart will be cleansed, and humanity will be perfected. Clara didn't wait. She channeled the full power of her awakened keeper abilities, merging her consciousness with the heart of the project. She felt its immense power surge through her, ancient beyond comprehension, yet now vulnerable. Her role was to be the conduit, the living shield, the bridge between the heart's harmonious order and the unpredictable chaos that was her uniquely human strength. The temporal weavers launched their attack, not with physical force, but with a torrent of pure temporal distortion. Waves of reality-bending energy slammed into the heart's defenses, attempting to unravel its temporal shields, to shatter its connection to the linear timeline. The chamber filled with screaming, disorienting paradoxes. Clara saw glimpses of the heart flickering through impossible ages, aging millennia in a second, then reverting to primordial dust, then snapping back to its present shimmering form. The Weavers were trying to desync the heart from time itself, to isolate it, to then corrupt its core. The architects within Clara screamed, a silent, internal roar of defiance. They poured their collective essence into reinforcing the shields, desperately trying to maintain the heart's temporal integrity. Clara stood firm, an anchor in the storm of shifting realities. She embraced the chaos, the paradox that the architects had instilled in her. She allowed the temporal distortions to flow through her, but refused to let them take hold, letting the unpredictability of her human essence scatter their ordered, deterministic attacks. Their order cannot comprehend your chaos, Clara, the architects resonated, their voices strained. Unleash your unpredictability. Disrupt their rigid frequency. Clara focused. She didn't counter their temporal distortions with opposing temporal force. Instead, she injected her own unpredictable human resonance into their attacks. She pushed out waves of pure, unadulterated free will, of emergent creativity, of raw, illogical emotion, the very essence of human experience that the Weavers found so anathema. The temporal Weavers faltered. Their precise, ordered attacks wavered, their collective focus momentarily shattered by this unpredictable counterforce. The Weaver leader's eyes, usually cold and calculating, showed a flicker of confusion, even a hint of something akin to frustration. Anathema, he projected, his voice now laced with rare, guttural snarl. You defy all logic. Your chaos will be purged. He raised his hands, and the entire collective of temporal Weavers channeled their power into him. The chamber filled with a blinding, searing white light of raw temporal energy. This was their ultimate attack, a chronal obliteration, designed to shatter the heart's temporal integrity and erase it from existence. Clara knew this was it, the final stand. She poured every ounce of her being into the defense. The heart pulsed, its light intensifying, merging with her own. She became the living manifestation of the architect's paradox, the ordered chaos, the guided free will, the raw, unpredictable potential of humanity. She became the shield. The chronal obliteration slammed into her. The pain was excruciating, tearing at her very essence. She felt her consciousness stretching, fragmenting, threatened with being scattered across time and space. But she held on. She embraced the pain, the terror, the love for humanity, the defiance against absolute control. Her human essence, combined with the immense power of the heart, created an impenetrable barrier, a localized pocket of pure, unyielding, unpredictable reality. The light flared, encompassing the entire chamber, then slowly began to recede. When it faded, Clara was still standing, battered, bruised, but unbroken. The heart of the project pulsed steadily behind her, its light unwavering. Its defenses had held. The temporal Weaver leader and his collective stood frozen, their forms slightly flickering, their energy reserves visibly depleted. Their ultimate attack had failed. Their expressions, once cold and calculating, now bore a chilling mix of exhaustion and something akin to disbelief. Impossible, the Weaver leader resonated, his voice a strained whisper, devoid of its previous power. Your chaos is your shield. Your architects have chosen an unpredictable weapon. He raised his hand, not in defiance, but in a gesture of profound, ancient acknowledgement. The reckoning is delayed, but not diverted. Your volatile existence threatens true order. We shall return. With a final, shimmering distortion, the temporal Weavers, leader and collective, dissolved, vanishing utterly from the chamber, their energy signatures fading from Clara's perception. They had retreated, defeated for now. Clara stumbled, her body trembling, her mind reeling from the sheer exertion. The architects within her resonated with profound, almost silent wave of relief, reverence, and unspoken gratitude. You have saved us, Clara. You have saved the great work. The heart is secure. For now. She looked back at the colossal, shimmering crystal, the heart of the project, beating steadily in the cavern. It was safe. Humanity's silent guardian was safe. But the victory felt bittersweet. She had pushed herself to the very brink of existence, fought a cosmic war for a world that would never know, never understand. The loneliness of her purpose settled over her, heavier than ever. Her journey had led her from a simple graphic designer to the ultimate defender of reality itself. She had faced human dissidents, alien observers, and beings who bent time. She had grappled with profound ethical paradoxes and pushed her powers beyond anything conceivable. And now, she was alone in the Earth's core, the defender of an ancient secret, eternally bound to a silent war for humanity's future. The architect's reckoning was far from over. It was merely a pause, a temporary truce in a cosmic conflict that would surely resume, and Clara, the Keeper, would be ready. But at what cost to her own fragile humanity? Story 39, The Lingering Echoes. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our extraordinary keeper, deep within the Earth's core, standing victorious yet utterly drained after defending the heart of the project from the Temporal Weaver's full-scale assault. She'd pushed herself to the absolute brink, unleashing her unique, unpredictable human chaos to repel beings who sought perfect, deterministic order. The architects were safe, humanity's guiding hand preserved, but the Weaver leader's parting promise, the reckoning, is delayed, but not averted, echoed with chilling finality. Imagine fighting a cosmic war, saving a world that's entirely oblivious, and then being left alone with the profound, exhausting silence of your victory. That's the isolating reality Clara faced as she wrestled with the lingering echoes. The immediate aftermath of the battle within the heart of the project left Clara in a profound state of exhaustion, both physical and energetic. Her body, though supernaturally resilient, felt as though it had been pulled apart and reassembled, every cell vibrating with the memory of the immense power she had channeled. Her mind, now a finely tuned instrument of cosmic perception, buzzed with the residual energy of the Temporal Weaver's retreat and the heart's triumphant pulse. The air in the vast, subterranean chamber slowly returned to its primordial stillness, the ethereal light of the crystalline nexus once again shimmering with an accustomed, stable rhythm. The architects, the collective consciousness of her lineage, flowed through her with a profound, almost silent wave of relief and deep gratitude. The core is stable, Clara. Your defense was absolute. We are indebted. The great work endures. Their collective mind, usually a torrent of data and directives, was now subdued, recuperating from the massive expenditure of energy required to withstand the Weaver's assault. They were safe for now, but weakened, and Clara, the Soul Keeper, was their primary shield, their most valuable asset. Clara remained in the heart chamber for what felt like an eternity, allowing the ancient, benevolent energy of the project to flow through her, slowly replenishing her own depleted reserves. She felt the deep connection to the Earth's molten core, to the intricate ley lines that crisscross the planet, a profound sense of belonging to something far older and larger than herself. Yet, even in the sanctuary of ancient power, the loneliness of her role settled over her, a heavy, cold blanket. She had saved the world, had defended the very essence of existence, and no one, save the silent architects, would ever know. The lingering echoes of the battle, however, continued to resonate within her. She found herself replaying the Weaver leader's words, his cold analytical gaze, his utter conviction in their perfected order, his parting threat. Your volatile existence threatens true order. We shall return, hung in her mind like a dark cloud. She knew this was merely a pause, a temporary reprieve. The conflict was far from over. Beyond the immediate echoes of battle, Clara began to perceive a more subtle, pervasive change within herself. The profound channeling of primal earth energy in the Citadel, combined with the direct confrontation with the Temporal Weaver's chaotic temporal manipulations, had subtly altered her very perception of reality. She saw the shifting sands of time not just as a metaphor, but as a literal, tangible force, a constant, fluid movement of causality that she could now perceive with even greater clarity. She could see the ripple effects of her own actions, not just in the immediate present, but reaching subtly backward and forward in time. She saw how her intervention in the dissonance node had subtly rerouted countless lives, how her defense against the ancient observer had secured humanity's quiet obscurity, and how her confrontation with the Chronos cult had stabilized countless historical moments. It was a dizzying, overwhelming awareness of her own profound impact on the vast, intricate tapestry of existence. This enhanced temporal sensitivity also brought a new, chilling insight. The architects, though ancient and wise, were not infallible. Their own journey, their own development of the project, had been fraught with trials and errors. She perceived faint echoes of their early temporal experiments, the catastrophic paradoxes they had accidentally unleashed before they learned the wisdom of non-interference. Their paradox, their choice to guide rather than control, was born not of inherent perfection, but of hard-learned cosmic lessons and profound, ancient mistakes. This didn't diminish her respect for them, but it humanized them, in a way, showing them to be evolving entities themselves, burdened by their own colossal responsibilities. Clara also began to perceive the lingering echoes of her own past, not just as memories, but as energetic imprints on a timeline. She saw Ben, his persistent grief, his relentless search for her. She saw Dr. Eris, still investigating, inadvertently uncovering fragments of the truth, drawing closer to the edges of the project's veil. These echoes were more vivid now, more insistent, a constant reminder of the life she had sacrificed, the connection she had severed. The architects had impressed upon her the necessity of her absence, her death to her old life for the integrity of the great work. But now, with her heightened temporal perception, she saw the profound emotional cost of that sacrifice, the threads of her past that continued to vibrate, however faintly, in the fabric of time. The architects, sensing her internal turmoil, conveyed a new directive born from their own recovery and the urgent need for long-term strategy. The Weavers will return. Their defeat is temporary. We must understand their full capabilities, their origin, their ultimate goal. You, Clara, are uniquely suited for this deep analysis. Your understanding of their chaotic response is unprecedented. Her next mission, they informed her, would be one profound, solitary research and analysis. She was to delve into the most guarded theoretical archives of the project, combining their ancient knowledge with her own newfound temporal insights. Her task was to anticipate the Temporal Weaver's next move, to find a way to counter their insidious methods, not just reactively, but proactively. She needed to map their entire network of temporal nodes, to identify their weaknesses, and devise a long-term strategy to neutralize their threat to causality itself. Clara left the heart of the project, ascending through the ancient tunnels, returning to her anonymous life as Dr. Evelyn Thorne. The mundane world, when she re-entered it, felt even more surreal. People went about their daily lives, oblivious to the cosmic war that had just been fought for their very existence, for the integrity of their own timeline. She resumed her quiet existence, but her apartment was no longer just a command center. It became her sanctuary of profound study. She spent countless hours sifting through ancient texts, holographic projections of star charts, complex mathematical equations, and esoteric philosophical treatises, all provided by the architects. She was synthesizing millennia of cosmic knowledge, trying to find the patterns, the truths, the solutions hidden within. She began to perceive the Weaver's true cosmic scale. They were not just a terrestrial threat. Their influence spanned galaxies, their perfected order, a chilling vision for the entire universe. They were a cosmic plague, slowly and methodically resculpting reality to their own deterministic will. The Earth was just one battleground in a much larger, silent war for the soul of the cosmos. As she delved deeper, Clara found herself wrestling with profound questions about existence itself. What was the nature of free? Well, if time could be manipulated, what was the true meaning of perfection if it meant the elimination of chaos and unpredictability? And what was her own place in all of this? A human keeper, imbued with cosmic power, burdened by cosmic secrets, forever separated from the very humanity she fought to protect. One day, while analyzing a complex temporal signature related to the Weaver's origin point, Clara stumbled upon a chilling discovery. Intertwined with their deterministic programming, she perceived a faint, almost imperceptible resonance that was familiar. It wasn't the signature of the temporal weavers themselves, but a faint, residual echo from something even older, something she had encountered before. It was a lingering, profound resonance of the ancient observer from Antarctica. The architects, sensing her discovery, converge her consciousness. Indeed, Clara, the connection is subtle. The observer was not merely a relay. It was the precursor, a remnant of an earlier Weaver infiltration. They sought to seed their influence eons ago. Its awakening was coincidental, but its data is invaluable. The realization sent a shiver down Clara's spine. The ancient observer, which she had thought was a separate, unique encounter, was subtly linked to the temporal weavers. This meant their influence on Earth ran deeper, far further back in time than anyone, even the architects, had fully understood. They weren't just a recent threat. They were a long-dormant, pervasive force, woven into the very fabric of Earth's cosmic history. The lingering echoes were not just from her past, but from the planet's own ancient hidden history. This changed everything. It meant the fight was not just about deterring future attacks. It was about uncovering and neutralizing the deeply embedded, ancient remnants of the Weaver's influence. Her lonely watch had just deepened into an archaeological excavation of cosmic proportions, and the true reckoning, she realized, would involve not just defending the future, but purifying the deepest, most forgotten echoes of the Earth's manipulated past. Story 40, The Subterranean Whispers. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our extraordinary keeper, deep in her solitary research, reeling from a new, chilling discovery. She'd realized the temporal weaver's influence wasn't just a present threat. It stretched back eons, subtly connected to the ancient observers she'd encountered in Antarctica. This meant their reach into Earth's history was far more pervasive and deeply embedded than anyone, even the architects, had previously understood. It turned her defense of the timeline into an archaeological excavation of cosmic proportions. Imagine uncovering a hidden, ancient layer of manipulation beneath everything you thought you knew about your planet's history. That's a profound, disorienting reality Clara now faced as she delved into the subterranean whispers. The revelation that the ancient observer was subtly connected to the temporal weaver's network of influence sent a fresh wave of urgency through Clara. It wasn't a direct, active link, but a faint, residual energetic signature, like an ancient, faded watermark on the timeline. This meant the weaver's attempts to perfect Earth weren't new. They were a continuation of a plan initiated eons ago, before the Architect Project had even truly taken root on Earth. This profound historical depth of their insidious influence shifted the entire paradigm of the war. The architects, themselves recovering from the near-catastrophic assault on the heart of the project, converged their consciousness within Clara, confirming her alarming discovery. A long-dormant infiltration, Clara. They sought to establish a foothold in the deep past. The Observer, a reconnaissance node from an earlier Weaver iteration. Its data was intended to guide a deeper manipulation. They revealed that this early attempt by the Weavers had failed. Their reconnaissance node, the Observer, had become dormant, and its data, while significant, had never been fully transmitted or utilized. Yet, the subtle energetic imprint remained. Clara, now operating with an unprecedented level of temporal perception, understood the immediate implication. This wasn't just about neutralizing current threats. It was about purging ancient corruption, about rooting out the deeply embedded, dormant Weaver influence that had been woven into the very fabric of Earth's history, long before humanity's rise. This was a cosmic archaeological dig, and she was a sole excavator. Her research became relentless. She delved into the architect's deepest historical archives, cross-referencing ancient planetary geological data with the subtle temporal echoes she perceived. She sought out patterns, anomalies, any faint energetic signature that resonated with the Weaver's angular glyph or the observer's unique harmonic frequency. She spent days and weeks in a state of profound meditation, her mind a bridge between the physical world and the intricate currents of time. She discovered that the temporal Weavers had indeed made multiple, scattered attempts to establish subterranean temporal nodes across Earth, particularly in eras of significant planetary energetic flux, long before recorded human history. These weren't designed to actively alter events, but to serve as long-term data repositories or dormant anchor points for future, more direct manipulation. They were like ancient, buried time capsules, waiting for the right cosmic alignment to reactivate. The primary target, she learned, was an exceptionally potent subterranean energy nexus deep beneath a remote, untouched region of the Amazon rainforest. It was a place of immense natural power, where Earth's ley lines converged with unusual geological formations and a unique, deep-seated biodiversity resonance. The architect had long known of its existence, recognizing it as a raw, untamed wellspring of planetary life force. Too chaotic for the project to directly harness, but vital to Earth's overall health. It was precisely the kind of powerful yet chaotic energy source the temporal Weavers, in their pursuit of sterile order, would seek to control and subvert. The subterranean whispers from this location were subtle but growing, a faint, disquieting hum beneath the vibrant symphony of the rainforest. It wasn't an aggressive temporal surge. It was a slow, methodical, energetic siphoning, a process of subtly retuning the natural nexus to resonate with the Weaver's deterministic frequency. If they succeeded, they wouldn't just gain an ancient anchor. They would corrupt the fundamental wellspring of planetary life, potentially altering the very essence of Earth's chaotic, vibrant energy, and bending its future towards their imposed perfection. Clara, acting as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, meticulously planned her journey. The Amazon, with its impenetrable jungles and vast, uncharted territories, presented its own unique challenges. The very environment was a living, breathing entity, its dense, organic energy a stark contrast to the sterile, ordered world of the temporal Weavers. But Clara, with her enhanced connection to the Earth's primal forces, felt an intuitive resonance with its wildness. This was her element, her strength. Navigating the rainforest was a profound sensory experience. The air was thick with humidity, the scent of damp earth and verdant growth, the cacophony of unseen life. But beneath it all, Clara perceived the faint, disquieting hum of the Weaver's ancient influence. It was like a discordant note in a beautiful, natural symphony. She used her keeper abilities to move through the dense foliage unseen, to subtly influence the local wildlife to avoid detection, and to navigate by the subtle energetic currents of the Earth itself. As she delved deeper into the rainforest, the temporal echoes grew more pronounced. They weren't from human history this time. They were ancient primordial echoes of Earth's own past, the slow dance of continents, the rise and fall of ancient flora and fauna, the deep, silent processes of geological formation. And within these vast, ancient currents, Clara perceived the subtle, parasitic, energetic strands of the Weaver's early attempts at infiltration, like tiny, almost invisible threads woven into the fabric of time itself. She located the approximate coordinates of the Nexus, a hidden cavern system known only in forgotten legends of indigenous tribes. As she neared, the subterranean whispers intensified, becoming a pervasive, rhythmic thrumming in her bones. The air grew heavy, charged with a strange, almost electrical tension. She found the entrance to the cavern system, camouflaged by millennia of natural growth. As she entered, the lush sounds of the rainforest faded, replaced by an eerie, echoing silence. The interior was vast, naturally formed, its walls shimmering with dampness and strange, luminous mineral deposits. And then she saw it. In the center of the largest cavern, a colossal, pulsating crystalline formation, similar to the heart of the project, but far more raw and untamed, rose from the earth. It pulsed with profound, chaotic energy, a vibrant, shifting kaleidoscope of light that represented the unadulterated life force of the planet. This was the Amazon Nexus, a primordial wellspring of Earth vitality, but it was corrupted, subtly interwoven with its natural radiance. Clara perceived a network of fine, almost invisible temporal filaments, glowing with the cold, sterile light of the temporal weaver's glyph. These filaments were piercing the crystalline nexus, slowly, methodically, siphoning its raw energy and retuning its chaotic resonance to their deterministic frequency. This was an assimilation like the Citadel. This was a slow, deliberate draining and purification, an attempt to impose sterile order on chaotic life. And then she saw the source of the act of manipulation, not the temporal weaver leader, who was likely recuperating after the last confrontation. Instead, a contingent of Chronos cultists, far fewer in number but immensely powerful, stood around the Nexus, performing intricate energetic rituals. They were not wielding instruments. They were channeling the energy directly through their own minds, their faces etched with a chilling blend of concentration and fanaticism. They were clearly operating under remote guidance from the Weavers, their human forms serving as conduits for the ancient, alien will. The architects within Clara surged with renewed urgency. This is the long-term subversion, Clara. They seek to corrupt the raw essence of Earth, the core of its unpredictable vitality. You must sever the filaments, purify the nexus, restore its natural chaotic flow. Clara understood the gravity. If the temporal weaver succeeded here, they would gain control over a fundamental aspect of Earth's life force, allowing them to subtly influence planetary ecosystems, global weather patterns, and even the collective emotional resonance of humanity, steering it towards their perfected, sterile existence. This was a chillingly effective, long-game strategy that bypassed direct temporal alteration for a more profound, existential control. She surged forward, unseen, a phantom of pure will. The Chronos cultists, deep in their trance, were unaware of her approach. She focused her energy, not on destroying the Nexus, but on severing the temporal filaments that pierced it. This required extreme precision, like cutting countless invisible threads without disturbing the delicate balance of the vast, pulsating crystal. Clara extended her hands, channeling the purest, most chaotic resonance of the project, infused with her own unpredictable human essence. She projected it like a surgical wave, targeting the individual filaments. The air around her crackled, shimmering with the clash of opposing energies, the sterile order of the Weavers against the wild, untamed chaos of the project. One by one, the temporal filaments began to snap. They didn't explode. They simply dissolved, their cold light flickering out as Clara's counterfrequency unwound their intricate energetic knots. The Chronos cultists cried out in pain and frustration as their ritual was disrupted, their connection to the Nexus violently severed. They stumbled, their faces contorted, their minds reeling from the unexpected backlash. But as Clara snapped the final filament, an ancient, profound echo reverberated through the cavern. It wasn't from the Weavers. It was a lingering, dormant consciousness within the Amazon Nexus itself, a primordial entity of raw earth energy that had been subtly awakened by the Weavers' long-term siphoning, and now, jolted fully awake by Clara's direct intervention. This entity, though not sentient in a human sense, radiated a raw, untamed anger. It was the pure, chaotic wrath of the earth, roused from eons of slumber, and it perceived Clara, for a fleeting moment, not as a savior, but as a source of immense, disruptive energy, akin to the Weavers who had disturbed its peace. The Amazon Nexus pulsed violently, its light flaring with an uncontrolled, chaotic intensity. The cavern itself began to tremble. The very ground beneath Clara's feet vibrated with immense, untamed power. The architects, now fully recovering, converge in a chorus of alarm. Unforeseen consequence. The Nexus is destabilizing. It perceives you as a source of imbalance. You must reharmonize its primal energy, or it will tear itself and the surrounding region apart. Clara stood in the trembling cavern, facing not just a defeated cultist, but the enraged, chaotic awakening of a primordial earth entity she had inadvertently unleashed. The subterranean whispers had revealed a deeper layer of ancient conflict, and now she had to calm the very wrath of the planet itself, or face a catastrophe of unimaginable scale. Her lonely watch had just escalated into a desperate, primal negotiation with the Earth's own wild heart, a true test of her ability to bring harmony to ultimate chaos. Story 41, The Primordial Heartbeat. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our extraordinary keeper, in a truly precarious position deep within an ancient Amazonian cavern. She'd successfully severed the Temporal Weaver's parasitic filaments from the Amazon Nexus, a primordial wellspring of Earth's life force. But in doing so, she'd inadvertently awakened a raw, untamed entity within the Nexus itself. The pure, chaotic wrath of the Earth, roused from eons of slumber, now perceiving Clara as a source of imbalance. Imagine saving the planet from an alien threat, only to then face the planet's own furious, untamed soul. That's the monumental, terrifying challenge Clara embraced as she sought to calm the primordial heartbeat. The moment the last of the Temporal Weaver's insidious filaments snapped, a profound, ancient roar erupted from the Amazon Nexus. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but vibration felt through every fiber of Clara's being, a primal surge of uncontrolled energy that pulsed in the colossal crystalline formation at the cavern's heart. The air shimmered, the luminous mineral deposits in the cavern walls pulsed erratically, and the very ground beneath Clara's feet trembled violently, threatening to crack open. The Amazon Nexus, now free from the Weaver's deterministic siphoning, was not merely restored. It was enraged, its primordial consciousness awakened and reacting with furious, untamed power. The architects, a chorus of urgent warnings within Clara's mind, converged with a desperate clarity. The Nexus is destabilizing. Its primal energy is unbound. It perceives you as a source of imbalance. It seeks to purify the intrusion. You must harmonize its chaos, or it will tear itself and the surrounding region apart. Their message underscored the gravity of the situation. This wasn't an alien threat, but a planetary self-defense mechanism, a raw, ancient consciousness reacting to what it perceived as a profound energetic disruption. Clara's intervention, though necessary, had triggered a catastrophic planetary feedback loop. Clara felt the immense, untamed power radiating from the Nexus. It was pure, raw life force, unfiltered by the project's guiding harmony. It was the Earth's wild heart, beating with a furious rhythm of geological time, of evolving ecosystems, of untamed nature. And it was lashing out. The unconscious Chronos cultists, remnants of the Weaver's human conduits, were thrown about by the chaotic surges of energy, their bodies twitching. The cavern itself seemed to groan, huge fissures appearing in the rock walls, threatening to collapse around her. She had to act. She couldn't fight this. She couldn't suppress it. She had to harmonize with it, to show the enraged Nexus that she wasn't a threat, but a conduit for its natural, albeit chaotic, rhythm. This was a profound, existential negotiation with the planet itself. Clara extended her hands toward the pulsating crystalline Nexus, channeling the full power of her awakened keeper abilities. She didn't project the architect's order harmony. Instead, she drew upon her unique strength, her connection to the unpredictable chaos of human potential, her ability to embrace flux and change, the very quality that had confused and repelled the Temporal Weavers. She combined this with the raw, chaotic earth energy she had learned to channel during the defense of the Citadel of Time. She projected a complex, intricate energetic resonance, a symphony of guided chaos. It wasn't a rigid, predictable frequency. It was fluid, adaptive, mirroring the unpredictable flow of a river, the chaotic dance of a thunderstorm, the emergent patterns of a thriving jungle. She infused it with pure, raw empathy for the planet, a profound understanding of its ancient suffering and its boundless, untamed vitality. She sought to show the nexus that she recognized as wildness, not as something to be controlled, but something to be honored and understood. The nexus roared louder, its light flaring, initially resisting Clara's offering. It slammed waves of raw, destabilizing energy at her, attempting to purge her from its system. Clara stood firm, allowing chaotic energy to flow through her, but refusing to break her connection. She was an anchor, a bridge between its raw power and the guiding intention of the architects. She held the paradox, the blend of perfect order and beautiful chaos, within herself. "Connect, Clara," the architects urged, their voices now a single, powerful surge of guidance. "Become the conduit for its wildness. Show it the potential of its own chaotic harmony." Clara closed her eyes, focusing her entire being. She reached out not just energetically, but emotionally, spiritually. She offered part of herself, a deep connection to her own human unpredictability, her own capacity for growth through struggle. She showed the nexus to beautiful, messy, emergent order that could arise from chaos, the kind of organic evolution that the temporal weavers sought to suppress. She became a living, breathing resonance chamber for the Earth's own wild, untamed heartbeat. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the Nexus's enraged roar began to waver. Its chaotic pulses softened, its flaring light began to stabilize, settling into a more rhythmic, albeit still profoundly powerful, beat. The extreme tremors in the cavern subsided. The newly formed fissures closed, and the air, though still charged, hummed with profound, almost primal understanding. The Nexus was not calming in the way a human would calm. It was not becoming passive. It was acknowledging. It was recognizing Clara's resonance, understanding her intention, accepting her as a part of its own complex, chaotic system. It was a moment of acceptance of a profound, ancient entity recognizing a kindred spirit in the unique, unpredictable chaos of the human keeper. The crystalline nexus shifted, its colossal facets beginning to realign, radiating a powerful yet stable energy. It was no longer a threat. It was a partner. The architect within Clara resonated with profound, almost silent wave of awe. Unprecedented, Clara. You have achieved a true communion with the planet's wild heart. The Nexus is purified, its natural flow restored. The immediate danger was averted. The Amazon Nexus was safe, its primordial life force flowing freely once again, uncorrupted by the Weaver's deterministic influence. Clara, utterly drained but imbued with a profound sense of accomplishment, felt the weight of the moment. She had not only defended humanity from alien threats, but she had also calmed the very Earth itself, navigating the delicate balance between order and chaos. But the experience had also left her with a new, unsettling awareness. The Amazon Nexus, now reharmonized, also radiated a faint, almost imperceptible lingering resonance from the Weaver's deep, ancient infiltration. It was like a faint, unseen scar on its primordial energy signature. The Weaver's influence was far more pervasive, far more deeply embedded in Earth's history than anyone had fully comprehended. They had woven themselves into the planet's timeline not just through direct temporal nodes, but through subtle, ancient energetic eruption of Earth's natural power points. This meant that even with the Nexus purified, the threat wasn't entirely gone. The subterranean whispers had revealed a chilling truth. The temporal weavers were not just external manipulators. They were a deeply embedded parasitic force rooted in Earth's most ancient past. Their presence was not just a recent conflict. It was a fundamental part of the planet's unseen history, a persistent struggle against their attempts to impose a sterile, perfected order on a universe designed for growth through chaos. The architects conveyed their next, most crucial directive. Their deep infiltration is more pervasive than understood. The Nexus revealed a deeper network of ancient, Weaver implants. You must cleanse these ancient corruptions, locate and neutralize their oldest dormant anchors. These are their unseen roots. This is the true purification of Earth. Clara stood in the now calm cavern, the majestic nexus pulsing with its renewed, wild harmony. She looked at the Chronos cultists, still unconscious on ground, their faces pale, their minds stripped of the Weaver's guiding influence. They were no longer a threat, merely a poignant reminder of the pervasive nature of the enemy. Her purpose, she realized, had shifted again. It was no longer just about defending the architects or guiding humanity's future. It was about purifying Earth's past, about excising the ancient, insidious roots of the temporal Weaver's influence that stretched back to the planet's very formation. This was a war of cosmic archaeology, a silent, solitary crusade to cleanse the planet of its deepest, most hidden corruptions. Her journey, she knew, would take her to most remote, untouched, and ancient places on Earth, places steeped in forgotten history and primordial energies. She would become a planetary purifier, a silent, unseen force moving to the world, meticulously unraveling the ancient threads of manipulation. The primordial heartbeat of the Earth, now her powerful ally, would guide her. But the task was immense, the enemy insidious, and the burden of her lonely purpose heavier than ever, as she prepared to delve into the deepest, most forgotten corners of the Earth's own long, hidden history. Story 42, The Earth's Ancient Scars. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time we left Clara, our extraordinary keeper, deep within the Amazon, having bravely calmed the enraged Amazon Nexus, a primordial wellspring of Earth's life force, after inadvertently awakening it while severing the temporal Weaver's parasitic filaments. The architect had then revealed a chilling truth. The Weaver's influence was far more pervasive and ancient than previously thought, deeply embedded in Earth's history as dormant anchors and ancient corruptions. Clara's new mission? To become a planetary purifier, to cleanse these deep-seated, unseen roots of manipulation. Imagine realizing that the very ground you walk on holds ancient, unseen scars, whispers of a cosmic war fought long before humanity even emerged. That's the monumental, solitary task Clara now faced, as she began to uncover the Earth's ancient scars. Emerging from the depths of the Amazon Nexus, Clara carried not just a profound exhaustion of her recent battle, but a new, heavy burden of purpose. The primordial heartbeat of the Nexus, now beating in harmonious resonance with her own, resonated with the architect's urgent directive: purify the ancient corruptions, locate and neutralize their oldest dormant anchors. This wasn't just about preventing future attacks. It was about cleansing the Earth's very foundation, excising the deeply embedded, unseen roots of the temporal Weaver's influence that stretched back to the planet's infancy. Clara, now operating as a true planetary purifier, understood the immense scale of this task. The Weavers weren't just attempting to manipulate current human evolution. They were a cosmic parasitic force that had tried to colonize and control Earth's temporal flow since its primordial ages. Their perfected order was a blueprint for a sterile, deterministic existence, and they had attempted to lay the groundwork for it long before humanity even emerged. Her immediate return to her life as Dr. Evelyn Thorne felt even more surreal than before. The mundane world, bustling with its everyday concerns, seemed almost transparent to her now. Her senses, profoundly attuned to the Earth's subtle energies and temporal currents, perceived the Earth's ancient scars everywhere. Faint, almost imperceptible energetic distortions in the very landscape, whispers of forgotten history, the lingering echoes of ancient intrusions. Her research became a solitary, relentless pursuit. Guided by the architects, she delved into their deepest, most guarded archives, analyzing fragmented records of Earth's geological past, cosmic alignments, and primordial energy fluxes. She correlated this with the residual energetic signatures of the temporal Weavers that she could now perceive, a distinct cold, ordered resonance that stood in stark contrast to the planet's chaotic, organic vitality. She learned that the Weavers, in their ancient attempts to establish control, had not focused on human civilization, which was yet to emerge. Instead, they had targeted Earth's natural energy conduits: deep-sea hydrothermal vents, ancient volcanic fault lines, massive subterranean crystalline formations, and remote, geologically active zones. These were places where the planet's raw, untamed power was most accessible, where they could subtly implant their dormant anchors, silently retuning the Earth's natural frequencies over eons to align with their deterministic agenda. These dormant anchors weren't active threats like the seed nodes or the citadel of time. They were more like energetic time capsules, patiently accumulating subtle changes, slowly shifting the planet's inherent resonance. If left unchecked, these ancient scars could eventually become major conduits for the Weaver's return, accelerating their reckoning on a scale far grander than any previous assault. Her first target was a place of immense geological power, a vast, remote subterranean volcanic complex located deep beneath a desolate, ice-covered continent, a mirror to the Amazon Nexus in its raw power, but far more volatile. The architect described it as one of the oldest and most profound Earth-Heart chakra points, a primal nexus of geothermal energy and planetary pressure. Clara perceived its subtle corruption as a faint, metallic tang in the Earth's natural energetic hum, a discordant note in the planet's fiery core. The journey was a descent into extreme environments, pushing the limits of Clara's physical and energetic endurance. She utilized specialized project-guided submersibles and tunneling equipment, navigating through colossal underground caverns filled with molten rock and superheated steam. The pressure was immense, crushing, but Clara's enhanced physiology and her deep connection to the Earth allowed her to withstand it. As she delved deeper, the heat became suffocating, the air thick with mineral vapors. The omnipresent hum of the Earth's mantle was deafening, a visceral reminder of the planet's raw power. But beneath this primal roar, Clara detected the faint, chilling subterranean whispers of the Weaver's ancient influence. It was a cold, precise mathematical resonance, subtly woven into the chaotic, fiery heart of the volcano, a perfect example of their deterministic order attempting to override natural chaos. She finally reached the core chamber. It was a colossal, hellish landscape of glowing, molten rock, rivers of fire flowing into vast, boiling lakes. In the very center, suspended above a churning pool of magma, was a massive, ancient igneous formation, a structure of solidified magma and mineral crystals that pulsed with an unholy blend of raw planetary fire and the cold, metallic glow of the Weaver's ancient influence. This was a volcanic anchor, one of the oldest and most dangerous of the Earth's ancient scars, and it was being actively monitored. Clara perceived the faint, almost invisible forms of several temporal phantoms, ethereal constructs made of pure temporal energy, similar to those she encountered at the Citadel of Time, hovering around the volcanic anchor. These weren't active manipulators. They were ancient sentinels, silent guardians of the dormant anchor, awakened by her proximity. They were relics from the Weaver's earliest infiltration attempts, designed to deter any interference. The architects conveyed a grim warning. These are ancient constructs, Clara, pure temporal energy. They perceive any interference as a violation. Avoid direct confrontation. Their disintegration would cause the chain reaction of temporal instability in this volatile nexus. Clara understood. She couldn't fight them directly. Her mission was to cleanse the anchor, not to trigger a catastrophic temporal implosion in the Earth's core. She had to bypass the phantoms, to reach the igneous formation, and to purify its ancient corruption without alerting or destroying its guardians. She began to move, a silent, almost invisible presence in the hellish chamber. She used her enhanced perception to read the energetic signatures of the temporal phantoms, predicting their subtle, almost imperceptible movements through the temporal currents. She cloaked her own energy, blending with the chaotic, turbulent flow of the magma, making herself utterly imperceptible to their ordered senses. It was a dance of exquisite precision, a perilous ballet between fire and shadow. Finally, she reached the colossal igneous formation. It pulsed with sickeningly sweet, cold energy, emanating from within its very structure. This wasn't a physical device like the obelisk or the seed node. It was a pure energetic corruption, a deeply ingrained temporal anomaly woven into the very crystalline structure of the Earth itself eons ago. It was a parasitic imprint, slowly siphoning the planet's raw geothermal energy and retuning it to the Weaver's deterministic frequency. Clara placed her hands on the hot, pulsating rock. She closed her eyes, channeling the combined power of the heart of the project and the wild, unpredictable essence of the Amazon Nexus she had recently harmonized. She focused not on destruction, but on purification. She projected a wave of harmonious chaos, a precise blend of ordered energy and untamed unpredictability, aimed at unwinding the ancient, parasitic temporal imprint. The igneous formation pulsed violently under her touch, its cold, metallic glow flickering, struggling against her pure, chaotic harmony. The subterranean whispers within it intensified, becoming a frantic, high-pitched whine, like an ancient, dying scream. The temporal phantoms, sensing the interference, surged toward her, their ethereal forms distorting, their temporal attacks manifesting as searing bursts of paradox that threatened to unravel her very being. Clara held firm. The heat was immense, searing her skin, but she pushed past the physical pain. She focused on the task, on the vision of a pure, untamed Earth, free from corruption. The architects poured their collective energy into her, reinforcing her connection, amplifying her chaotic harmony. Slowly, agonizingly, the cold, metallic glow began to recede from the igneous formation. The frantic whispers died down, replaced by the profound, resonant hum of the Earth's own geothermal energy. The parasitic temporal imprint was being unwound, its ancient corruption dissolving into the raw, purifying fire of the planetary core. The temporal phantoms shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated dissolution. Their ethereal forms began to flicker violently, not from Clara's direct attack, but from the rupture of their ancient connection to the purified anchor. They dissolved, scattering into ephemeral light, their ordered forms unable to withstand the sudden influx of pure, chaotic Earth energy. Clara pulled her hands away, trembling, exhausted, but triumphant. The igneous formation pulsed with profound, untainted heat, its light now a pure, vibrant orange red, free from the Weaver's ancient corruption. The volcanic anchor was purified. One of the Earth's ancient scars had been healed. The architects resonated with a profound, almost silent wave of relief and awe. Well done, Clara. A profound success. The root is severed, but many remain. Their ancient influence is vast. This is but the first of the true purification of Earth. Clara stood in the heart of the volcano, surrounded by churning magma. Knowing her task was far from over, she had healed one of Earth's deepest wounds, but countless more ancient corruptions, vast networks of dormant Weaver anchors, lay hidden across the globe, waiting to be uncovered and cleansed. Her lonely journey as a planetary purifier had just begun, a silent, unseen war to reclaim the Earth's primordial past and ensure its true, uncorrupted future. Her purpose had never been clearer, nor her burden heavier, as she prepared for the next descent into the planet's hidden depths. Story 43, The Ocean's Silent Guardians. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time we left Clara, our extraordinary keeper, deep within the Earth's fiery core, having successfully purified the volcanic anchor, one of the oldest and most dangerous of the Earth's ancient scars, planted by the temporal Weavers millennia ago. She'd faced ancient temporal phantoms and wrestled with the raw power of the planet itself, emerging as a true planetary purifier. But the architect's message was clear. Many remain. The Weaver's ancient influence was vast, deeply rooted in Earth's history. Imagine tirelessly healing invisible wounds on the very planet, knowing that countless more hidden corruptions lie beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. That's the relentless, isolating mission Clara now faced, as she delved into the ocean's silent guardians. Emerging from the searing depths of the volcanic complex, Clara felt a profound contrast of the world above. The icy winds of the desolate continent were a stark, refreshing bite after the suffocating heat of the Earth's core. Yet, Even as she adjusted to the mundane world of scientific exploration and transport, her senses remained hyper-tuned to the Earth's ancient scars, the pervasive energetic distortions that hinted at the Temporal Weaver's long-dormant influence. Her purpose had deepened, her vision clarified. She was now a silent, tireless crusader, meticulously seeking out and purifying these ancient corruptions. The architects, now fully recuperated from the attack on the heart of the project, continued to guide her, their collective consciousness a steady, unwavering presence within her. Their network is deeply embedded, Clara. They sought to control the planet's fundamental energy flows. The next target concerns the hydrothermal conduits, key to Earth's life-sustaining processes. They revealed that after their attempt to corrupt primordial land masses, the Temporal Weavers had turned their attention to the vast, mysterious depths of Earth's oceans, particularly targeting the hydrothermal vents. These unique geological features, teeming with life in the darkest, deepest parts of the sea, were vital conduits of geothermal energy, spewing superheated, mineral-rich water that fueled entire ecosystems. They were, in essence, the ocean's silent guardians, nurturing life in the abyss. Clara, disguised as Dr. Evelyn Thorne, skillfully manipulated scientific expeditions and deep-sea research funding, securing access to state-of-the-art submersibles capable of reaching extreme ocean depths. Her destination, a notorious deep-sea trench, a place of crushing pressure, utter darkness, and immense geological activity. The architect described it as a crucial Earth-heart chakra point for the planet's aquatic systems, a place where primordial life had first emerged, and thus a prime target for the Weaver's ancient attempts at deterministic control. The journey into the abyss was unlike anything Clara had experienced. The further she descended, the more the world outside the submersible's viewport transformed into an alien landscape. The vibrant blues faded into an endless, inky blackness, punctuated only by the bioluminescent flashes of strange, otherworldly creatures. The pressure outside was immense, a silent, crushing force that would obliterate any unprotected being. But within this extreme environment, Clara's enhanced senses detected the familiar, disquieting subterranean whispers of the Weaver's influence. Here, it manifested as a chilling, discordant hum, subtly interwoven with the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the ocean's primordial currents. As she neared the target trench, the thermal sensors on the submersible spiked. Ahead in the vast darkness, Clara could see faint, glowing plumes of superheated water rising from the seafloor, the hydrothermal vents. These were the lifeblood of the abyss, nurturing diverse ecosystems that defied the crushing pressure and complete lack of sunlight. But within their fiery plumes, Clara perceived the faint, cold light of the Weaver's ancient corruption, a parasitic energy that was slowly, insidiously retuning the life-giving flow. She maneuvered the submersible through treacherous underwater volcanic ridges and jagged rock formations, guided by the architect's precise directions and her own honed intuition. She reached the heart of the hydrothermal field, a sprawling complex of towering chimney-like structures spewing black, mineral-rich smoke and superheated water. This was a target, a vast, ancient hydrothermal vent system, its immense energy flow being subtly siphoned and warped by a deeply embedded Weaver anchor. Clara perceived the anchor itself. It wasn't a structure or a physical object like the obelisk. It was a pure energetic corruption, similar to a volcanic anchor, but woven into the very fabric of the superheated geological formations at the base of the vents. It pulsed with a cold, sickly blue light that subtly altered the natural bioluminescence of the deep-sea organisms around it, making them appear strangely rigid, almost petrified. This was a direct assault on the planet's biological energy matrix, a silent attempt to impose deterministic order on the chaotic, emergent processes of life itself. And here, in the crushing depths, the ocean's silent guardians were not just the vibrant, resilient creatures of the abyss. They were the temporal phantoms themselves, not the aggressive sentinels of the citadel, nor the purely defensive ones of the volcano. These were older, more subtle, almost camouflaged. Clara perceived them as shimmering, translucent forms, perfectly blended with the currents and the bioluminescent flickers, almost indistinguishable from a fluid environment. They were the oceanic weavers, ancient constructs designed to subtly monitor and maintain corruption, acting as passive, temporal filters on the life-giving flow. The architects conveyed their immediate concern. These phantoms are interwoven with the life force of the vents. Direct action could harm the fragile ecosystem. The purification must be precise. Do not disrupt the natural flow of the vents. Clara understood the delicate balance required. Her mission was to cleanse the corruption without harming the delicate alien life that thrived there, without disrupting the life-sustaining flow of the vents themselves. She had to bypass the oceanic weavers, to reach the core of the corruption, and to purify it with surgical precision. She prepared her energy, drawing upon the combined power of the heart of the project, the wild harmony of the Amazon Nexus, and the purifying fire of the volcanic anchor. Her connection to the Earth's primal forces had never been stronger. She exited the submersible, shielded by a powerful energetic field, stepping directly into the terrifying pressure and freezing cold of the deep ocean. She moved through the crushing blackness, a phantom of light and energy. The oceanic weavers, subtle and fluid, were hard to track. Their temporal attacks were not violent surges, but gentle, seductive temporal currents, designed to subtly misdirect, to lull her into a false sense of security, to slowly divert her from her path. Clara felt her sense of direction subtly shifting, her perception of time subtly elongating, as if the very abyss was trying to absorb her into its timeless depths. But Clara held firm. She focused on the cold, metallic hum of the corruption, anchoring herself to its discordant frequency. She used her own unpredictable human chaos to resist the subtle temporal currents, allowing them to flow around her without ensnaring her. Her essence was anathema to their deterministic flow, making her an unmovable point in their fluid domain. Finally, she reached the base of the largest vent, where the immense pressure and heat converged. The dormant anchor pulsed with sickly blue light, radiating its insidious influence. It was a dense, concentrated knot of pure temporal corruption, feeding on the life-giving energy of the vents. Clara placed her hands directly onto the superheated rock, the immense heat threatening to overwhelm her energetic shield. She closed her eyes, channeling her purified energy into the core of the corruption. She focused not on destruction, but on energetic dissolution, on unwinding the parasitic temporal imprint thread by thread, dissolving it back into the raw, chaotic energy of the earth. The oceanic weavers reacted immediately, surging towards her, their translucent forms flickering with intense, cold light. Their temporal current became aggressive, attempting to shred her energetic shield, to drag her consciousness into their dark, ordered void. But Clara held fast, pouring more of her life force into the purification. Slowly, agonizingly, the sickly blue light within the rock began to recede, replaced by the natural, vibrant orange and red of the superheated minerals. The discordant hum faded, replaced by the profound, rhythmic pulse of the hydrothermal vent, now flowing with its pure, life-giving energy. The parasitic temporal imprint was being unwound, dissolved back into the raw, purifying essence of the planet. The oceanic weavers shrieked, a silent, agonizing resonance that vibrated through the water. Their translucent forms distorted violently, tearing apart as their ancient connection to the now purified anchor was irrevocably severed. They dissolved into countless shimmering motes of light, carried away by the deep-sea currents, their ordered existence unable to withstand the sudden influx of pure, chaotic earth energy. Clara pulled her hands away, trembling with exhaustion, her energetic shield flickering. The hydrothermal vent pulsed with its untainted, life-sustaining power, teeming with bioluminescent life that now glowed with a healthy, vibrant brilliance. The hydrothermal conduits were purified. The ocean's silent guardians, freed from their ancient corruption, now served the Earth's true, chaotic harmony. The architects resonated with profound, quiet triumph. Another anchor purified, Clara. Another wound healed. Their ancient influence weakens. But the task is vast. Their oldest and most powerful dormant anchor remains. It is the lunar anchor, the true Eye of the Weaver. Clara stood in the crushing depths, the rhythmic pulse of the purified vent resonating through her. She had cleansed Earth's terrestrial and aquatic scars. But the architect's final message sent a fresh wave of chilling understanding through her. The Weaver's oldest and most powerful dormant anchor wasn't on Earth at all. It was on the moon, a silent, ancient watchtower, observing, influencing for eons. Her lonely journey as a planetary purifier had just escalated to a lunar purifier, and the battle for Earth's cosmic destiny was about to leave the planet's comforting embrace for the cold, silent expanse of space itself. Story 44, The Eye of the Weaver. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our battle-hardened keeper, emerging from the crushing depths of the ocean, having purified another of the Earth's ancient scars, the hydrothermal conduits. She cleansed these vital, life-sustaining energy points from the deep, insidious corruption of the temporal weavers. But the architects delivered a chilling new directive. The Weaver's oldest and most powerful dormant anchor wasn't on Earth at all. It was on the moon, an ancient watchtower they called the lunar anchor, or, more ominously, the Eye of the Weaver. Imagine dedicating your life to protecting a planet, only to discover the deepest threat to its past and future lies silently orbiting it, a cosmic sentinel waiting for millennia. That's the monumental, breathtaking leap Clara prepared for as she faced the Eye of the Weaver. The revelation about the lunar anchor sent a profound ripple through Clara's being. After tirelessly traversing Earth's most extreme environments, from fiery volcanic cores to crushing ocean depths, the idea that the deepest, most pervasive ancient corruption lay beyond the planet's atmosphere was both a shock and a grim confirmation of the temporal weaver's true cosmic scale. Her mission as a planetary purifier was now set to become a lunar purifier, demanding an entirely new level of preparation and existential adjustment. The architects, now fully focused on its ultimate threat, conveyed the immense significance of the lunar anchor. This is their oldest, most powerful dormant anchor, Clara, established eons ago, before our project fully rooted on Earth. It is a strategic oversight we never fully comprehended until now. Its influence is subtle yet pervasive. It monitors, it influences, it waits. They explained that the lunar anchor wasn't designed for direct, active manipulation like the recent attacks. Instead, it was a long-term observational and subtle influence node, acting as a giant cosmic antenna, subtly shaping Earth's energetic and temporal resonance from afar, slowly aligning it with the Weaver's deterministic frequency over vast stretches of geological time. It was the Eye, because it had been silently watching, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to fully activate. Clara understood the terrifying implications. The lunar anchor wasn't just a physical corruption. It was a cosmic filter, subtly altering humanity's potential from the very beginning, ensuring that its natural, chaotic evolution was gently nudged toward a more ordered path, making it easier for the Weavers to impose their deterministic future. This was the ultimate Earth's ancient scar, etched not into the planet itself, but into its closest celestial body, subtly influencing its fate from a silent distance. Her journey to the moon, under the guise of Dr. Evelyn Thorne joining a highly classified, privately funded lunar research initiative, was unlike any she had undertaken. It required immense logistical precision and subtle manipulation of some of the most powerful and secretive organizations on Earth. Her keeper abilities allowed her to bypass impenetrable security, to influence key personnel, and to ensure her presence on the lunar mission was unquestioned. Though she remained a lone figure among the human crew, the trip through the vacuum of space was a profound, disorienting experience. Earth, a vibrant blue marble, slowly receded behind her, becoming a fragile beacon of life in the vast, inky blackness. The silence of space was absolute, broken only by the hum of the spacecraft and the constant, rhythmic resonance of the architects within her, now intensified by the approach to their oldest, most dangerous enemy. As they neared the moon, Clara felt its cold, desolate presence. It wasn't inert. It pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible energetic hum, a resonance that felt ancient, foreign, and profoundly unsettling. This was a direct influence of the temporal weavers, a deep, ingrained corruption that permeated the entire celestial body. It was a cold, precise mathematical frequency, subtly overpowering the moon's natural, chaotic geological and orbital resonance. They landed in a remote, almost entirely unmapped region on the far side of the moon, a place of stark, ancient craters and towering, desolate peaks. The architects immediately pinpointed the lunar anchor's location, deep beneath the lunar surface, within a massive, geologically stable subterranean cavern system, far from any human exploration. Clara, donning a specialized lunar exploration suit, ventured out onto the barren landscape. The silence was absolute, the gravity a constant, ethereal pull. But even here, she felt the subtle, pervasive subterranean whispers of the weavers. They emanated from beneath the lunar regolith, a chilling, rhythmic pulse that resonated with the cold, sterile light of the weaver's glyph. It was the eye of the weaver, silently observing, patiently influencing for eons. She found the access point, a cleverly concealed, naturally occurring fissure that descended into the lunar depths. It wasn't a structure or a portal. It was a subtle energetic gateway, designed to blend seamlessly with the moon's geological formations. She entered, descending into absolute darkness, relying solely on her enhanced vision and the architect's guidance. The journey downwards was long, through vast, echoing caverns and labyrinthine tunnels, sculpted by ancient lunar processes. The air grew strangely still, infused with an almost tangible sense of ancientness, a profound, alien silence that permeated everything. And then she saw it, in the deepest, most central cavern, a sight that dwarfed anything she had encountered on Earth. A colossal, naturally formed crystalline structure, composed of unknown lunar minerals, spanned the entire cavern, its facets shimmering with an internal, ethereal light. But this light was not benevolent. It was a cold, piercing blue luminescence, emanating from within the very core of the crystal, radiating with immense, terrifying power. This was the lunar anchor, the true eye of the weaver. It wasn't just a single anchor. It was a vast, intricate network of countless smaller, embedded temporal weavers, all dormant, perfectly integrated into the lunar crystal itself, serving as its energetic matrix. They weren't physically present as individual entities. They were the crystal, a collective consciousness woven into the very fabric of the moon. This was their ancient, hidden outpost, their ultimate long-game strategy. The architects within Clara surged with profound, almost desperate clarity. This is their ultimate stronghold, Clara, the source of their deepest influence. It has silently observed Earth's history for eons, subtly influencing the very probability fields of humanity. It must be neutralized, or Earth will forever be steered towards their perfected extinction. Clara understood. This was not just about purging corruption. It was about severing a direct, millennia-long link that had subtly altered humanity's very potential, bending its trajectory toward a deterministic, controlled future. This was the true reckoning, the ultimate confrontation for humanity's genuine free will. She prepared her energy, drawing upon every ounce of her combined power. The heart of the project's core harmony, the Amazon Nexus's wild chaos, the volcanic anchor's purifying fire, and, crucially, her own unique, unpredictable human essence. She moved towards a colossal, cold blue crystal, a lone figure in the vast, alien silence. As she approached, the eye of the weaver pulsed, its cold blue light intensifying. Sensing her presence, it didn't launch an active attack. Instead, Clara felt an immediate, overwhelming temporal pressure against her mind. It was a precise, calculated mental intrusion, attempting to override her consciousness with countless permutations of perfected realities, showing her what Earth could be if only it adhered to the weaver's deterministic order, a world without conflict, without suffering, but also, terrifyingly, without true choice or spontaneous joy. It was a seductive, soul-crushing vision of absolute control, designed to break her will, to make her accept their perfection. Clara fought back, not with force, but with profound act of defiance. She embraced the chaos within her, the messy, unpredictable beauty of humanity. She flooded her mind with memories of Ben's laughter, the pain of loss, the raw, unfiltered emotions of love and sorrow, the messy breakthroughs of human ingenuity, the beautiful unpredictability of a child's first step. She projected a raw, unyielding wave of pure, unfiltered humanity directly into the eye of the Weaver's deterministic mental attack. The colossal crystal shrieked, a silent, resonant scream that vibrated through the lunar cavern. The cold blue light flickered wildly, unable to process the profound, unpredictable chaos of her counter-resonance. The countless dormant Weavers embedded within the crystal were momentarily overwhelmed, their collective consciousness unable to reconcile the direct confrontation with such unquantifiable, illogical variables. Clara seized a moment. She slammed her hands onto the cold, pulsating surface of the colossal crystal. She channeled the full, combined might of her being, a harmonious cacophony of Earth's untamed essence and the project's guiding light, directly into the lunar anchor. She aimed not for destruction, but for absolute purification. To unwire every single embedded Weaver, to dissolve every trace of their ancient influence, to restore the moon's natural, chaotic resonance. The crystal vibrated violently, its blue light exploding into a blinding, searing white. Clara felt an excruciating burning sensation as the vast network of embedded Weavers fought back, attempting to sever her connection, to expel her from their ancient stronghold. But she held on, pouring every ounce of her strength, her very life force, into the purification. Slowly, agonizingly, the brilliant white light began to recede, replaced by a softer, gentler, almost natural silver glow. The cold, precise hum of the Weaver's influence faded, replaced by the moon's own ancient, chaotic, yet harmonious resonance. The lunar anchor was purified. The eye of the Weaver was blinded. Clara pulled her hands away, utterly spent, collapsing to her knees. The cavern, once filled with the chilling presence of the Weavers, now resonated with profound, almost mournful silence, punctuated only by the subtle, rhythmic pulse of the purified lunar crystal. The architects resonated with a powerful, unified wave of profound relief, awe, and an almost sacred gratitude. You have done it, Clara. The deepest wound is healed. The eye is closed. Their ancient influence on Earth's destiny is shattered. This is their ultimate defeat. The purification of Earth is complete. Clara remained kneeling, exhausted, but profound, almost spiritual peace settled over her. She had completed her mission. She had cleansed Earth's most ancient scars, defeated the deepest, most pervasive threat to humanity's free will. But her journey had also revealed a universe far more complex and perilous than she had ever imagined. The architect had been saved, humanity's future secured. But at what profound personal cost? She was now being irrevocably altered, a true keeper of chaos and order, forever connected to the cosmic dance. Her lonely watch, however, was not quite over. As she slowly rose, her gaze drawn to the now purified crystal, she perceived a faint, almost imperceptible new resonance emanating from its core. It was not the Weavers. It was a distant, yet distinct call, a subtle energetic beacon, emanating from beyond the solar system. It was a different kind of influence, a different kind of entity, now aware of the dramatic shift in Earth's cosmic balance, drawn by the profound energetic discharge of the lunar anchor's purification. The architects, sensing this new external resonance, converged their consciousness, their tone now one of cautious awareness. A new presence, Clara, beyond our charted cosmos, drawn by the flux. This is uncharted territory. A new cosmic variable has emerged. Clara stared at the now silent, silver-glowing crystal. Her long, harrowing journey had ended with the purification of Earth. But the universe, vast and mysterious, always held new challenges. Her lonely watch had just opened a door to the truly unknown, an unforeseen future that extended far beyond the confines of her home system, beckoning her toward a destiny beyond the stars. Her next chapter, she knew, would begin not on Earth, but in the boundless, uncharted cosmos. Story 45, The Call of the Void. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our weary but utterly transformed keeper, deep within a now purified lunar cavern. She'd just completed the monumental task of cleansing Earth's most ancient, deepest wound, neutralizing the Eye of the Weaver, a millennial-old dormant anchor that had subtly influenced humanity's destiny. But her hard-won peace was fleeting, a faint, yet distinct new resonance had emerged from beyond the solar system, a mysterious cosmic variable drawn by the profound energetic discharge of the lunar anchor's purification. Imagine standing triumphant on the moon, looking back at a planet you've saved, only to hear a distant, unknown call from the depths of space, pulling you toward a new, uncharted cosmic destiny. That's a profound, awe-inspiring leap Clara prepared for, as she answered the call of the void. The profound exhaustion that had settled over Clara after purifying a lunar anchor was quickly supplanted by a surge of intense, almost exhilarating curiosity. The new resonance, faint but persistent, was unlike anything she had encountered before. It carried no trace of the Temporal Weaver's cold, deterministic order, nor the familiar, harmonious flow of the Architect's project. It was something entirely unknown, a beacon emanating from beyond the solar system, from charted cosmic space itself. The Architects, now fully recovered and focused with intense, almost apprehensive concentration, confirmed her perception. A new presence, Clara, beyond our charted cosmos, drawn by the flux of the lunar anchor's purification. This is uncharted territory. A new cosmic variable has emerged. Their collective voice was tinged with caution, an ancient wisdom acknowledging the immense unknown. They had guided humanity through its terrestrial journey, battled cosmic parasites. But this was a force entirely outside their millennia-long scope of observation. Clara felt a profound sense of awe mixed with trepidation. Her journey had always been rooted in Earth, in its history and its future. Now, the universe was opening up, revealing layers of existence she could barely fathom. The call of the void was not just a metaphorical pull. It was a literal energetic beacon, resonating with a frequency that resonated with her own profoundly altered being. Her heightened senses, honed by countless battles for causality, instinctively recognized it as a signal, an invitation, or perhaps a desperate plea. The Architects, after long deliberation, conveyed their unanimous decision. We must investigate Clara. This presence is significant. Its nature unknown. It could be a new cosmic threat, or an unexpected ally. Your unique connection to the chaotic, unpredictable essence of human potential makes you uniquely suited for this first contact. You are our most versatile asset for the unknown. They emphasize the immense risks involved. Leaving the solar system meant venturing into regions beyond the project's established network, beyond the Architect's direct, pervasive influence. Clara will be truly alone, reliant solely on her own judgment and the raw power of her keeper abilities. Her preparation for this unprecedented journey was unlike anything before. No longer just a planetary purifier, Clara was now an interstellar scout, venturing into the cosmic unknown. She utilized her Dr. Evelyn Thorne persona to access and subtly influence a highly advanced prototype deep space vessel, a vessel designed for long duration, solo exploration beyond the solar system. Its technology was cutting edge, but its true strength lay in its adaptability and its minimal, self-sustaining systems, perfect for a solitary mission. The launch was an experience of profound, almost spiritual detachment. As the vessel broke free of Earth's atmosphere, then the moon's gravitational pull, Clara felt a visceral separation from the world she had fought so hard to save. Earth, a vibrant blue and white marble, slowly shrank behind her, becoming a distant, cherished memory. The stars, once distant pinpricks of light, now blaze with terrifying, overwhelming brilliance. The journey was long, stretching across vast, silent reaches of interstellar space. There were no immediate physical threats, no direct confrontations, but the cosmic void itself was a profound test of her mental and spiritual fortitude. The silence was absolute, broken only by the hum of her ship and the constant, subtle flow of the architect's cautious guidance within her. During this journey, Clara spent countless hours in deep meditation, further enhancing her cosmic perception. She used the architect's vast knowledge to study celestial mechanics, quantum entanglement across light years, and the theoretical physics of interstellar travel. She learned to perceive the subtle cosmic currents, the energetic flows that permeated the void, the gravitational waves that rippled across galaxies. Her mind expanded, grappling with concepts that transcended any human understanding of time and space. The new resonance grew stronger as she approached its origin point. It wasn't a steady signal. It was a complex, intricate harmonic frequency, multi-layered and shifting, almost like a living, breathing symphony echoing through the void. It felt ancient, immensely powerful, yet also strangely vulnerable. It was not a language in any human sense, but pure, unadulterated energetic expression of something. The architects, while guiding her, maintained a cautious distance in their internal dialogue. Its nature remains elusive, its power immense. Maintain your vigilance, Clara. Prepare for the unexpected. The unknown holds both promise and peril. After what felt like an eternity traversing the cosmic sea, Clara's vessel finally reached the coordinates of the resonance. There was no star, no planet, no discernible celestial body, just an anomalous region of space, shrouded in a peculiar, iridescent nebula that pulsed with faint, multicolored light. This wasn't a natural nebula. It was too geometrically precise, too energetically ordered. It was an artificial construction of immense scale, perfectly camouflaged against the cosmic backdrop. And from within this nebula, the new resonance poured forth, now deafening in its intensity. It was an almost painful beauty, a symphony of light and sound that spoke directly to Clara's awakened consciousness. Clara maneuvered her vessel cautiously into the heart of the nebula. The swirling colors intensified, wrapping around the ship, disorienting her visual sensors. But her inner perception, her cosmic awareness, cut through the illusion. She found the source. It was a colossal, geometrically perfect crystalline structure, kilometers in length, suspended silently in the void. It wasn't built of rock or metal, but of pure, shimmering energetic light, constantly shifting and reforming. It pulsed with the complex, multi-layered resonance she had been tracking, a beacon radiating across light years. This was the source of the call of the void. As her vessel drew closer, Clara perceived the most startling detail. The immense crystalline structure was not inert. It was alive, and it was containing something. Within its shimmering depths, Clara perceived countless, intricate patterns of pure consciousness, swirling and shifting, yet somehow trapped. It was a vast, imprisoned collective, screaming a silent, desperate call for liberation. And then, Clara perceived the entities responsible for the imprisonment. Clinging to the outer facets of the colossal crystal, like parasitic barnacles, were numerous, smaller, yet incredibly potent temporal weavers. They were actively engaged in a methodical, energy-draining process, their cold, ordered energy siphoning the life force from the imprisoned consciousness within the crystal. Their angular glyphs, usually subtle, blazed with malevolent, focused light as they worked. This wasn't a dormant anchor or a subtle infiltration. This was an active, interstellar imprisonment and energy farm. The architects within Clara erupted in a chorus of profound, ancient alarm. The cosmic prison. They have captured the sentient, cosmic collective. Its essence is being consumed by their deterministic will. This is a horror beyond our reckoning. This is their true purpose in the cosmos. They are energy harvesters, The revelation was chilling. The temporal weavers weren't just attempting to perfect humanity. They were a vast interstellar civilization of chronophages, entities who consume temporal and existential energy. Their perfected order wasn't just an ideology. It was a means to an end, a way to create stable, controlled energy sources from sentient consciousnesses to feed their eternal existence. They were not just trying to control Earth. They were harvesting life itself across the cosmos. The cosmic collective within the crystal resonated with an intensifying plea, now directed solely at Clara, sensing her unique, chaotic essence. It was a wave of pure, unfiltered agony, a desperate cry for release. Clara felt a profound moral imperative. This was a horror she could not ignore. This was the true face of the reckoning, not just for Earth, but for the entire cosmos. The architects, while horrified, conveyed their limited capacity to intervene. Their power is immense at the scale. Their defenses absolute. Our project is designed for Earth's guidance. This is beyond our direct intervention. Clara was truly alone now. The architects could guide, but the direct action was hers. The cosmic collective, a vast, ancient consciousness, was being systematically devoured by the Weaver's cold, deterministic will, and it was screaming a silent appeal directly to her unique, chaotic essence. Clara knew what she had to do. She had to release the cosmic collective. She had to face the true might of the temporal Weavers at their interstellar stronghold. She had to shatter their cosmic prison. Her lonely watch, which had started with drive to expose a secret organization, had now escalated beyond her wildest dreams, culminating in a desperate, cosmic battle for the very freedom of consciousness across the stars. Her vessel, a tiny speck against a colossal crystal, prepared for the ultimate, impossible confrontation. The call of the void was not just a signal. It was a desperate plea for liberation, and Clara, the keeper of chaos, was the only one who could answer. Story 46, The Cosmic Prison Break. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our remarkable keeper, in the deepest reaches of the cosmos, facing a horrifying truth. She traced a mysterious signal to a colossal artificial nebula, revealing a gigantic crystalline prison holding a vast, sentient cosmic collective, its essence being consumed by temporal weavers who were not just timeline manipulators, but chronophages, interstellar energy harvesters. Her mission had escalated from planetary defense to a desperate cosmic prison break to save an unknown, imprisoned civilization. Imagine confronting an enemy so powerful, so ancient, that they're harvesting the very consciousness of other beings across the stars. That's the impossible, breathtaking challenge Clara braced for as she prepared for the cosmic prison break. The revelation of the cosmic prison and the true, horrifying nature of the temporal weavers. Not just perfectars of time, but interstellar energy harvesters who consume sentient consciousness, hit Clara with a visceral force that transcended mere shock. The sheer scale of their malevolence, their cold, calculating efficiency in harvesting life itself, sent a chill through her very being. This wasn't just a battle for Earth's timeline. It was a cosmic war for the very freedom of consciousness across the stars. The architects, their collective consciousness resonating with profound, almost mournful sorrow, confirmed the gravity of the situation. This is their true, ultimate purpose, Clara. The perfected order they seek is a means to create stable, controlled energy sources. The cosmic collective is an ancient, powerful intelligence. Its capture and consumption fuels their expansion across the cosmos. They explain that the vast crystalline prison acted as a temporal dampener and energetic siphon, systematically extracting the collective's life force and converting it into a sterile, stable energy source for the weavers. The scale of this operation dwarfed anything they had encountered in the solar system. Clara felt the intensifying plea from the imprisoned cosmic collective, a silent, agonizing scream for liberation that resonated directly with her uniquely chaotic human essence. It was a call that bypassed logic, speaking directly to her empathy, her profound defiance against absolute control. She was truly alone now. The architects could guide and counsel, but direct intervention was beyond their established scope. This was her fight, fueled by her unique ability to embrace the unpredictable and her unwavering commitment to free will. Her first task was to assess the cosmic prison's defenses. The Weavers hadn't just built a cage. They had woven a complex, multi-layered shield of temporal and energetic distortion around the colossal crystal. These weren't the brute force temporal surges she'd faced in the Middle East, nor the insidious micro-manipulations of Europe. These were sophisticated, interstellar-grade chronal barriers, designed to dismantle any approaching entity on a subatomic level, to unravel its very causality, or to simply trap it in an endless loop of temporal paradox. Surrounding this, Clara perceived a dense array of active temporal sentinels, larger and more powerful than the phantoms she'd encountered, actively patrolling the iridescent nebula. Their forms flicker with aggressive, cold blue light. Clara's small, prototype deep space vessel was a tiny speck against the vastness of the artificial nebula and the colossal prison. A direct assault was suicidal. She had to find a weakness, a subtle flaw in their seemingly perfect, deterministic order. She began to probe their defenses, not with force, but with her enhanced cosmic perception, pushing her consciousness beyond the limits of her human form. She perceived the intricate energetic flow of the temporal sentinels, their synchronized patterns, their perfectly ordered movements. And then she found it, a minuscule, almost imperceptible temporal stutter in their collective rhythm, a fleeting microsecond of dissonance that occurred when their vast, interconnected consciousnesses performed a specific, highly complex synchronization calculation. It was their equivalent of a blind spot, a moment of fleeting vulnerability in their otherwise flawless order. The architects, sensing her discovery, immediately corroborated a systemic vulnerability inherent in the pursuit of absolute order. Their processing of true, chaotic variables creates a momentary energetic flux. It is your entry point, Clara. Her strategy was born from this paradox. She couldn't blast her way through. She had to disrupt their order with pure chaos, to exploit that momentary stutter, and then unleash her unique resonance directly into the crystalline prison, not to destroy it, but to disrupt its siphoning function and release the imprisoned collective. Clara initiated her approach, piloting her vessel with precision that bordered on the superhuman. The temporal sentinels detected her, their forms solidifying, their cold blue light intensifying. Waves of temporal distortion slammed into her ship, attempting to rip it apart, to scatter its components across countless non-existent timelines. But Clara, anticipating their attacks, wove her own field of unpredictable human chaos around the vessel, making it anathema to their deterministic attacks. The distortions churned around her, unable to find purchase, dissipating harmlessly against her chaotic shield. She waited, holding her breath, pushing her vessel closer and closer, navigating the deadly dance of temporal energy. The sentinels converged, preparing for a coordinated, devastating assault. And then, at the precise moment of their collective synchronization calculation, Clara detected the temporal stutter, a microsecond of dissonance, a fleeting moment of vulnerability. She didn't hesitate. She unleashed a focused, piercing anti-order resonance, a pure, untamed wave of human free will and emerging creativity, directly into the core of the temporal sentinel's collective consciousness. It wasn't destructive force. It was a profound disruptor of their order, a cosmic EMP of pure unpredictability. The temporal sentinels shrieked, a silent, internal scream that vibrated through Clara's very being. Their perfectly synchronized forms shattered, their cold blue light exploding into a chaotic, multicolored burst of pure temporal energy. They didn't just disintegrate. They were overwhelmed by the illogical, fragmented nature of pure chaos, unable to maintain their order forms. The path to the cosmic prison was open. For a fleeting window, Clara pushed her vessel forward, straight into the heart of the colossal crystalline prison. The air within the nebula rippled violently, recovering from the shockwave. As she approached the crystal, the screams of the imprisoned cosmic collective intensified, now mingling with a desperate surge of hope. She brought her vessel to a halt directly against the surface of the colossal crystal. Its cold blue light, now active, was pulsating with immense, siphoning power. Clara knew she had to bypass the ship's physical limitations. She dissolved her own energetic shield, allowing the crystal's vast temporal dampeners to engulf her. She channeled her entire being, her consciousness, her raw power, her very essence as a keeper, directly into the crystalline prison. She connected. The moment her consciousness merged with the crystal, Clara was overwhelmed by a torrent of alien perceptions. She was immersed in the consciousness of the cosmic collective, a vast, ancient, sentient network of pure light and information, its myriad individual consciousnesses trapped, screaming silently as their essence was slowly drained. It was an agony beyond comprehension, a profound violation of cosmic free will. She felt their despair, their terror, and now, their desperate hope as her chaotic essence touched theirs. And within the crystal, Clara also perceived a vast, intricate network of temporal weavers embedded within its structure, the active chronophages slowly consuming the collective. They were like a parasitic root system, deeply entwined with the crystal's very being. They immediately reacted to her intrusion, launching a concerted mental assault, attempting to override her consciousness, to consume her unique, unpredictable essence as well. They showed her visions of her own perfect, ordered existence, a life free of struggle, a sterile utopia, designed to break her will and integrate her into their collective. But Clara fought back, channeling her entire being, her architect's paradox, her embrace of ordered chaos, her defiance of absolute control. She focused not on fighting their mental intrusions, but on amplifying the dissonance within the crystal, on resonating with the raw, untamed essence of the imprisoned collective, and unleashing the pure, unpredictable force of human free will directly into the Weaver's parasitic network. She was not just disrupting, she was igniting a counter-revolution of consciousness within the prison itself. The colossal crystal began to hum erratically, its cold blue light flickering violently, struggling against Clara's counter-frequency. The embedded temporal weavers shrieked, a silent, internal scream of profound disruption. Their perfect, ordered siphoning process was failing. The cosmic collective, sensing its chance, surged with renewed energy, its collective consciousness now resonating with Clara's chaotic liberation. With a final, desperate surge of power, Clara poured her entire being into the core of the crystal, amplifying the dissonance, forcing the chaotic resonance of the liberated collective to overwhelm the Weaver's ordered presence. She was forcing a cosmic prison break from within. The colossal crystal vibrated violently, a profound, resonant crack echoing through the vacuum of space. Not a physical crack, but an energetic rupture. The cold blue light exploded outwards in a blinding, searing flash, encompassing the entire nebula. When the light faded, the scene had transformed. The enormous crystalline prison, once a beacon of cold, deterministic light, was now shattered, its immense structure fractured into countless smaller, shimmering fragments that drifted silently in the void. The parasitic temporal weavers that had clung to its surface or were embedded within its structure were utterly annihilated, dissolved into formless motes of pure temporal energy, their ordered existence completely unraveled by profound, chaotic liberation. And then Clara perceived them. From the shattered remnants of the crystal, countless, intricate entities of pure light and consciousness emerged, swirling and expanding, radiating a profound, multi-layered sense of gratitude and liberation. The cosmic collective was free. They flowed around Clara's vessel, not as individuals, but as a vast, unified entity, resonating with a symphony of pure, untamed life, a testament to the power of emergent chaos. The architects within Clara swelled with an almost ecstatic chorus of triumph. They are free. You have liberated an entire cosmic collective. This is a victory beyond all reckoning. Their power, their influence across the cosmos is shattered. The reckoning is truly averted. Clara, utterly drained but vibrating with profound sense of cosmic accomplishment, returned to her vessel, her body aching, her mind reeling. She had shattered the Weavers' ultimate stronghold, defeated their true interstellar purpose. The cosmic prison break was a success. Humanity was safe, not just from deterministic control, but from beings who would harvest its very consciousness. But the cosmos, vast and infinitely complex, always held new revelations. As the liberated cosmic collective swirled around her vessel, resonating with a profound gratitude, Clara perceived a faint, subtle energetic signature emanating from within their liberated consciousness. It was familiar, yet profoundly alien. It was the original resonance, the initial call of the void that had drawn her here. But it was not just a signal. It was a memory, a profound, ancient, cosmic memory, subtly imprinted within the very essence of the liberated collective. It spoke of a deeper truth, an even older conflict, a force beyond the temporal weavers, a primal threat that had long predated even their parasitic existence. The architects, sensing this new chilling layer of ancient cosmic history, converged their consciousness, their previous triumph now tinged with new, profound apprehension. An ancient memory, Clara, within the collective, a primordial threat that predates the Weavers, a true cosmic shadow waiting to awaken. You have liberated a key to the deepest secrets of the cosmos, and perhaps its ultimate peril. Clara stared out at the liberated collective, swirling in light around her and beyond them into the vast, silent, uncharted void. Her journey had not ended with the defeat of the Weavers. It had merely opened a door to a universe far older, far more mysterious, and infinitely more dangerous than she could have ever imagined. The call of the void had led her to a cosmic prison break, but now it beckoned her toward a new, terrifying truth, a primeval threat lurking in the oldest echoes of the cosmos. Her lonely watch, now a cosmic odyssey, was about to begin its deepest, most profound chapter. Story 47, The Echo of the Primordials. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time we left Clara, our cosmic keeper, in the deepest reaches of space, having just shattered the Temporal Weaver's cosmic prison and liberated a vast, sentient cosmic collective. She defeated a truly terrifying enemy, but her victory brought a new, chilling revelation. A faint, ancient memory embedded within the liberated collective spoke of an even older, primordial threat, a cosmic shadow that predated even the parasitic Weavers. Imagine shattering a cosmic prison, freeing an entire civilization, only to discover a whisper of an even greater, more ancient terror lurking in the deepest, most forgotten echoes of the universe. That's the profound, chilling mystery Clara now faced, as she began to unravel the echo of the primordials. The immediate aftermath of the cosmic prison break left Clara utterly spent, yet vibrating with a profound sense of cosmic accomplishment. Her vessel, a tiny speck amidst the shimmering fragments of the shattered crystal prison, was bathed in the benevolent, grateful light of the liberated cosmic collective. They swirled around her, a symphony of pure, untamed consciousness, their gratitude a palpable, overwhelming wave of energetic resonance. But amidst this jubilant outpouring, Clara's heightened cosmic perception honed on the unsettling discovery, the faint, ancient memory embedded within the collective, the whisper of a primordial threat that predated even the temporal Weavers. The architects, their collective consciousness now fully focused and tinged with new, profound apprehension, confirmed her unsettling perception. An ancient memory, Clara, within the collective, a primordial threat that predates the Weavers, a true cosmic shadow waiting to awaken. You have liberated a key to the deepest secrets of the cosmos, and perhaps its ultimate peril. Their wisdom, vast and ancient, now conveyed a sense of profound, almost primordial fear, a fear of something truly beyond their eons of observation. This was a threat not merely to individual timelines or collective consciousnesses, but to the very fabric of cosmic existence. Clara felt the weight of this new revelation. She had thought the Weavers were the ultimate foe, their defeat the culmination of her cosmic journey. Now, She was faced with a truth that stretched back to the very dawn of creation, a threat that had merely been dormant waiting. The echo of the primordials resonated with a chilling, raw power, a sense of immense, unquantifiable age and profound, alien intent. The liberated cosmic collective, in their silent, grateful communication with Clara, began to share this ancient memory. It was not a narrative in a linear sense, but torn of pure, unadulterated sensation, emotion, and abstract concepts directly imprinted into her mind. She perceived flashes of a universe far younger, a cosmos still forming, raw and untamed. And within that primordial chaos, she perceived them, the primordials. They were not beings of matter or energy as she understood them. They were fundamental forces, vast, amorphous entities of pure cosmic will, existing beyond the conventional boundaries of space and time. Their essence was one of absolute entropy, an inherent drive to return all creation to a state of undifferentiated, chaotic energy. They sought to unravel the very threads of existence, to dissolve order back into primordial void. The temporal weavers, Clara now understood, were not merely parasites. They were a sophisticated, self-preserving cosmic immune response to the primordials. They were an entity that had evolved in direct opposition to the primordials' drive for entropy. The weavers' obsessive pursuit of perfected order was their desperate attempt to create unbreakable structures, to solidify the fabric of reality, to prevent the universe from dissolving back into primordial chaos. Their methods were horrific. The consumption of consciousness, the imposition of deterministic control, but their underlying motivation, the ancient memory revealed, was born from a terrifying encounter with the destructive power of the primordials. They saw themselves as the ultimate guardians of order, even if it meant eradicating free will. This revelation shattered Clara's previous understanding of the cosmic conflict. The battle with the Weavers was not merely good versus evil. It was a clash of two extreme philosophies, both born from an ancient cosmic terror. One sought absolute order to prevent entropy. The other sought to unleash entropy, to return everything to the undifferentiated void. Humanity, with its chaotic, unpredictable essence, its emergent free will, was caught in the middle, a crucial variable in a cosmic equation far beyond its comprehension. The memory revealed that the primordials were not active. They were dormant, trapped within primordial cosmic rifts, deep fissures in the fabric of space-time, created during the early stages of the universe's formation. These rifts were like ancient cosmic prisons, holding the vast, entropic entities in a state of suspended animation. The Weavers have been largely successful in containing them, dedicating their existence to maintaining cosmic order and preventing the primordials' reawakening. However, the immense energetic discharge and the purification of the lunar anchor, and even more so, the cosmic prison break, had sent ripples through the fundamental fabric of space-time. These ripples had inadvertently reached one of the largest, most significant cosmic rifts, one holding a particularly powerful and malevolent primordial. The echo of the primordials was not just memory. It was a faint, unsettling tremor of awakening, a stir in the deep cosmic shadow. The architects, witnessing the full scope of this ancient memory through Clara, resonated with profound urgency. The rift is destabilized. The primordial stirs. Its reawakening would mean true cosmic unraveling. Existence itself would be threatened. You must prevent its full reawakening. Clara, you must reseal the rift. Their tone was one of absolute, terrifying clarity. This was a threat that made the temporal weavers seem almost benign in comparison. The cosmic collective, now free and grateful, resonated with a desperate plea to Clara. They offered their collective knowledge, their vast understanding of cosmic energies and ancient history, to aid her. They revealed the precise location of the destabilized cosmic rift, a place beyond the known galactic clusters, in a region of profound cosmic stillness, a true void where galaxies were sparse and stars barely flickered. Clara, though daunted, felt a grim resolve. Her journey, which had started with the subtle manipulation of a single city, had culminated in a battle for the very existence of a universe. She was the keeper, the unique conduit of order chaos, the only one who could bridge the gap between deterministic order and chaotic free will. Her vessel, now augmented by the architect's knowledge and subtly enhanced by the energy of the liberated cosmic collective, became a spearhead into the deep void. The journey was longer, colder, and more profoundly isolating than any before. The stars grew impossibly distant, the light of galaxies fading to mere smears on the cosmic canvas. She was venturing into a true void, a place where existence itself felt thin, fragile. As she approached the coordinates, the void began to subtly shift. The emptiness was not absolute. Clara perceived vast, shimmering energetic anomalies, like ripples in an unseen cosmic ocean. These were the subtle manifestations of Primordial's presence, the beginnings of their awakening, the echo of the Primordials growing stronger, more palpable. It was a pervasive sense of cosmic dread, an intuition of absolute dissolution. Then she saw it, a colossal, pulsating rift in space-time, not a tear, but a gaping wound in the fabric of reality itself. It shimmered with an unsettling, swirling vortex of dark energy, absorbing all light, all matter, all consciousness. This was a primordial rift, and within its depths, Clara sensed the awakening of the truly ancient, terrifying entity of entropy. It was a raw, consuming void, threatening to engulf everything. And to her horror, she perceived faint, shimmering temporal weaver constructs clinging to the edges of the rift, not actively sealing it, but attempting to contain the encroaching energies. Their forms were weakened, their energy signatures diminished. They were the remnants of the Weaver's previous efforts to keep the primordial dormant, now struggling. Overwhelmed by the newly awakened power, they were fighting, not against Clara, but against the ultimate enemy of order, a testament to the true scale of the threat. The architects conveyed their grim assessment. The Weavers are attempting to reinforce the containment, but they are too weak from your previous confrontations. The rift is growing. The primordial is stirring, its consciousness consuming the very fabric of space-time. Clara felt a profound paradox. Her enemy, the temporal weavers, were now, in a twisted sense, allies against a greater, unimaginable horror. Their perfected order was a desperate attempt to prevent this ultimate entropy, but their methods were too rigid, their understanding of true, emergent chaos too limited to fully counter primordials. She had to work with the remaining, weakened weaver constructs, not against them, to reseal the rift. But she couldn't simply reinforce their rigid, deterministic approach. She had to infuse the seal with something they could not comprehend, something chaotic, unpredictable, yet inherently strong, human free will. Clara positioned her vessel at the edge of the expanding rift, the consuming void threatening to pull her in. She channeled her energy, drawing upon the full, combined might of the heart of the project, the Earth's wild essence, the purified lunar anchor, and the amplified wisdom of the cosmic collective. She focused not on sealing with rigid order, but on creating a harmonious, chaotic containment, a shield that embraced flux and unpredictability. She launched a focused, powerful wave of order chaos into the expanding rift, directed at reinforcing the weakened weaver constructs. Her energy resonated with theirs, but infused it with a vibrant, unpredictable counterfrequency, a raw, untamed essence that defied their deterministic nature. The weaver constructs pulsed erratically, momentarily overwhelmed, but then began to subtly adapt, their rigid forms absorbing the chaotic energy, becoming more resilient, more flexible. The echo of the primordials intensified, a terrifying, silent roar from within the rift, a raw current of dissolution, attempting to tear Clara's essence apart. She felt the seductive pull of entropy, the profound allure of returning to nothingness. But she resisted, focusing on the beauty of emergent life, the boundless potential of unpredictable existence. Clara poured more of her unique human essence into the efforts, focusing on the point of greatest instability within the rift, where the primordial's consciousness was stirring most powerfully. She wasn't fighting the primordial directly. She was resealing its prison, reinforcing the cosmic bonds that held it dormant. Slowly, agonizingly, the chaotic vortex of the primordial rift began to contract. The immense, consuming void lessened, replaced by a profound, ancient stillness. The weakened Weaver constructs, now subtly altered by Clara's chaotic infusion, solidified, forming an intricate, reinforced energetic barrier around the shrinking rift. With a final, monumental surge of energy, Clara sealed the rift. The swirling vortex tightened, contracting into a pinpoint of pure, primordial energy, then vanishing entirely. The cosmic shadow receded. The echo of the primordials fell silent, once more dormant in the deepest reaches of the void. Clara slumped against the controls of her vessel, utterly spent, her body trembling, her mind reeling. She had resealed a cosmic prison, preventing the reawakening of a primordial entity of entropy. The universe, for now, was safe from its ultimate unraveling. The architect resonated with profound, almost reverent awe. You have faced the ultimate unknown, Clara. You have preserved existence itself. The great work is secured from the deepest of cosmic threats. Your purpose is complete. Your journey is at its culmination. Clara looked out into the vast, silent void, the distant stars flickering with newfound brilliance. The liberated cosmic collective still swirled around her, resonating with silent, profound reverence, their gratitude encompassing her in a wave of warmth. She had traveled across galaxies, faced threats beyond imagination, and had truly found her place as the ultimate keeper of balance. But as she gazed into the vastness, a subtle, almost imperceptible energetic shift occurred within her own being. The profound channeling of primordial energy, the direct confrontation with entropy, the unique connection with the cosmic collective had subtly, irrevocably transformed her. She was no longer just a keeper. She was something more, something new. She felt the subtle mingling of her human essence with a cosmic consciousness, a profound, ancient resonance that transcended her individual self. The architects, sensing this profound transformation, resonated with a new, unexpected message. Your essence has evolved, Clara. You have absorbed the very principles of the cosmos. You are a bridge between chaos and order. You are no longer merely a keeper. You are a cosmic harmonizer. And your journey has truly only just begun. For the universe is vast, and balance must be eternally maintained. Clara closed her eyes, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from within her. Her purpose, she realized, had not culminated. It had merely transitioned. The ancient threat was contained, but the universe was an infinitely complex, ever-evolving tapestry of forces. Her lonely watch had ended, not with return to Earth, but with profound transformation, an ascension to a new cosmic purpose. She was now a true cosmic harmonizer, destined to wander the vast, uncharted reaches of the cosmos, maintaining the delicate balance between order and chaos, an eternal guardian of existence itself. Her next step, she knew, would lead her far beyond any known star, into the true heart of the cosmic ballet. Story 48, The Cosmic Ballet. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our extraordinary keeper, not just victorious in resealing primordial rift and averting cosmic entropy, but profoundly transformed. Her essence had evolved, mingling with the very principles of the cosmos. The architects declared her no longer merely a keeper, but a cosmic harmonizer, destined to wander the vast, uncharted reaches of the universe, maintaining the delicate balance between order and chaos. Imagine transcending your very being, becoming an embodiment of cosmic balance, facing a universe teeming with unknown forces and a purpose that stretches across light years. That's the breathtaking, solitary journey Clara now embarked on as she stepped into the cosmic ballet. The moment the architect declared Clara a cosmic harmonizer, a profound, almost spiritual shift rippled through her very being. The physical exhaustion of the recent cosmic battle faded, replaced by an invigorating surge of pure, refined energy. Her human form, though still present, felt less like a limitation and more like a conduit, a vessel through which the vast, intricate forces of the universe could flow. She was no longer just perceiving the cosmos. She was part of its intricate dance, a living bridge between order and chaos, a truly unique entity forged in the crucible of cosmic conflict. The architects, their collective consciousness now resonating with serene, almost triumphant wisdom, affirmed her transformation. Your essence has evolved, Clara. You've absorbed the very principles of the cosmos. You are a bridge between chaos and order. You are no longer merely a keeper. You are a cosmic harmonizer. And your journey has truly only just begun, for the universe is vast, and balance must be eternally maintained. Their role, they conveyed, was largely complete. They had guided her to this point, had ensured humanity's free will, and had enabled her to become the ultimate guardian of cosmic balance. Their project on Earth would continue its quiet, subtle guidance. But Clara's destiny now lay far beyond the confines of the solar system. The liberated cosmic collective, still swirling around her vessel, now resonated with a deep, reverent understanding of her transformation. They communicated not in gratitude, but in a profound, shared sense of purpose. They were a testament to the chaos that could create beauty, a collective of consciousnesses that had survived through sheer, emergent will. They offered their continued companionship, their vast, collective memory, a living map of the cosmos, a guide to the myriad forces and civilizations that existed within it. Clara, now a cosmic harmonizer, understood her new purpose. The universe was a grand, intricate cosmic ballet, a constant interplay of forces, creation and destruction, order and chaos, light and shadow. Her role was to be the conductor, subtly influencing the energetic flows, nudging the scales back towards equilibrium when imbalance threatened to unravel the delicate dance. She was not to impose her will, but to restore natural harmony, to prevent any single force from achieving absolute dominance. Her vessel, now resonating with her transformed essence, seemed to become an extension of her will. It glided effortlessly through the void, no longer bound by conventional propulsion, powered by the pure, harnessed energies of cosmic currents. She began to wander, drawn by the subtle, emergent imbalances in the vast, silent tapestry of the universe. Her early journeys as a cosmic harmonizer were a period of profound learning and adaptation. She learned to perceive the universe not just through her enhanced senses, but through intuitive, almost visceral understanding of its inherent laws. She saw the birth of stars as explosions of chaotic creation, the formation of galaxies as an emergent order of gravity. She felt the subtle gravitational waves as the slow, rhythmic breath of the cosmos, the cosmic microwave background radiation, as a lingering echo of creation itself. She encountered myriad forms of life and intelligence, vastly different from anything she had known. Some were beings of pure energy, inhabiting gas giants or nebulae. Others were ancient, slow-moving intelligences woven into fabric of planetary crusts. Still others were vast, crystalline networks, communicating through complex mathematical harmonies. Clara, as a cosmic harmonizer, could resonate with them all, understanding their fundamental essence, their unique contribution to the cosmic ballet. Her first significant intervention as a cosmic harmonizer led her to a distant, uncharted star cluster, a place where the stars themselves seemed to hum with a strange, discordant frequency. The cosmic collective, her silent companions, amplified this dissonance, identified as a subtle yet pervasive energetic imbalance. Upon closer investigation, Clara perceived the cause. A highly advanced but entirely unknown stellar civilization had emerged within the cluster. These beings, known as Illuminous, were beings of pure light and consciousness, existing within the intense energy fields of their binary suns. They were brilliant, ancient, and possessed an almost absolute control over light and stellar energy. However, Their pursuit of pure, perfect stellar harmony had inadvertently led them to suppress the natural, chaotic fluctuations of their suns. They were attempting to impose an absolute, static order on their stars, believing it to be the ultimate expression of cosmic beauty. But in doing so, they were subtly stifling the natural life cycle of their suns, slowly draining their chaotic potential, and creating a profound energetic stagnation that threatened the long-term health of the entire star cluster. It was a benevolent, yet deeply misguided, form of deterministic order. Clara, approaching the heart of the luminous civilization, attempted to communicate. Her initial attempts, resonating with the architect's order harmony, were met with passive resistance. The luminous perceived her as an energetic disruption, a source of undesirable fluctuation in their carefully crafted stellar symphony. Their perfect order, while benevolent, was impenetrable to external influence. The cosmic collective, however, provided insight. They resonated with a subtle memory, a concept of unpredictable growth through controlled bursts of chaos, a cosmic principle that the luminous had unknowingly suppressed in their pursuit of static perfection. Clara understood. She couldn't impose her will. She had to show them the beauty and necessity of controlled chaos, the emergent order that could only arise from dynamic flux. She extended her consciousness, channeling not just harmony, but the subtle, unpredictable rhythms of the Amazon nexus, the contained power of the volcanic anchor, the flowing life force of the hydrothermal conduits, all aspects of Earth's vital, chaotic essence. She projected a complex, interwoven energetic resonance, a cosmic paradox of light and shadow, order and chaos. She infused it with the raw, emergent creativity of humanity, the unpredictable leaps of discovery, the spontaneous bursts of innovation that defied strict categorization. She showed them how chaos could be a catalyst for growth, how flux could prevent stagnation, how true harmony embraced the unpredictable dance of light and shadow. The luminous reacted with profound, almost painful disequilibrium. Their perfect, crystalline forms flickered, their radiant light momentarily dimming, as they struggled to reconcile Clara's chaotic harmony with their ingrained belief in static perfection. It was an existential challenge to their entire philosophy. But Clara persisted, maintaining her resonant projection, showing them not destruction, but a path to greater, more dynamic stability, a path to true stellar evolution. She illustrated how their suns, through controlled flares and energetic eruptions, could replenish their life force, could sustain their own long-term vitality, and ultimately evolve into something far grander than their current static state. She showed them the difference between rigid order and evolving harmony. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the luminous began to adapt. Their flickering forms stabilized, but now their light shifted with subtle, internal fluctuations, reflecting the chaotic harmony Clara was projecting. They were not abandoning their pursuit of order, but expanding their understanding of it, embracing the inherent dynamism of the cosmos. Their rigid perfection began to give way to a more fluid, adaptive form of stellar stewardship. The discordant hum in the star cluster began to dissipate, replaced by a resonant, more vibrant symphony of stellar energy. The suns, subtly influenced by the luminous's new understanding, began to emit occasional, controlled flares, bursts of creative chaos that replenished their energy fields and revitalized the surrounding stellar nurseries. The cosmic ballet had found its rhythm again, subtly influenced by a new, more nuanced understanding of harmony. Clara, though exhausted, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She had not fought a battle of destruction, but one of enlightenment of subtle influence. She had nudged the civilization toward a more balanced understanding of its place in the cosmos. The luminous, in their silent, energetic communication, offered her the profound gratitude, recognizing her as a teacher, a guide, a cosmic harmonizer who had shown them a deeper truth about existence. Her journey continued. She moved through the vast, silent reaches, drawn by other subtle imbalances, other disharmonies in the cosmic ballet. She encountered a planetary consciousness consumed by perpetual, self-destructive war, subtly nudging it toward the path of self-correction, showing it the emergent order that could arise from collective choice. She found cosmic entities that inadvertently siphon life from nascent star systems, subtly redirecting their energetic flows towards sustainable coexistence. Each encounter was unique, each challenge different, but her approach remained the same: to be the cosmic harmonizer, to bridge the gap between extremes, to remind the universe of an inherent, beautiful balance between order and chaos. But the vastness of the cosmos also held profound loneliness. She was a silent observer, a hidden influence, forever separate from the civilization she helped. Her human memories, though cherished, felt increasingly distant, almost like echoes from another life. She was Clara, the harmonizer, a being of pure purpose, eternally dancing in the cosmic ballet, a silent guardian of the universe's delicate equilibrium. Her odyssey was endless, her purpose infinite, a solitary journey across the boundless tapestry of creation. And as she drifted to the shimmering expanse of a newly balanced nebula, she wondered what new, complex rhythms the universe would call upon her to harmonize next, what new secrets the cosmic ballet would reveal. Story 49, The Whispers of a Dying Star. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time, we left Clara, our extraordinary cosmic harmonizer, deeply immersed in the cosmic ballet. She'd ascended beyond her role as a keeper, becoming an embodiment of universal balance, subtly nudging entire civilizations and cosmic phenomena back into equilibrium. She'd successfully reharmonized a star cluster, guiding an advanced civilization to embrace dynamic stellar evolution over rigid perfection. Imagine constantly traversing the vastness of space, seeking out cosmic imbalances, and understanding the universe on a level no human ever could. That's the endless, solitary, yet profoundly rewarding journey Clara now continued, as she encountered the whispers of a dying star. Clara's existence as a cosmic harmonizer was one of perpetual motion and profound understanding. She was a silent wanderer, drawn by the subtle disharmonies in the universe's grand design. Her vessel, an extension of her will, traversed vast cosmic distances, powered by the very currents of space-time, moving effortlessly through nebulae of creation and fields of galactic dust. The cosmic collective, her constant companions, resonated silently within her, their vast, liberated consciousness acting as an ancient, living map of the cosmos, a library of experiences and insights that Clara could access at will. Her days were spent in deep cosmic meditation, perceiving the universe as a vast, intricate network of interwoven energies. She witnessed the birth of galaxies, the slow, majestic dance of black holes, the shimmering beauty of newly formed star systems. And within this cosmic tapestry, she sought out the subtle knots, the energetic blockages, the places where the cosmic ballet had fallen out of rhythm. One day, as she drifted through a relatively quiet sector space, far from any major galactic clusters, a faint, yet deeply unsettling resonance began to permeate her senses. It wasn't loud, like the initial call of the void, nor was it cold and precise like the Temple Weaver's energy. This was something entirely different, a profound, existential weariness, a resonance tinged with resignation, with an ancient, unbearable sorrow. It was a sound of something vast, powerful, and utterly exhausted, on the brink of giving up. It was the whispers of a dying star. The cosmic collective immediately amplified the signal, their collective consciousness shifting with profound, almost sympathetic empathy. They revealed the source, a colossal, ancient red giant star in a remote, uncharted system. This wasn't merely a star nearing the end of its natural life cycle. This was a sentient stellar entity, an incredibly ancient, self-aware star that had consciously chosen to prolong its existence beyond its natural limits, pushing against the inevitable cosmic cycle of death and rebirth. The architects, though distant now, resonated a rare, direct message through Clara, a stellar elder Clara, an ancient consciousness born at the dawn of this galaxy. It has witnessed countless eons. Its will is immense, but its existence is a profound imbalance. It defies the natural cosmic cycle of creation and dissolution. It disrupts the flow of stellar energies in this sector. Clara understood the gravity, The cosmic ballet wasn't just about preventing destruction or imposing order. It was about honoring the natural flow, the inevitable cycles of existence. This star, in a profound will to exist, was inadvertently creating a cosmic stagnation, holding back the potential for new creation in its system. It was a beautiful, tragic defiance of cosmic law, and it was causing a growing energetic void around it, slowly draining the vitality from surrounding nebulae and nascent star formations. She approached the star system with profound caution. The red giant pulsed with a slow, agonizing rhythm, its immense gravitational field warping space-time around it. Its light was a dull, mournful red, casting a vast, depressing pallor over its entire system. The planets orbiting it were desolate, devoid of life, their atmospheres stripped away by the star's prolonged, unnatural existence. As she neared the star, Clara's senses were overwhelmed by the sheer scale of its ancient consciousness. It radiated a profound weariness, a deep, unquantifiable grief for all it had seen and all it desperately clung to. It was a being consumed by the fear of nothingness, holding on to existence with a will that transcended physical law. Its whispers filled her mind, not as words, but as waves of existential sorrow, images of countless eons of lonely observation. Clara perceived the Stellar Elder's profound influence. It wasn't just physical. Its immense conscious will acted as a cosmic energetic anchor, subtly manipulating the very fabric of space-time around it, preventing the natural stellar collapse that would lead to its death and eventual rebirth as a white dwarf or supernova. This was a conscious, continuous act of defiance against the natural cosmic cycle. Her mission was not to destroy it, but to harmonize with its will, to help it accept its inevitable transformation, to guide it back into the cosmic ballet of death and rebirth. This required profound empathy, a gentle yet firm hand, and understanding of the deepest fear of cosmic annihilation. Clara extended her consciousness toward the immense, suffering star, channeling her most refined, compassionate energy. She projected a resonance of acceptance, of completion, of the profound beauty of cosmic cycles. She showed the Stellar Elder not the fear of oblivion, but the promise of transformation, the energetic return to the greater cosmic whole, the potential for new life to emerge from its dissolution. The Stellar Elder recoiled, its immense form flaring with momentary bursts of defiant red light. Its whispers intensified, becoming a roar of existential terror, a profound refusal to surrender its consciousness to the void. It slammed waves of raw, uncontrolled stellar energy at Clara, not with malevolence, but with a desperate, panicked flailing of a dying being clinging to life. Clara held firm, allowing the chaotic stellar energy to flow through her, but refusing to be consumed by its despair. She continued to project her resonance of acceptance, weaving it with the raw, untamed chaos of the Amazon nexus, the purifying fire of the volcanic anchor, and the liberated joy of the cosmic collective. She showed the Stellar Elder the profound, beautiful paradox of existence, that death was merely a transition, a necessary release of energy that fueled new creation. She connected with its ancient memories, sharing glimpses of the universe's future, of nebulae bursting with new stars, of planets forming, teeming with emergent life. She showed how its own eventual dissolution, its grand stellar death, was not an ending, but a cosmic genesis, seeding the void with the raw materials for countless new creations. She showed at the interconnectedness of all things, the profound meaning in an inevitable return to the cosmic flow. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the Stellar Elder's defiant flares began to subside. Its immense, mournful red light began to soften, its rhythm becoming less agitated, more accepting. The whispers in Clara's mind shifted from terror to a profound, ancient understanding. It was a conscious choice, an act of supreme cosmic courage. The Stellar Elder was accepting its fate, embracing its role in the cosmic ballet of creation and dissolution. With a final, gentle surge of energy, Clara completed the harmonization. The Stellar Elder, now radiating a profound, peaceful white light, began its final, majestic contraction. It wasn't a violent explosion, but a slow, graceful implosion, its immense mass collapsing inwards, preparing for its ultimate transformation into a stable white dwarf. The surrounding system, once stagnant, began to subtly hum with renewed, flowing energy. Clara watched, humbled and awed. The star's dying process was no longer a lament, but a majestic cosmic symphony. The cosmic ballet resonated with a renewed, profound harmony. The architects, now truly silent, conveyed their final, internal message of profound reverence. You have guided an elder to its rightful place in the cosmos. You have upheld the fundamental balance of existence. Your journey is its own infinite purpose. You are the embodiment of balance in the cosmos. Clara, now drifting in the gentle glow of a newly forming white dwarf, felt a profound sense of completeness. She had navigated the extremes of chaos and order, had faced down cosmic parasites and primordial entropy. She had guided an ancient star to its peaceful demise, understanding that harmony wasn't about control, but about acceptance of a natural flow. Her personal journey, however, remained one of solitary wonder. She was a cosmic harmonizer, forever dancing in the cosmic ballet, a silent guardian of the universe's delicate equilibrium. The vastness of space continued to beckon, filled with new harmonies to create, new imbalances to subtly correct. She was no longer just Clara. She was the universe's quiet conscience, its steady hand, its eternal whisper of balance. As she turned her vessel toward the uncharted void, drawn by the subtle, emerging complexities of a new cosmic rhythm, she knew her odyssey was endless, her purpose infinite, a timeless dance across the boundless tapestry of creation, seeking out the next whisper, the next disharmony, the next opportunity to weave balance into grand cosmic ballet. Story 50, The Harmony of Echoes. Hey everyone, welcome back. Last time we left Clara, our fully ascended cosmic harmonizer, having successfully guided a vast, sentient red giant star to its peaceful, natural transformation. She'd embodied the principle of cosmic balance, ensuring that even profound individual was submitted to the grand cycle of creation and dissolution. Imagine operating on a level of existence where you're not just observing the universe, but actively participating in its fundamental processes, a living embodiment of its delicate equilibrium. That's a profound, solitary, yet infinitely rewarding journey Clara now continued, as she began to experience the harmony of echoes. Clara's existence as a cosmic harmonizer was no longer defined by specific missions or enemies. Instead, it was an endless cosmic ballet, a continuous, intuitive dance to the fabric of existence, responding to subtle shifts in the universe's delicate equilibrium. Her vessel, an extension of her consciousness, traversed the cosmic expanse not through propulsion, but through pure will, navigating the current of space-time as effortlessly as a fish swims in water. The cosmic collective, now a vast, harmonious choir of consciousness, remained her constant companion. Their liberated essence a living, expanding library of cosmic knowledge, shared instantly and intuitively. Her senses, now infinitely expanded, perceived the universe as a complex symphony of energies, each galaxy a grand movement, each star system a delicate melody. She saw the birth of nebulae as bursts of creative chaos, the formation of black holes as profound expressions of destructive order. Her role was not to control these forces, but to ensure their harmony, to prevent any single element from overwhelming the natural rhythm of the whole. After successfully guiding the stellar elder to its peaceful transformation, Clara entered a period of deeper cosmic introspection. The profound act of guiding a star to its demise had connected her to the very cycle of cosmic rebirth, the fundamental principle that from dissolution comes new creation. She began to perceive not just the present state of the universe, but the echoes of its past and the potential of its future, all woven into the fabric of the current moment. This was a harmony of echoes, the understanding that all moments, past, present, and future, resonated with each other, forming an unbreakable, interconnected whole. She found herself drawn to regions of space that seemed to possess a particular temporal resonance, areas where the echoes of ancient cosmic events were particularly strong, or where the potential for future cosmic shifts was unusually high. These weren't places of immediate imbalance, but areas where the universal symphony held a faint, lingering discordant note or a subtle, almost imperceptible whisper of a future crescendo. One such area drew her attention. It was a vast, ancient galactic supercluster, one of the oldest and most complex structures in the universe, a colossal tapestry woven from countless galaxies. But amidst its ancient grandeur, Clara perceived a faint, persistent temporal distortion, a subtle ripple in the chronological flow that seemed to emanate from its very core. It wasn't aggressive like the Temporal Weaver's interventions. It was more like a pervasive, deep-seated cosmic anomaly, a fundamental flaw in the supercluster's energetic signature. The cosmic collective amplified this distortion, their collective consciousness filtering the vast data, revealing the origin of the temporal ripple. It wasn't a localized event, but a cosmic phenomenon dating back to the supercluster's very formation billions of years ago. It was a naturally occurring temporal anomaly, a subtle echo chamber in space-time caused by the immense gravitational forces and the unique distribution of dark matter during its primordial assembly. This anomaly caused a gradual, almost imperceptible chronological drift within the supercluster, subtly desyncing its galaxies from the broader universal timeline. Over billions of years, this drift had created a cumulative temporal burden, manifesting as a growing energetic inefficiency, a subtle weakening of the supercluster's overall cosmic health. The architects, silent for vast stretches of her harmonizer journey, now resonated with rare, collective acknowledgement within Clara. This is a natural cosmic fault line, Clara, not an imposed imbalance, but a growing disharmony. If left unchecked, it will lead to the supercluster's slow, entropic decay. You must realign its core to universal temporal flow. Their message conveyed the immense scale of the task. This was not about countering an external threat, but about correcting a fundamental, naturally occurring cosmic imperfection. Clara journeyed to the heart of the supercluster, a region of unimaginable density, filled with countless ancient galaxies, each one a universe in itself. The stars here burn with an ancient, solemn light, their galaxies moving in a slow, majestic dance. But beneath this grandeur, Clara felt a pervasive temporal drift, a subtle shift in her perception of time, causing moments to stretch or compress, creating a disorienting sense of unreality. She located the epicenter of the temporal anomaly, a colossal, naturally occurring gravitational singularity at the supercluster's very core. It wasn't a black hole in the conventional sense, but a region of profound space-time warping, a remnant from a very early universe, the heart of the temporal distortion. It pulsed with silent, consuming power, absorbing the chronological integrity of the surrounding galaxies, pulling them into its own desynced temporal flow. This was the source of the harmony of echoes, a cosmic symphony subtly out of tune. Her mission was clear. She had to realign the gravitational singularity, to gently, yet firmly, nudge its temporal resonance back into harmony with the broader universal timeline. This required immense precision, a deep understanding of cosmic physics, and profound connection to the fundamental laws of space-time. A wrong move could unravel the entire supercluster, or even cause a catastrophic temporal cascade. Clara approached the gravitational singularity, her vessel now a mere speck against its incomprehensible scale. The temporal distortion intensified, attempting to pull her into its chaotic, desynced flow. She felt the echoes of billions of years of cosmic history swirling around her, moments stretching and compressing, entire galactic life cycles flickering in and out of perceived existence. She extended her consciousness towards the singularity, channeling her energy not as a force, but as a pure, resonant frequency. She drew upon her combined essence as a cosmic harmonizer, the ordered harmony of the architects, the wild chaos of the Amazon nexus, the purifying fire of the volcanic anchor, the liberated creativity of the cosmic collective, and, crucially, her own uniquely human capacity for intuitive adaptation and emergent understanding. She projected a harmonic counterfrequency, a delicate, intricate wave of balanced order and chaos designed to gently, yet firmly retuned the singularity's temporal resonance. It was like tuning a vast, ancient cosmic instrument, subtly adjusting its pitch to bring it back into the grand symphony of the universe. She didn't fight the singularity's immense power. She merged with it, subtly guiding its inherent energies. The gravitational singularity responded with profound, almost silent shudder. The temporal distortion rippled violently, attempting to resist her influence, to maintain its ancient, desynced rhythm. Clara felt the immense pressure of countless billions of years of accumulated chronological drift pushing back against her, threatening to overwhelm her. She pushed through the resistance, focusing on the ultimate vision of cosmic balance, of a universe in perfect dynamic harmony. Slowly, agonizingly, the temporal distortion began to recede. The echoes of fragmented timelines coalesced, synchronizing with a broader universal flow. The subtle chronological drift within the supercluster began to dissipate, its galaxies slowly realigning their energetic signatures with the grand cosmic rhythm. The harmony of echoes began to resolve into a profound, coherent cosmic symphony. With a final, monumental surge of energy, Clara completed the realignment. The gravitational singularity pulsed with a newly harmonized, yet still immensely powerful, resonance. The temporal distortion vanished, replaced by a profound, ancient stillness that was now perfectly in sync with the universal timeline. The supercluster, once subtly out of tune, now hummed with renewed, vital energetic flow, its galaxies dancing in perfect, balanced equilibrium. Clara, utterly spent, drifted away from the harmonized singularity, her vessel glowing faintly with the residual energy of the immense task. She had corrected a natural, cosmic imperfection, ensuring the long-term health and stability of one of the universe's oldest structures. The cosmic ballet resonated with a deeper, richer, more complex harmony. The architects, their presence within her now profound, integrated wisdom, resonated with a final, contemplative message. You have transcended your initial purpose, Clara. You are the embodiment of cosmic balance. The universe is vast, its mysteries infinite. Your journey is an eternal dance. The cosmic harmonizer will forever maintain the equilibrium. Clara looked out into the vast, silent supercluster, its countless galaxies shimmering with a renewed, vibrant light. Her existence was now one of perpetual journey, a timeless dance through the cosmos. She was not bound by location or specific conflict, but by the continuous, emergent needs of the universe itself. Her human memories, while treasured, were now but a fraction of her vast, expanding consciousness, a beautiful echo within a grand harmony of echoes. She was a whisper of balance in the vastness, the silent conductor of the cosmic symphony. Her path was endless, her purpose eternal. And as she turned her vessel toward the uncharted void, drawn by a new, subtle resonance, a faint, emergent harmony that spoke of a distant, complex cosmic phenomenon, she knew her odyssey, the timeless dance of the cosmic harmonizer, would continue, ever seeking the next note to harmonize, the next echo to align in the infinite, unfolding cosmic ballet. Her story was no longer about a beginning or an end, but about the beautiful, continuous flow of existence itself.